What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. Listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43, there is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Yourself, your media, help us here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
Omu Belor. And then we also have the phenomenal Jacqueline Kaba Harrison, who will be. I want to make sure I got everybody. Did I get everybody? Yes, I got everyone. So you want to put it on your calendars, that these ladies will be coming through sharing about their contributions of why they said yes to this project. That's my signature question. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to be sharing my screen here for another one of our sponsors, CTR Media Network. And yes, one moment.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. So it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for tuning in. I do want you and being with us on today, Omu. I'm telling you, it's been a delight. And you're up late tonight, and I thank you for your family and you, just your time. I do want to share, give you the opportunity to share with us what you got going on, what you have coming up. You're in Nigeria, but I believe you're about to make an announcement. And so come on and share with the audience. I'm going to step back in the green room.
I'm in Nigeria, but I work globally. So I'm coming for work in the States for another 3 or 4 weeks. I have speaking engagements, and of course, my podcast is going up and is going on my YouTube channel, and I find that really exciting. Once the book is out, I'll also start my mentorship calls that I have weekly for women, where we are just authentic and we meet and we just discuss. I bring in guests every other week, but we meet every week. We're accountable to each other, and it's just a safe environment for people. That's all. Every other thing is on my pages. Are you there?
Aluva G-Burn is an all-in-one weight loss supplement. If you're looking at a weight loss supplement as a whole, in my opinion, you have to target 5 or 6 different areas. And Aluva G-Burn does that. And it's the highest quality ingredients with the best absorption technologies with the highest bioavailability in each and every ingredient.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm 47 years old. I teach musical theater classes to children, and I've been using Aluva G-Burn for a couple months now. I have 4 kids, and it seems like with each pregnancy, I gained a little more weight, a little more weight, a little more weight, and it's so frustrating to try to get that weight off. You know, I'm just hungry all the time. I crave stuff that I shouldn't be eating. I've tried everything, and nothing has worked. But as soon as I started Aluva G-Burn, I was finally able to lose the weight. It suppressed my appetite. I wasn't having to snack all day. The cravings were gone. I felt great. I now have the energy to do the things I want to do throughout the day.
So much for it's an honor and a pleasure to meet you. Listen, you're welcome anytime, not just on this tour, but I would love to have you back because I want you to unpack Vision Pruner.
I will.
Yes, I want you to. When I saw that, I said, "Oh, I need things like that, words like that." Go ahead.
It's like pruning, tending. It's like pruning a plant. We need to prune our vision. A lot of us really don't dig deep. We just set goals and miss. Yeah. We don't really prune our visions to the nitty-gritty.
Yes. So you must come back.
I will.
Yes, indeed. Well, listen, thank you so much. Those of you that are tuning in, I am super excited. You all stay with me. I will be back at 5 o'clock with our second guest that will be coming through, sponsored. Y'all bear with me here. I want to make sure I get all my information correct. Let me pull up my page here. We will be back at 5 with our next afternoon guest, and none other than Dr. Elizabeth Bays, excuse me. She will be with us at 5 o'clock. Bear with me here just a second.
Introducing Community App. Community App is an all-in-one app that lets you easily create and promote any type of class in your local community. The login/sign-up page where you can sign up or log in. Details that are needed for sign-up: name, email address, password, location, interest. You can select as many as possible: interest, boxing, workout, painting, jogging, and so on. After sign up, connect your Stripe account, or you can skip it and connect it later. Welcome to your dashboard. Things you can do from dashboard. You can create class, see class requests, switch theme, settings, check your earnings. Visit www.community.com to get started, or download the Community app from Google Play Store or App Store.
Good afternoon. This is Beauty for Ashes with Tracy, and this is your host, Tracy Howe Crumbie. And this is a healthcare podcast that gives all information on wellness, self-care, and mental health awareness. And we want you to overcome negative thinking by enlightening and empower you to develop healthier mindset strategies. How is everyone doing this afternoon? We're so happy to have you here with us. We do have LaMichael Allen from Purpose Basketball. I'm going to bring him on right now into our meeting. We want to just welcome him. LaMichael, you're on. How are you doing, Lee?
I'm doing great. How about yourself? How's everything?
Everything is good. Everything is good. I'm so glad I caught up with you. You're so busy. You're so busy.
Oh yeah, just trying to do what I can do out here.
You
Just
doing
work,
what you
work,
can
work.
do?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, you working, you working. I wanted you to just introduce yourself to the people because this is an anticipated show. Everyone's been waiting on this. So tell us about yourself so we can get started.
Well, I'm Lee Michael Allen, originally from Alabama. I live in New York. I'm the CEO of Purpose Basketball. I've been running it for 13 years, helping mentor a lot of the youth, a lot of the kids that's in the neighborhood, and even further than that, back to Alabama, that I have been helping navigate with their lives and some of the things that they may be going through, growing up in poverty-stricken neighborhoods.
Okay, poverty-stricken neighborhoods. So this is a great help to an underserved community for us, the work that you're doing. And we're so thankful that there's someone taking time out to give back to the youth. So how did Purpose Basketball evolve? And how did it help you understand your purpose? I kind of want to get into asking that question.
Well, it evolved. I have a son that's 19 now. So when I originally started, I wanted to be there for him, and he had so many friends. So there were so many kids that he knew that played basketball. So I started off with one group, then one group went to another group, and then before I knew it, I was mentoring over 30 to 40 kids at a
Wow.
time. So it just it grew so fast. Just the word got out really fast with basketball. A lot of kids in our towns and cities, they love basketball, and so they're always looking for a place to play, a safe place where they can hone their skills and things like that. And then it became a thing where you're having all these kids and you're either driving them to games or going to their games, so you're having personal conversations with them about the game, about their life, and you kind of tap into those type of things.
Well, during those conversations, how much was either issues coming up with? I know adolescents can be difficult. How much was information or things you had to talk to them about, like with mental health? I'll just ask that question right away.
Very often, and I don't think they ever use the word mental health itself, but me studying and kind of understanding it and knowing these things, I was able to understand that these were things that they were dealing with. So it happens a lot more frequently than I would want it to happen, but it happens a lot.
It
So
happens.
if there's 100 kids, I can guarantee you 95 of them have these issues.
Having issues, yes. I'm so glad once again that we have a strong male figure in some of the lives of those that probably don't have you standing in the gap. How was that for you when you were even coming up? Did you have those kind of resources or someone there to make sure that you were going down the right path, like you're there for these young men?
Well, growing up in the areas that we grew up in is predominantly Black. So my coach, I did have someone, but he didn't look like me. And him not looking like me, I was able to listen to things and take in certain information. But being that he was not from where I was from and he didn't look like me, certain things he couldn't really help me with.
I do understand that. I do understand that. So did it change? Did it change your narrative a bit? I mean, did it change anything for you as you were growing up? Uh, when you now have to present the same type of resource to the people that you're helping now?
Yes, it changed. It's definitely changed a lot for me
Hmm.
because I was once sitting in the chair that they're sitting in. So I can
Hmm.
understand some of the questions and some of the desires and some of the fears that they may have within life and even basketball. So being able to understand those things, I'm able to help them a little bit more and speak into a way where it's to their level and not above their level. I more than certain when I was a kid, they would speak it, but it wasn't at a level where I understood it. So it was very important for me to look like them and be able to walk and talk and listen to some of the same music they listen to so that we can have a relationship and talk about common things.
I do agree. I do agree. So what ages are the children that you're helping right now, or
They're
mentoring or
from
coaching?
they're from the ages of 5 all the way up to 55.
Really?
I think that's just a unique thing about Purpose is bigger than just a basketball organization. Um, Mentoring and being able to talk to people is not just with children. There are older people that go through it that, this is all nuance for a lot of people, this mental health thing. But a lot of us have went through it and just didn't know what it was. So
Yeah.
I'm actually speaking to a lot of adults, a lot of parents about this thing. This is all nuance to all of us. So I'm blessed to be able to be one of the people that have gotten some professional help and kind of seek, more knowledge about things I don't know.
I really like that. This is so wonderful because I see a lot of the pictures. I don't see you featured with the older people like in the game. So this, well, the pictures that I've seen. And so to know that, that's even great because iron sharpens iron. You know what I mean? And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you being there to be a help to even youth and beyond is really, really great. It's really great. So I wanted to know, how does it feel when you see the young men that you've coached or mentored as they grow up? Because you've had some of them, as I saw, like we talked about, from like smaller ages, and you see them grow
Right.
up in their families. Tell me a little bit about how does that feel to you when they turn into the men that you've kind of, spoken and poured into them to become?
I think that's more than no money could ever replace that feeling. Because
Mhm.
although these kids are not my biological kids, I don't really know the difference outside of, they were not, I don't, you know, they didn't come from me, but they come from me, at some stem. And there was just recently a lot of the kids that did come up underneath me from a very long time, they're starting their own business. They're becoming entrepreneurs. And, quietly, one kid said to someone else, and they came back and said it to me, oh, I did it like this because I seen Coach Lee do it like this. So I think that
Mhm.
was important for me to, be that person. And so what it does for me, it's more rewarding than money. Money
It is.
is way more rewarding than any money that's
Priceless
worth it.
is what it
Right,
is then.
right.
Okay. Well, I love that part about that. Okay, so your organization is in your city. Tell me a little bit about where were you located? Tell us how, because I know you were just traveling and you just got to where you needed to get
Right.
from your trips and travel while they're playing tournaments. Tell us where you're located, where you travel to, what's going on right now with Purpose.
So I'm located in Eastern Long Island, in the Wheatley Heights, Dix Hills area. We train there 4 days a week. Um, we do a lot of traveling for AAU. This is AAU season, so it's a huge time of the year for a lot of the young student athletes to possibly be seen by a college or a coach or something like that. So a lot of those kids that I mentor, they're with me now on this trip where we're going to go play for 2 days.
Wonderful. So where are you going to play now?
We're in Pennsylvania right now. Right now
Okay.
we're in Pennsylvania, so we travel from New York to Pennsylvania, and we'll be here till Sunday afternoon. I'm hoping that we win. So I brought 2 teams with me here. Um, and we've played tomorrow we start. So we have 4 games, 2 games each team. Depending on how well we do in pool play, we'll move on. So we're going to be doing a lot of traveling over the next 3 to 4, over the next 2 to 3 months.
Awesome, awesome. Well, you stay busy with them and keep them encouraged and inspired. Okay. Well, I do want to know because this is very important to me because my this platform is mental health and the awareness of mental health and things like that, self-care, wellness. Um, Again, I think we might have covered it, but you can kind of let me know any more information. Like, like you're sharing the mental health awareness and self-care with the youth that you coach. And we see that there's so many young people that are going down unproductive paths. Give us some advice. What do we need to be really sharing with the youth right now? Because the things that are happening and what we're seeing is like, I would want to hear a lot more positive, but in the news, the narrative is always a negative narrative. Could you just tell me a little bit about, your point in sharing some stuff and where you think we are and the advice you can give with the things that you're seeing that's not working, the ways you see things. And it's not just parenting. What's not working that we can help, to try to make better.
I think especially for kids, children, I think that the one thing that we do is we alienate these kids when they make a mistake in life, and no one comes and tell them like, look, your mistake may have been very egregious, but it's a mistake. I think we all make mistakes. So to alienate these children, and send them to different schools or things like that, versus just getting them the proper person to talk to, it can change the direction of a lot of kids. So instead of them sending these kids off somewhere, I just think that we as a community need to come together and be able to talk to these kids and let them know that you made a mistake. We all make mistakes, and you're not what they're portraying you to be, but you made a mistake. Honor that mistake, be accountable of it, and not make the same mistake over and over again.
I agree. Because some of these mistakes have very severe consequences.
Right.
And there's some prices being paid when they could just be in their kid role. Why are they trying so hard, you think, the young men to be adult right now? What is that about? They have the guns right now. I'm thankful you have a program that keeps their minds off stuff like that. What is going on, you think?
I just think all the kids want to be accepted and want to be liked.
Mm-hmm.
And that comes from, it could be something at home. It could be, it's a huge part of it is the internet. You see someone on the internet and all these kids just want love and consideration. I think all of us do, even us adults, we want to be loved and considered, by our kids, our peers, and whomever else we're around. We want to be liked and loved, and a lot of them don't get that. So when they come to me as Purpose Basketball, every kid that walks through that door, I want them to be smiling, high-fiving, and having a good time. So that can be a great experience for them. So whatever it is they're going through throughout the day, that experience itself, I would want it to pull them out of that space that they could be in at that point in time.
That's wonderful. And what you're saying is so necessary. Pull them out of that space. That's a very profound statement because that's a state of mind. You know what I mean? So that state of mind, if you're able to even just, get a trajectory that's a totally different, polar opposite of the negative, you have done your work for that individual. If you could just get their mind on the positive.
100%. I think that's just something that a lot of kids struggle with. Everyone, they deal with, especially in poverty-stricken neighborhoods, they deal with everyone telling them what they can't do, what they shouldn't do. And then they're watching so many other things that happen in that neighborhood, which you and I both know that don't always come out, very positive. So to see something positive, as they see myself as a basketball coach and I have, some skin in the game as far as dealing with different athletes at different levels, I think that that's something, that they can modern and look up to.
Yeah. And it's very important because you made a very good, valid point as we started about not having someone that looked like you when you were growing up. So I think that's a very important model for someone to see, although everybody may have different role models and that could be a diverse thing, but to have someone that looked like them to show them the things that you're showing them is even more wonderful and prevalent, to most circumstances and situations, because they have still the fathers, the uncles, the brothers that are older, things like that. So to have some extra individuals that come into their life and just help cultivate the mind is very, very important. I think your work is amazing. And I just want to give you many props, because a lot of times that's not everybody's purpose and calling to deal with the youth. You know that. Yeah, everybody does not deal with you. That's something like I know mine's is not nursing or anything that has to do with blood, or that's not their calling. But you got some people that's what they do, and that's amazing and wonderful. So they're struggling. You're helping. You're helping them cope. You're helping them carve a path out. Tell us a little bit about how they can start with you, and how does things start from the beginning to the end. Like if I brought my son to you, what are we doing? How does this start from the youth standpoint in your program?
Well, you as far as like the X's and O's of getting the kid to me, you can always reach me at Purpose Basketball on Instagram or Facebook, Lee Michael Allen. You can reach me on those. So that's the start. And normally people, they'll reach out, inquire about it. I'll tell them the time, place, date, bring them down, and we get started. I kind of deal more with the behavior part of it and kind of see if it's a good fit. So I don't ask for any money to start off. I want to see if it's a good fit before we go any further. And 99.9% of the time it's been the outcome has been pretty well for me, which I'm very happy about. So I kind of get to know the kid before I get to any levels of teaching.
That's nice. So you're teaching. Okay, so again, I brought my son to you. I've reached out to you. I brought him there. You tried to see he's a good fit. Okay, so from that point, do you bring them every week? I'm bringing them every day. I mean, how are we navigating?
Well, I would like, depending on the relationship, it's all new. It's all new. So I would like to see them as many hours as I can a week. I also, depending on the age of the kid, I try to always get the kids' cell phone numbers and things like that, so I can be able to communicate with them and just let them know that this is a safe place. So nurturing and building that relationship with them, because kids go to school every day and something happens. Things happen every single day. So I do my best to try to text the kids and at least once a day. Hey, what's up? What's going on in our school? And I think that builds a relationship with them to be in that safe space where I can't wait to go to him versus I don't want to go to him because he's just going to scream and yell, or like, I want to have that relationship where it's fun for you to come to me. So it's fun to learn. It's fun to have someone to be able to talk to, that just safe place. So I always want to have that safe place with even if they don't work out with me or play with me. But if we're talking about your son, I want to have access to him to be able to help him and things that someone else may not be able to.
I think that's wonderful, because it is a case by case, and that is based on an individual, personality and an individual dialogue that you will have with, because everybody is not the same in personality, morals, character, or with the integrity of it. So I think that's wonderful. I just was trying to see how does that work, because I know you probably have so many kids. How many kids do you have now that you're mentoring and coaching?
Right now, I mean, even if we're talking about collegiate, professional, a little over 500.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. I know them all. I had them for, I had a lot of these kids a very long time. So it's personal relationships, I think, is the biggest thing in life. Being able to look someone in the eyes and tell them the truth and, stand on that. I think the kids appreciate that from me, because I won't tell them a lie, or I won't just try to make them feel good for the moment, but I'll be honest with them. And sometimes I think, well, not sometimes, I think all the time, honesty is your best policy.
It is. Even as us being adults, I mean, there's no need to, we can't sugarcoat a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things I know they should not. You be as honest as you can with the information that you can give them,
Right.
Because I know we don't want to overstep boundaries, because we talk about that all the time. We aren't the parent, but you know what you need to share that makes it okay, where you're not, overstepping a parent
Right.
role, so I do get that. Now, lastly, we're going to touch, did you have something else you
I
want to
was going to say something, about the boundaries. Tracy, if you bring your son to me, and as that was very important that you said it, because there are conversations that I've had with kids without their mom, and they're probably very, like, it's a slippery slope. But the one thing I tell you when you bring your kid to me is, JC, he's mine too. We're sharing this kid.
Wow.
Anything, and if I think something is too far left or a little bit
Mhm.
of, whatever it is, I don't withhold that information with the parent. I will share that with them. Say, hey, I had this conversation with JJ. He said this here happened, just to allow you to know. So I never leave the parents in the dark of what's going on. I just try to tell them, just kind of trust me and what I'm doing, and
Yeah.
don't go crazy on him or her about information that I'm giving to you, because he or she trusted me with this information, and I'm just not keeping you in the dark about it.
Yeah. And I will correct that because I'm going in a direction like you just have young men. So you have some girls, young ladies that you coach and
Right.
mentor too. My apologies, because I'm up here just in a position just talking from the young male perspective, but you have young girls and young male. Now back to that question, because this was pretty interesting. Like you're saying, has it ever been a time that they might have been upset, because you know how kids can get. You're trying to, I tell you something, Coach Lee, and this is between you and I, and like you say, it might be a little left that you should be telling the parent something, because it could be something that have you ever got into a situation where they feel like you violated trust and something of that nature?
I mean, I think that what I'm gonna say is probably not always the right thing to say, and kind of gauging at the audience that you have and the temperature of the room when
Sure.
dealing with parents. It's usually the parents that they go crazy, like he did because the parents never see their kids the way that someone else sees them, or
Yeah.
they ignore that they're that way. So they're human and they make mistakes and they do things. So sometimes I don't tell the parents the whole thing right then and there.
Yeah.
I have to like grace into it before I
Yeah.
tell them that, so they don't go crazy about it and they mess up the relationship between me and their kid. But so far so good. I haven't had anything, and I also have a relationship with the parents where they trust me
Yeah.
with their kid. Whether they're having a barbecue at their house, they're inviting me over, or there's a bar mitzvah going on and they
Oh,
invite me
cool.
to it. There's a church day, so being able to bridge that gap between religion, color, race, and things like that, I have been able to do that just being in this space.
Yeah. I love it. Okay, that as a parent, I'd have been like high five. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
That made me feel very warm. And again, I'm not even in this particular instance where I have a child to ask that question. However, it's very, very good. I would have loved to, you know, to if I did have a child, that made me feel really, really great. And I mean, me having a child that young, or that you're coaching or doing something to, or doing something for, that right there, it made me feel warm my heart, because it's really, really interesting. The parents, yeah, we are the ones that always might be on 10 and the temperature. And again, the kids are like, okay, it's not that serious. Are you like, no, it's okay. We're going to work through it, because I have a stake in this too, because you're the person that's trying to navigate,
Right.
help navigate a path. So I really like that, and it does give a perspective of how challenging it is to be in your position, because those are the things that we have to get the kids talking about, issues that concern them that they might be holding in. And that's a great way, because we're involving some sports, some activity, and we're involving some dialogue, because that's what the stigma is always about with sharing or mental health literacy. People aren't talking about things because you're not listening, and you very well might need to be listening to a child that might be saying something through body language,
Right.
not through verbal conversation.
100%.
Mm-hmm. So anything you want to add to that? Because we're going to go to a question about power shift management that's new, that's come out. It's probably not brand new, but you're branding it. Is coming out. A separate organization from Purpose Basketball. So tell us a little bit about Power Shift and how the organization is doing and how it's helping others right now. Power Shift Management.
Yeah, Power Shift Management is a company that I came up with me dealing with kids, and as they become young adults, they go on to college and play basketball or whatever their careers end up being. And the relationship kind of ended after high school, and that was like a little bit uncomfortable for me. To end the relationship, not end the relationship, but the management and the mentoring and things like that is not as much as I would want it to be. So Power Shift is basically a sports management company where I'm able to manage the athletes and get them to a point where I'm navigating their careers and getting them on the best platform I can get them on, to play basketball or just play sports, period. And I help them get NIL deals, which would help them kind of start making money a little bit earlier in their career versus later.
Okay. And what was that NIL, name, image,
Likeness.
and likeness? Okay, tell us a little bit about that, because I had to research that. I really was like, NIL. I said maybe he meant to put NBA. I don't really know. Because I never heard of it. So tell us a little bit about NIL for real.
Well, the NIL is there are companies that are out there and they endorse your name, image, and likeness. And so what they do is they pay you, to post things about on Instagram or whatever to represent their company, whether that be a T-shirt. It's no different than Burger King having Michael Jordan as a spokesperson. You just have now a bunch of young athletes that's doing it, and they're doing it from Hanes to Burger King and kids are starting to make money younger now versus later on in their careers. So the NIL is just name, image, likeness. A company will take your name, image, and likeness, and they'll be able to use it and be able to make money because they're using your face and your image and your likeness in order for their company to blow up. And they're giving you a piece of it so you can grow. So my job is to make sure I mentor kids in that direction so they don't get these bad deals with people, or they can just sign with me. But if there's a company that's better than me that can offer you more, I would also walk you down to that as well.
That's nice. That's nice. Well, we can't close this out without me asking, like, who's your favorite team? I mean, if you're in basketball, you might have a favorite team. I'm Ohio. I'm just still Cavs. I don't care win, lose, because that's just how we rolling out here. But now I'm a part of the what is it with Georgia? They gonna kill me. What's Georgia? The Hawks.
Okay, Atlanta Hawks.
Okay, because I'm in Georgia now. So yeah, don't be down with me, Georgia, because I'm not a sports fanatic or anything. So I do know about them. I've been to a game, so that's super cool. So tell me about who's your favorite team?
I've been a diehard Laker fan since I was like 5 years old. So I used to be in love with Magic Johnson. He ran through the tunnel and he smiled on a Sunday afternoon. We're going back to when we used to have to fix the antenna on the TV. Sunday afternoon, as long as the antenna was crisp and I was able to see him smile.
Yes.
I've been a Laker fan since then.
That's awesome. Well, we're so glad.
Little did I know that this was slowly bringing me to a point that would ultimately cost me my life.
Hush topics are those topics that people do not want to talk about, that we keep secrets in our family, we keep secrets at work, and things that happen to us, like sexual harassment, sexual assault, domestic violence, if you were part of sex trafficking, if you were molested as a child. Those are hush topics that rarely are talked about, but are really affecting our communities, our families, our churches. And so that's what hush topics.
I am a victim of domestic violence,
sexual assault and sexual harassment,
sex trafficking and crimes against women, children, and the elderly,
sexual assault or child sex abuse,
sexual harassment.
Every single person on this earth has a story, but not everybody have the courage to speak it.
My name is Alicia Harris.
Sheila Renee Bailey.
Brandy Richard.
Joyce Reed.
Yvonne Pierre.
Keith Phillips.
Ursula Kelly.
Linda Skolnitsky.
Chandra Cleveland.
I am Kathy Butler.
My name is Richard Butler.
Grateful that you took the time to tune in to today's episode of the Kim. Hello, everyone. I'm very grateful that you took the time to tune in to today's episode. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Kim Jacobs Show. We have a great show lined up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real relevant and relatable content on today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. And welcome to this episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. You know my day is great anytime Dr. Lotus Rashay from the Lotus Rashay Ignites You Show is here in the virtual studio audience of the Kim Jacobs Show. Hey, Dr. Lotus.
Hey, Kim, how are you?
I am doing
grooving. I love your intro.
You would love the intro because who created it?
We did.
Dr. Lotus Rashay and her team of those that help ignite everyone in the world created the actual intro and the outros that you see here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And then, of course, I had one of my church members. She did the singing part and she sounds so angelic. I was like, girl, you can ready to let God use you on this.
Yes.
I like when you say I like how you say it's the Kim Jacobs Show too. How do you do it?
It's time to get down with the get down. So come on around and join the Kim Jacobs Show. It's the Kim Jacobs Show.
I have no talent like that. So all I can say is Dr. Lotus Rashay ignites you, and she knows how to ignite some fire down that's inside your belly, and she knows how to pull out that greatness inside of you. So I'm super excited to have her here today. Listen, everybody, grab your virtual seats. Let everybody know that we have a great episode lined up for you. You may know Dr. Lotus Rashay as Dr. Lotus Rashay, but you don't know her story. I want you to take a moment to share this broadcast and to invite everyone in to hear the backstory of Dr. Lotus Rashay, how she became her authentic self. And so she's going to be talking to us today about how to become your authentic self as well as she takes us back on her journey. I want you to go ahead and grab your virtual seats. And when we come back right after this commercial break from our first episode sponsor, we're going to hear more from Dr. Lotus Rashay. We'll be right back, everyone.
When someone has lost a loved one, they want to know what exactly happened. They want to know, is the other person going to be held responsible? And they want closure. At Hunter & Everett, we help clients that have lost a loved one move on, and to do that with dignity and respect that they deserve.
All right, everyone, make sure you check out Hunter Everett Law Firm and let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. Let me see who's visiting in and acknowledge you in the virtual studio audience. I see you, Cool Gamer. Glad to have you here today. And I see you, Dennis Spraggins. You say, hello, Miss Queen Kim Jacobs. How are you, Mr. Dennis Spraggins? I see you, Angela. You said hello, and you're streaming in from the DC area. Glad to have you here today. And I see you, my cousin, Veronica. Hey, Veronica. Hey, V. Glad to see you. Make sure you all share this broadcast and let people know that you're tuning in to the Kim Jacobs Show today. And if the Lord just puts it in your spirit, man, make sure that you know streaming below that you can donate to the Kim Jacobs Show in a multiple ways. You can do that once, weekly, monthly, annually, whatever way God leads you to donate to the program. We stream daily, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you can check out ways to support the broadcast. Let me introduce our wonderful guest today. Dr. Lotus Riche is a highly requested empowerment speaker and mindset strategist, as well as a media personality. She's a corporate CEO whose global platform has reached over 20 million people. And there is something in particular in her backstory that she'll tell you about that really kind of changed her life and silenced her in a lot of regards for over 15 years before she actually became free from the situation. So I'm excited to introduce Dr. Lotus Riche right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Welcome, Dr. Lotus.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you for having me here today. It's always a blessing to be seated next to you virtually or be in your presence, pop up and surprise you. However we do it, it's always great to be in your presence. So thank you so much for what you do for the world, because I tell you, you always do something great to help us, people at large. You inspire us and you help us ignite and take flight in every area of our lives. So I'm really thankful for you.
Well, take us back, if you would, Dr. Lotus. I didn't introduce it in your bio, but I want you to just take us back to your younger years and talk to us about what it was like growing up as Lotus.
I'm still young.
Oh, okay. You one of those in denial. I'm just right. I feel like I'm still young too. I'm 52. Life is just beginning, right?
That's right. So great fun. So Kim, yeah, what you just said, life is just beginning, because in so many ways, when I broke my silence about what happened to me as a 6-year-old child, I waited 15 years. So I want to talk about it. So many people know that I'm a Guinness World Record holder for a book that I was in, but it wasn't that book that really helped me to break free. It was this book. And this book is, really a namesake. I was in this book with many people from Latin America and a few from the United States. This book is called La Oportunidad de Trascender en Medio de la Crisis. So the opportunity to transcend in the midst of crisis. And this was the first time that I ever told my story to the world about being that 6-year-old kid at my babysitter's home, being raped by my babysitter's grandson. Babysitter had a doctor's appointment or something, but she wanted to make sure I wasn't going to show up and no one was going to be there. So he was there. And I ran from this kid. It was like a mouse, running from a hungry cat. And I'm running and I'm slipping and I'm falling. And you ever see someone run down the corridor and there's this dead end and like there's no way out? That's how it was for me. And this young boy, his family was his mother worked for organized crime, mafia. And in New Jersey, where I'm from, that's nothing new.
Right.
And little kids, you might say, well, how did you know that? Little kids, they're always listening to grown-ups talk. Okay.
Always.
Just know that. Okay. And so I knew that. And he said to me, if you ever tell anybody, I'll kill you.
So wait, so you believed him because he...
I'm 6.
And he's from a family that you feel like they might be capable of making this thing happen that he's doing.
Exactly. And, I'm 6. I don't know any better. And so I believed him. And I carried that. I told my sister and swore her to secrecy, and she carried that for 15 years. And, it's really devastating. It was devastating for me, but I'm sure it had to be devastating for her because I swore her to secrecy. She had the secret she couldn't tell my parents. And I finally told my mom. I was in the military at this time. I was living in Goose Creek, South Kakalaki, right?
This happened when you were 6 years old.
It happened when I was 6. I didn't tell my mother until I was about 21. Yeah.
21. you finally broke your silence, and you broke your
Finally.
silence because of this book that you are a part of and being in the military, right?
Well, actually, I broke my silence to my mother before this book ever came out. This book came out about maybe 2 years ago. But I told my mother, but I never told the world. I never told anybody else in my family either, except my mother. And then, of course, she told my father. My parents worked to take care of us, so they weren't there to protect me. And, you know, the funny thing is that my father had been incarcerated before. And I knew that if I told my parents, God only knows what my father would have done. Okay.
Right.
And my mother, because my mother did not play. When you don't mess with her children. So at 21, I told my mother, I told her over the phone. And it was one of the hardest things that I ever had to do up until now. Okay. And we talked about it, and she asked me several questions, and I was able to be, you know, crying to her. But I was okay because in my mind, my parents had always taught us about forgiveness. And in my mind, I wondered what man was pressing this kid, because he probably was like 11, pressing him into submission or doing worse to him.
Oh, so you actually started thinking about what had happened in his life to
Right.
make him act out like this towards you.
Right.
And that's a very mature way of thinking about it. Okay,
So-
my mom said there's a buzzing sound on the show, so some kind of way,
okay.
some kind of buzzing is happening. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Mother Spratley. We love you.
Let me know when it's gone, please, too. Yeah, it's some kind of buzz. So I'll just mute myself until you're finished talking. But so I do have a question that I wanted to get clarity on. And y'all, somebody let me know when the buzzing sound goes away too, because we want to make sure that
give
it's
us
not
a thumbs
the
up
case.
or something.
I
was saying, yeah, give us a thumbs up or something.
Yeah. So when you're 6 years old and this happens, did that babysitter ever become aware of the incident, or did she ever try to leave you again with that person?
No. She never knew. And I don't know what it was that helped us to change babysitters, but she never knew. But I was never left with this kid again because she was always there. She was always there, you know, but you know, she had a medical appointment. But my parents had moved us because at that time I was being bullied too. Okay. And I told my mom about being bullied. I told my sister, and my sister came up to the school because she didn't go to school with me. So she came up to the school with me, and we were facing these bullies. And I told my mom that I was being bullied. And my mom and my dad, they were real big on sending us to private school. So not too long after that, we went to private school, which was a lot different. So you can imagine me being bullied at school and then after school going to the babysitter's house. Normally it was great because the babysitter, she was great. But then to have to go there and experience that, it was just devastating. So I finally, after telling my mom at age 21, you know, I kept living my life, but there was a lot of dysfunction. And in this book, I talk about it. So maybe I can read a little bit of the book later to kind of talk about it, because I want people to really understand that I use this book, telling my story in this book, to help not just me, but to help other people who have experienced the same things, but have not even told people about it. I dated someone who was accosted by his uncle, and he never told his parents, and his parents both passed. But I was able to tell the story without calling his name, but the spirit, just to be able to share it, to help him vicariously tell his story through me. And I always hope that it helped. It helped him, and it helped me, and it helped so many other people around the world who's experienced this. So whenever you're ready, maybe I'll read a passage.
Yes, right.
That tells a bit.
What I would like to do, Lotus, is because I can hear the buzzing as well. And so I just want to make sure that during this commercial break maybe you can grab a few headset or something, or go out and come back in so that because I don't want anybody to miss out on this profound story that a young girl, innocent young girl, I'm just gonna mute it for 1 second, just an innocent. Yeah, so definitely just an innocent young girl was officially accosted by someone that the babysitter thought trusted her. I'm gonna move Dr. Rashay out for a second while she sets up. But somebody, this is happening every day to children that we think we're putting them in the best possible situation or scenario. And unbeknownst to any adult that would never intentionally put the child in harm's way, things are happening. And so if you know individuals that may be suffering or struggling, and they may not be speaking out saying this happened to me, but you know that their behavior has changed. Something about them just isn't right. Check into it more, investigate it more, ask them, listen, even if somebody told you not to tell me because it's going to be killing people and different things of that nature, encourage them to still speak up and to speak out with you, even privately and secretly. And then even if you both hold it as a secret, that may be the case, but definitely, okay. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to pull you back in. Hey, how does that sound? Let's see how that sounds.
How's that sound, everybody?
Okay.
Much better?
Is that better? It's back. Yeah.
It's back. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump out and I'm going to jump back in during the commercial.
Yes, and we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we will come right back hearing more from Dr. Lotus Rashay, and even advice that she may have as to what parents can do that don't necessarily know that something bad has happened to their child, but what signs to maybe look out for, and some advice on how we as parents can keep our children as safe as we possibly can. So when we come back after this commercial break, we're going to hear more from Dr. Lotus Rashay. We'll be right back.
I have peace of mind with Silver Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade. Silver Shield Security knows the importance of convenience and safety. Whether you live in an apartment, a home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
Hey everyone, we're back, and we had a couple of technical difficulties, which is rare because we're both talk show hosts, so it's something I think in the system here, but it's okay because we're going to have a fantastic time just learning more about Dr. Lotus Rashay, which is in a whole different light. We normally just get to hear about her accolades, her life as Dr. Lotus Rashay, and as the person that she's become, but to hear her backstory, to hear that at the age of 6 years old, she experienced something that no child should ever have to encounter. Someone raped her at that age, and she lived in silence for 15 years from it. So I am kind of eager to hear the advice that she's going to give us as parents as to what we should look for as signs when our children may be experiencing trauma that they haven't let anybody else know about. I'm eager to hear that. So let me know with a thumbs up, Dr. Lotus, if you are ready to come back in and when you're ready to come back in. In the meantime, I'm going to just give you an opportunity to hear another one of our episode sponsors, which is ConfidenceTones.com, and learn more about them. And we'll be right back and pull Dr. Lotus Rashay in to the virtual studio audience. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better.
I love the fact that we have such wonderful episode sponsors, and I'm excited to just take a moment to acknowledge them. We have attorney Charles Everidge with Hunter Everidge Law Firm. If you're dealing with disability or wrongful death of a loved one, or you're dealing with something like workers' compensation, definitely give them a call and let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. Their phone number is 704-251-2945. And we also have episode today being sponsored by Silver Shield Security. They service the North Carolina and the South Carolina and Georgia area for all of your home security needs. So make sure I looked around because they are my service provider as well. So check out silver-shieldsecurity.com. Silver Shield Security is what it should be. silvershield-security.com. Let me fix that so we can make sure that we get you to the right website and you can let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. silvershield-security.com. silvershield-security.com. Give me a thumbs up, Dr. Lotus, when you're ready to pop back in. All right. So we're going to go back now to Dr. Lotus Richey, and let's see how that sounds.
How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah, it does. It sounds much better. Mom, please come. You're like my green light, red light person back there. My mom's like with a big notebook and big writing on it. I said, it's all for us. Thank God for wonderful parents, right?
Amen.
Okay, so talk to us, Dr. Lotus. Okay, she said, I have to at least show you my mom. My mom's coming.
All right. I love
That's her thumb through the door. Between her and the dog, look, they got a dog.
Yes.
The dog like, what's happening? What's all the drama? You know what? This is a show about how people balance their lives. So if you don't get to see us really balancing our lives, then it's for naught. So I'm grateful that you get to see it in real life action. Okay, Dr. Lotus, so what advice do you give parents and what we can look for?
Well, in my book, I talk about the silence of the lambs, and I'll read that to you later.
Yes.
Your child is appearing to remove themselves from interacting with the family friends, etc. And it's all of a sudden, it's a difference in behavior, noticeably so. You may want to ask them, is everything okay? I noticed that, you're not wanting to be around the family, or you're not wanting to be around when certain people come. Ask the hard question.
Right.
Because you don't know what you don't know until they tell you what you don't know.
Yeah.
And if they seem fearful in any way, any shape, form, or fashion, explore that fear. It could be nothing in relationship to anybody that they're around, but it could be something. And also, don't hesitate to let them know that they're safe. Let them know that they're safe and that they can talk to you. Because if children feel that they can't talk to you, then they're not going to talk to you. And then they're going to go through this hellish experience in so many ways all along.
But if somebody says that they are going to kill you, kill your family, kill those that you genuinely love, then like you remain silent because of that. And so what would make another child feel like it's okay because my mom or dad is saying it's okay for me to talk to them about anything? But at the end of the day, I have to remember the threat that also came my way. And that's very real as well. And I don't want the people that I love to be hurt.
Yes. I think one of the biggest things is that with my parents, they always tried to make us feel safe. They always tried to make us feel heard. But at the same time, when you have that fear when you have that fear, it's so powerful.
Right.
And I think we need to talk to children more about fear and let them know that it's okay to be fearful. And at the same time, it's okay that you can talk to me about anything. And if anyone ever hurts you or does anything to make you feel afraid, it's okay for you to come and talk to us, no matter what happens.
That's
When
good.
I was coming along, and I'll talk. I'm gonna read something in the book. But when I was coming along, children were to be seen and not heard.
Correct. Right.
And so, because of that, oftentimes our stories didn't fall on deaf ears because we never told them. We were silenced.
That's good point, Lotus.
And,
That's a
and
really
so
good point.
I think we want to always create an environment for our children, for our nieces, for our nephews, for our grandchildren, because a lot of grandparents are raising grandchildren and have for centuries.
Yeah.
A lot of aunts and uncles and family friends are raising children. We have to let them know that they are in a safe space.
That's
And
right.
when something happens to them that makes them feel unsafe, we have to find a way to make them feel safe again. Because if we don't, then what happens is they grow up and dysfunction happens. They're oftentimes they can either go one way or the other. They can go all the way to, and I'm just going to say left, just for
Right.
the sake of conversation. They can go all the way to the left where they're out trying to find love in all the wrong places.
Right.
Men and women do this. They're trying to find love in all the wrong places. Or they go to the other extreme where they're totally a recluse. They become the caged bird. Just like Maya Angelou said, she knows why the caged bird sings. Many of us become these caged birds.
That's right.
And I talk about being a bird with a broken wing. Many of us never soar. We always hover just above the ground. And because of that, we never ignite and take flight in every area of our life because we've been so suppressed and repressed, that we feel like there's no life for us.
Wow.
So a lot of times we live in silence or we live in the cage of our mind.
This is such a great analogy that you're giving. I want you to read that because I want to hear what you wrote that was kind of very liberating and freeing for you in this journey and experience that you've gone through. So read what's in the book that you wrote that in that chapter.
Okay. And I'll read right from here. Whatever the nightmare was, I had convinced myself that he had learned this horrible behavior of control, contempt, and thievery from someone who only cared about their own selfish desires. This caused an empathy that helped me bear the weight of silence, fear, dread, and many years of crying in the still silence whenever I relived the moment. As I look back over my life, I noticed that I was able to have some great relationships that were often filled with various levels of love and dysfunction with people who were wounded birds flying with broken wings, slightly hovering above the ground and never soaring. I was also a wounded bird, attracting other wounded birds with broken lives, broken hearts, and broken spirits that somehow saw a light of brilliance and an undeniable strength within me. It was this strength that helped me, as Gladys Knight says, keep on keeping on. I was like a magnet for dysfunctional birds who had seen some of the worst horrors in life and lived to tell about it, or not. Some people I dated had been so wounded they resigned themselves to only speaking when spoken to, what I call the silence of the lambs. Trauma robbed their voice and will to speak. And it makes me wonder if that old cliche, children should be seen and not heard, was actually coined by a control freak who abused children and raped the very life out of them, while somehow crafting a phrase that adults have bought into, which disarmed and weakened the resolve of children who were being molested, even by their own family members. Lord knows, I had adult cousins who tried. It is like what Oprah Winfrey said in The Color Purple. Girl child ain't safe in the family of men's. So I found out from a young man who I dated that little boys are not safe either. Not at home, not at school, and not even in church. However, they found a security in me that gave them a freedom to break free of whatever darkness had consumed their lives. And somehow I was the light in that very dark place, and they were a light of hope for me, illustrating that bad things do not always last. So I wanted to share that because many of us are wounded birds, and I believe that what Maya Angelou told Miss Oprah Winfrey, when you know better, you do better.
Right.
And I believe that doing better is derived from learning and challenging fear to step aside. While being scared as heck, you want to go ahead and share your story, because I believe your story is your power and your power is your story.
Wow. If you all have not shared your story before, know that Dr. Lotus Rashay is encouraging you today, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show, to get your story out of your spirit and out to the universe so that we can all somehow glean some hope from whatever you may have experienced that gives us a chance to have a better outcome in our lives, all because you opened your mouth and shared your journey. I see you, Angela, saying this is the truth, what Dr. Lotus is saying. Very powerful point, Angela is saying. Sandra's Authors Forum is on today, and she's actually one of our episode sponsors. So you're going to be learning more about Sandra's Authors Forum and how you can be able to be a part of sharing your story. So when you see this upcoming commercial, you'll know how she's inviting you to get your story out. All of these are great comments that's coming in, and we're going to come back. Let's see. I see you. Phyllis said, great. Okay, the sound sounds great. Thank you. Oh, it's just the way the enemy works too, trying to prevent this message from getting out to you all, right? Tracy Randolph says, love Miss Ella. She said, I love some Miss Ella. Tracy, glad to have you on. And I know that she also has a talk show, and you can tune in, follow Tracy Randolph. She's the reset coach right here on the Kim Jacobs Show, and has had some traumatizing things happen that made her decide, I need to reset my life. I'm not going to tell her story, but it's the stuff that she did to change her life.
And I just saw Tracy, actually. Tracy was at the conference. I just spoke in St. Louis, and we'll talk about that later, but she came, she blew it away. So love Tracy.
Way to go, Tracy. Phyllis said that childhood trauma can take a lifetime to recover from when it's kept a secret. Do you feel like you've recovered from your traumatic experience?
I believe that I'm always recovering. And I say that because there's always going to be something that can bring that back up. But we have to stay in perpetual motion so the depression doesn't set in. So the feeling afraid doesn't set in. So some things, yes, I've overcome. I've healed from those things. Yet I think this may be true for many people. There could be things that we call triggers,
right,
that can trigger us. Yet, like Ayala Van Zandt said in her book, I think it was In the Meantime, when she talked about when she talks to fear. We have to talk to fear and be very clear and concise that fear, I'm not going to deal with you today. I have chosen, and I wrote about it in my book, what was meant to be victimization, I've chosen to be the victor over it.
Right.
So I'm victorious. I don't call myself a victim. And so a part of healing is what I'm doing now. I am, and this is the first time I'm telling this publicly. I'm working with 1,000 authors this year to help them tell their story. Okay, 1,000 authors. We're going to connect with them, help them tell their story, and help them be a #1 international bestseller. Why? Because they're opening their mouth to tell their story, because their story is their power and their power is their story. And to God be the glory.
Yes. Thank you so much for letting God use you and your circumstances to help so many other people that truly will overcome as a result of encountering you, Dr. Lotus Richey. Listen, I see the Tina Ramsey show is on as well. She said, hello, ladies. And she's also the founder of CTR Media Network, which is one of our episode sponsors today. I want to take a moment to just acknowledge that coming up on her show on March 2nd at 7:30 p.m. I love celebrating other people. So you'll never see me operate in a vacuum. I love being able to say, hey, this is what's happening around the world. The Tina Ramsey show will have Melba Moore on her episode 160. And that's going to be March 2nd at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss that Grammy-nominated guest that's going to be on the Tina Ramsey show. So make sure you tune in and support her on that day. Thank you for being here today, too, Tina.
Melba Moore.
Melba Moore, you know you better tune on in.
Yes.
She the real deal, right?
Yes, I see you, Tina.
Yeah, so she'll be there. I'll be there. Everybody be there. Like, you tune into Melba Moore on the Tina Ramsey show. Yes. All right, everybody. Listen, right after this commercial break, we'll come right back and let's just transition, if we can, to all of the things that's happened so good in your life, the accolades, the awards. I have so many photos and you name it. It's happened to Dr. Lotus Richey. So I thank God that you didn't give up in life. Because he now has such a bright future for you.
Yeah, and that's so funny that you say that, because that's the title of the chapter. You don't give up now. You know, so many of us could have given up, but we've chosen to be victorious rather than to succumb to being a victim.
Choosing to be victorious versus just letting life happen to us and it's snuffing us of the opportunity that lies ahead. So I am so excited. I see all of your comments coming in. We're going to take a moment to hear from our episode sponsor, which is Sandra's Authors Forum, and we will be right back after this commercial break. We'll be back. All right, everyone. Sandra's Authors Forum. Thank you so much for being one of today's episode sponsors. And make sure that you all stay connected with her at Sandra Rumph, RUMPH.com. All right. Dr. Lotus, talk to us about all the exciting things that's going on in your life today. Because it's unstoppable. You're unstoppable.
Well, it's been a great year thus far. And I really want to thank a lot of people out there, because Kim, you know, being your authentic self, when you just do what you do, people see it, they recognize it. And I had the pleasure of being bestowed the International Civility Ambassador Award by an amazing young lady, Tiffany, and her husband. I think her last name is Williams. She's gonna choke me, but I won. I mean, I was honored with a wonderful award. Just Romeo and his dad was there, Master P, and
But let me do this. Let me put some pictures up, because I don't have them all titled. And you tell me, because you've gotten a lot of awards. And so I want to make sure the image matches what you're saying. How about that?
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay, tell me what this is about.
So this was another book that I did with Rosemary Sanchez and Miss Exeni. This was a wonderful book that I'm in like 3 or 4 different books with them, and most of these are in Latin America. So this was amazing. I was able to cross over, if you will, from the United States. This gave me more of a global reach, just phenomenal. And here, this was over a year ago, I think. This was the MSP, Why Love is Important in Business. And this was sponsored by a brilliant gentleman in the UK. And we did this, he set this up for Valentine's Day. And this was world-class speakers from all over the world. And we were talking about why it's important to have love in your heart when you're doing business. And this hundreds of thousands of people, probably even millions of people saw this, and it was great.
I would love to hear why is it important to have love in your heart in business from your perspective, especially today. We're technically talking about just being our authentic selves. And so we definitely want to talk some about how to be our authentic self from your perspective.
Right.
But why is it important to have love in our heart as a business owner?
So as a business owner, I think it first comes with being authentic, being true to what you love to do, what service, what products you provide. And when you're being true to it, a level of love should come through. And this love will help you help people that you serve to share what they're doing with love.
I love it. That's why I love you. I love I love people.
Thank you.
I love. I just love loving people.
Yes. And you know, Kim, it shines through on all your shows. It shines through. And really, folks, if you've not met Kim in person, make your way to North Carolina and meet her in person, because she is exactly who she is on the show. This is what you get. No matter where you see her, she's always herself. And this is why love is so important, Kim, because you always want the real you to show up, not your representative, okay, because we all have representatives, but you want the real you to show up. And when you show up from a full heart of love, anything is possible.
Yes.
And for those that are Jesus believers or believe in the higher power or believe in the Bible, it says that God is love. And so I believe that we're all spiritual beings having a human experience in the God in us. If we lead with the God energy of love within us, who could be against us? And
right.
even if people are against us, love will always outshadow negativity.
I agree. Wow. So that's why it's important to have love in business. Okay, let's go to this next image. What is this?
Wow, Tapped In. So I had the pleasure of being in the Tapped In magazine with a host of other phenomenal young women all around the world. That book, the Tapped In is just doing so many wonderful things for business owners throughout the world, getting tapped in to networking around the world. And so Tandra Price is the owner of that magazine. And I just was so honored. I've been actually in that magazine a couple of times, and I've also been in the She Exists magazine. And let me grab one of the She Exists magazines. I hope I can share this one. This is the one with Mary on the front.
Nice.
And it's a flip magazine. This one is Kenny Lattimore on the back portion of it. So I'm going to be in the next upcoming issue of She Exists. And I think I was in the issues. So just amazing. And then I'm going to be a part of the Mother-Daughter Network. I'm going to be in their magazine. You know, the former First Lady, Miss Michelle Obama, was featured on their magazine. So I feel honored with so many other ladies that's been on that magazine. And of course, little birdie told me that somebody else is going to be honored on the Mother-Daughter event that's coming up here soon. So I don't want to give too much away. Maybe we can come back and do another show on that one.
Right.
But here's something else that I got. I hope you can see that. It's a Lifetime Achievement Award from President Biden. The 40 acres, Mr. Allen himself, he had me, Alan Thornton. I flew out to
That's awesome.
Where was it? Texas. Flew out to Texas. And I was honored and presented with this amazing award. 19 Keys was there. Several multimillionaires was there. Among them was little old me. And it was life-changing to receive an award, as well as the Civility Award. Vivica Fox was there. I got to talk to Vivica while I was out there, ask her a question. And this was live, aired live for the Civility Award. And then to be on the Lifetime Achievement Award, standing next to 19 Keys. I love his stuff. And when I got the letters saying, hey, you've been nominated for thus and so, it was because of the work that I'm doing around the world.
I am so honored that you're doing this work around the world, and you're doing it being your authentic self. And that's what we're talking about today, everybody, how to be your authentic self. What advice would you give people to really tap into their authentic selves? What do you advise us to do?
I would say I do mirror work. So mirror work is you look right in the mirror, look yourself dead in the eyeball, and tell yourself that you love you. Hi, Lotus. I love you. I love you for just being a great person. I love you for sharing your light. Whatever it is you love about yourself, take a moment to do that. Because
everybody, you know what? We're going to take a moment right now, no matter where you are.
I got a mirror right here.
Well, you got the mirror, girl.
I got a mirror. I keep a mirror.
Okay, guess what? I keep a mirror too, but it's over here. Look, it's right over there. There's my mirror, everybody. So you see that big mirror? It's right there. I'm going to look at my mirror as well. And if there it says, hey, it says, this girl can. And anybody that's ever smelled me know that I love perfume, right? When I was around you, could smell some good sweetness, right?
Should be smelling good, y'all.
I love to mix perfume, so I got a little perfume bar up there. And then it says she believed she could, so she did. And over here, there's an award of I keep different little awards, and not little, big awards. And one is the ICN Her Right Award that I was received by Dr. Clive Rivers and the I Change Nations and Dr. Christine Kozachek. So I was really surprised to receive that. But anyway, let's look at our mirror for a minute and say what? Instruct us, Dr. Lotus.
So you want to look in your mirror and really look in your eyes. And I know, like get fixed. Just look in your mirror, look in your eyes, and whatever your name is, say, hey, Lotus, hey, I love you.
Hey, Kim.
I love you.
I love you.
And I appreciate you.
And I truly appreciate you.
You are an amazing spiritual being.
An amazing
spiritual being.
Spiritual being.
Having a human experience.
Having a human experience, girl.
I am proud of you.
I am proud of you, Kim.
And God loves you.
And God loves you.
And I love you.
And I love you.
Now go out there.
Now go out there.
In this wonderful world.
In this wonderful world.
And do great things.
And do great things.
All right.
Oh my gosh, that feels so good. I actually turned this way because I know you're that way, and I do have a mirror over here too. But my other mirror is right here, so I was like, I'm gonna be looking away from you. That was
so we was looking like we was looking at each other or looking away.
I don't know, but I know I was looking, I think, towards you. But
I'm gonna watch the replay.
I was looking at the mirror from the perspective of just talking to myself. How many other people in the virtual studio audience did that, and what did it do for you? Put in the comments, what did that just 1 minute exercise do for you? And we'll pop your comments up after this commercial break. I want to talk more about some more images that we have right after this break. I'm enjoying this conversation with you and learning more about Dr. Lotus Frichet. You all only get to see her and her services and the things that she does, but you don't get to see the woman behind all of this greatness. So today we're exposing that right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Let me pull this in and give you a chance to hear more about Dr. Lotus Frichet now.
Flight in every area of your life with the new Ignite and Take Flight Planner 2023. It's time for you to seize the year with your great new planner. You see, this planner is designed for every entrepreneur to pursue strategic planning that cultivates leadership, accountability, gratitude, and leads to your ultimate success in life and in work. With sections that help you with your project management, habit tracking, resources, and coupon pages that are second to none, that empower each entrepreneur to make their mark, get noticed, and take charge. Reach the pinnacle of success like never before through effective planning. So get your Ignite and Take Flight Planner 2023. It's time for you to ignite your future.
All right.
I love it. So, Kim, I
Yes.
want to thank you for sharing that. And I want to urge all of you to get that planner, because without a plan to succeed, we oftentimes fail.
Right.
One of the biggest things that I want to share with the audience today is when you go to the back of the planner, we have an amazing person in the back of the planner from the Kim Jacobs Show. The Kim Jacobs Show is in this planner. There's a coupon in there, a 20% off on the Kim Jacobs Show. So make sure you connect with Kim Jacobs. And we have a host of other entrepreneurs that's in here, because this is designed to track your life and your business, to help you stay on task with what you're doing. It helps track your habits, your spending habits, your residual income, and it also offers you an opportunity to save a little cash, greenbacks, dead presidents, whatever you want to call them.
Right.
We put coupons in here, but not just to cause you savings, but also to support people that we serve, people that we do business with in any shape, form, or fashion, but also to connect you, the purchaser, with another service that will help you to expand your reach and raise your revenue.
That's awesome.
Grab it on Amazon.
Amazon. Make sure you get a copy on Amazon, everyone. Then the planner that she's talking about is so robust and filled with so much juicy meat and content. Oh, my kids said, "Don't, never mind. Certain things I'm not supposed to say. I don't know what different terms." My kids be like, "Mom, don't say certain things." I'm like, "What am I saying? I'm just saying." Anyway, everything means something nowadays, right?
Yes. Everything has like a contextual meaning. Everything always has a contextual meaning, but it's like certain things be like, "Don't say that. That's not cool," or whatever.
Yeah, my kids say like, "You don't know what that means." I'm like, back in my day, I know what it meant, but all this drama and stuff that goes on nowadays, it may mean something different. But listen, the coupon that she's talking about in the back pertaining to Kim Jacobs Show, you get a 20% discount off of a 6-week training course that I offer one-on-one. If you're interested in starting your own show from scratch, I work with you one-on-one for 6 consecutive weeks, and we create your show. You own your own content, is what this is that Dr. Lotus is talking about in that program. So just let me know that you have your planner, and I need you to screenshot that you have the planner. Don't just call me talking about you got some planner that you done photocopy some pages from. I want you to go to Amazon and order it, and when you have it, I'll give you a 20% off in honor of Dr. Lotus.
And also, you can't use that in conjunction with anything else. Don't be pasting a bunch of them together and be like, "I get 100% off."
No. No. Listen, I have some more pictures here, and I definitely want people to continue because we had some technical glitches, so we're going to go a few minutes longer. Y'all ain't going to get not hear from Dr. Lotus today. Tell me about that.
Okay, so that's Lead India. Lead India is a forum of great scientists and doctors and just great thought leaders. I was welcomed to the platform. My amazing friend, Dr. Sabita Badazi, she is an amazing person, and she just invited me to this platform during the height of COVID, where COVID was just ravaging India. And when I came to the platform, I think, the first time to speak, and this was created by what we call the president of India before he passed away. And he did this for many, many years. And it focuses on helping to educate children and things of that nature. And I ended up giving the baccalaureate speech for it. I was nominated. I found out that morning and I had to do it. And it was amazing. Now I've written speeches out for people to do it at graduations and stuff, but I had never, I think I did one at one school in Georgia, but it was amazing. And so to be in the midst of all these amazing speakers, they had I think the prime minister may have been there, and it was just amazing. So
all of this, in your opinion, is just because Lotus was being Lotus.
Yeah, just being authentic, just telling it just like it is from my perspective, because everybody have a different perspective of everything, and that's okay. And it's okay to share your perspective in a loving way from a heart-centered space. Yeah. So I was able to not only have myself there, but I was able to bring Dr. Fournier, who is no longer with us. Right. She's a former colonel in the U.S. Army, which is not easy for women, especially women of color, to achieve that. And then I had another wonderful friend of mine come, and she's also a doctor in her own right. And my cell phone's not here, and my mind is escaping me. But I had another great friend to join me, and I couldn't have done that without the support of Dr. Sabita and everyone that you saw on that platform.
Wow, this is great accolades and acknowledgments today. I see different comments coming in. Kim Jacobs, you're so beautiful. Thank you for bringing balance to us. I am honored to do so. Thank you for allowing me to serve you in this capacity. Lotus Roche, you are a game changer. My mom is on, and she said, I need Dr. Lotus Roche's book and planner. Thanks in advance.
Okay, you got it. You got it. You got it coming. And also, I've got to get your mother our new book. We just did the Empower Me book with 8 other women from around the world. One from India, one from Australia, Africa, Nigeria, of course.
Yeah, I'm gonna find that picture. I have that picture as well. I have so many great images back here because I knew we would have some great conversation. Yeah, but this is this is just amazing.
That was a #1 international best-selling book as well.
Where can they get this book?
That book, you can actually DM me. They can go to my Lotus Ignites page, and if you would, you can go right to my page on Facebook, and I've got a link on there where you can go right to my landing page and go ahead and order it. And if you want the digital copy, we have a link that I'll be putting actually on my landing page sometime today for you to get the digital copy. The Empowered Me, this book is packed full of amazing wisdom from the various ladies that are a part of this amazing
Yes, this is a #1 international best-selling book. You can go right to Dr. Lotus Roche's Facebook page, and right there on the cover is where I grabbed this from, Dr. Lotus. So if you go there, you'll get information on how you can get the digital copy or the actual physical copy. And you can also go to lotusrocheignitesyou.com, right?
Yes.
And you can learn more about all of the books, all of the services that Dr. Lotus Roche offers. So I really wanted to pop that up. Yes. And it was, let's see. We're still talking with Dr. Lotus Roche. We're going to talk with her for a few more minutes because of the fact that we had some technical glitches earlier, and we're not going out like that because it's good, juicy stuff that this woman has to share. And I want you to know how important it is to be your authentic self. We're going to take a quick commercial break, learn more about CTR Media Network, which is one of our episode sponsors, and come right back to talk more with Dr. Lotus Roche.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right, everybody, learn more about CTR Media Network, and I will be able to tell them that the Kim Jacobs Show referred you, and they will take care of you over there. All right. Also, I want you to learn more about some of the services that Dr. Lotus Richer offers, and we can learn more about her now.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professional, not assistant, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professional can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start boxing today. Wow.
That you say, get in where you fit in. So listen, y'all, get in where you fit in and learn how to be your authentic self. And you can learn that right through Dr. Lotus Richer. She's proven from being at the age of 6 years old, experiencing something that was a violation of her rights, being raped at an early age, to being silent for 15 years, living in silence with that devastating story and situation, to being able to become a Lifetime Achievement Award recipient and a woman that's making global impact across the globe. I mean, people around the world have recognized and celebrate Dr. Lotus Richer. So I'm so honored that you're here today with us. And so tell us what else you want to say to us. What else? I have more pictures I can pop up.
So I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the award that I received from Lagos TV over in Nigeria, Africa, and from Gleam Magazine. Just received an award a few months ago. It was amazing. We had a fantastic ceremony, and Miss Shirley Murphy is the owner of Lagos TV and Gleam Magazine, and she also spearheaded the Empowered Me book. And she and I, we are co-founders of an organization called ROGI. It's Women Reach Out with God Initiative in Nigeria, Africa, where we focus on young girls, helping them to get an education in multiple areas of disciplines, whether it's technology, engineering, or anything like that. So we focus on doing that and sending clothes to various places. And I mean, we just do a lot. And I'm just so happy and honored to be a part of it.
I'm so honored as well. And you have so many things to be thankful for. I want to definitely pop up this image because I love Angie. Tell us about Angie.
So Angie is an amazing woman in her own right. She's the former captain of the Japanese rugby women's team, and she's a great support, great partner, just an amazing person. And she accompanied me at the Becoming the Best You conference that I just spoke at, and she's going to be speaking at the one, from what I understand, coming up in coming up in August, and I'm just so happy about that. But Angie is she's my right, she's my left hand, she's my front, she's my back. She's just an amazing person. So
we love you, Angie. I had the opportunity to meet Angie as well, and she is just a joy to be around. And I'm excited because you all came here to Charlotte, and we got a chance to just.
Yes.
I was totally surprised. They came for Gabe's Heart Foundation 5K walk, and I was like, why does that lady kind of remind me of Dr. Lotus Richer? I was like, He came all the way from DC to support the Gabe's Heart 5K walk.
Yes. And you know, when we first pulled up, I was trying to hide, right? So you couldn't see me. Like Kim didn't know what I drove or anything like that. But it's just, you know, when you're going to see somebody, you got that energy. So they're gonna be like, for some reason, like, wait a minute, is that? And so I was trying to kind of hide so I could change and do my head wrap and all that and then get out. But man, I gotta tell you, it was one of the best experiences that I had throughout the whole year. We got on the road. I guess it must have been like 3 o'clock in the morning, and the whole trip was just so beautiful, just to get to where you were and to be a part of Gabe's Heart. In fact, I had someone. Had a meeting on Saturday, and I had on my Gabe's Heart shirt, and I had the opportunity to tell this young entrepreneur about Gabe's Heart. And this is a shameless plug. If you have not contributed to Gabe's Heart, I implore you and I encourage you to contribute to Gabe's Heart, because it is a worthwhile foundation, and I guarantee you that if you lead from a full heart of love and share to Gabe's Heart, you will not be disappointed, because many of the funds that are given to Gabe's Heart actually go back in the community. Kim Jacobs and her amazing team, they take the funds and they redistribute these funds into the community, helping the community to become the very best that they can be. And so, thank you, Kim, for letting me share that. I know you
for sharing that. And every week, not a week goes by with any of the funds that we have, we do some type of random act of kindness.
Yes.
And if I'm somewhere with some other people, they're on one end, I'm on another end, and always doing some type of doing it Gabe's way, random act of kindness. And it's just such a joy to see the joy that it brings to other people when they were just randomly surprised with something as a result of community contributions from you all. So thank you. All right, so what else do you tell us? Oh, look, I found this picture. I had to show this. I found that picture. I was like, you always talk about the secret sauce. I said, look at that.
Nobody gets me, but you got me. This is some secret sauce for sure.
Now you look real bright-eyed. You look real bright-eyed there. So tell us about that.
Navy picture. This is my Navy picture. When I first went into boot camp, I was actually graduating from boot camp in Orlando, Florida.
Wow.
Had one of the best chiefs ever. I think her last name was Jackson. Best chief ever. She was amazing. You know, us people of color, when we go, we want to use our different stuff for our face. And she went out and got me my cocoa butter for my face and made sure we had good hair products. So when our families came to our passing review, we wouldn't be looking like, who that?
Right. Who them people?
Yeah, who that? So yeah. Long time ago. Great picture. I don't know where you got that picture from.
Yeah, I know how to get some secret sauce on you.
That's right. You got that secret sizzling sauce.
Listen, I see some more pictures, and I just want to take a minute and just kind of flash through them right quick. But tell us what's going on.
So there's the other piece of my heart, and she's there, and that young lady right there, she's actually an amazing singer. She actually sang at the Becoming the Best You conference. That's Andy Nam and the amazing Mr. Terrence Leffridge, and of course I'm sitting there with them. And of course that's Dr. Reuben West. He was there. He was one of the speakers. We were in the lobby just chopping it up. We were having a great time. Yes. And of course, that's none other than my brother from another father and mother, Dr. Michael Freeland, also known as DJ Mike J.
DJ Mike. We love DJ Mike.
Yes.
And that's funny because some people I've never met face to face. So I can't wait to meet you, Dr. DJ Michael Freeland, face to face one day.
Yes.
This is awesome.
Yeah, you have to come down for the conference. I'm looking to host a conference here in Washington, D.C., and we're also looking to host a conference up there in North Carolina, right there where you are. And I don't want to give away too much, right? Right now, but I'd love to come back to your show once we get the conference up there situated so that your guests can come on out and meet me and meet you and meet so many other people live and in person. Get your book signed, get your trainings, just come and chop it up, as we say, and let us get to know you, because all of you out there are some of the biggest reasons that, oh, wow, my great grandmother. That's my great grandmother. Wow, Selena Taylor. That's my great grandmother.
She looked like she was about her business. She like, go and take this photo, baby. I got work to do. Look
She
at her
did not
face.
play. You know what my grandmother told me? She said to me, she said, never put all your money in the bank. She told me that, and that stayed with me my whole life. And she said that as she was going in her breast pocket to get me some money so I could go out and get some ice cream from the ice cream truck, because my mom and dad, they would take us on vacation at least twice a year. And my great grandmother lived in Baltimore.
Okay.
And my Aunt Gracie, who is one of the matriarchs, you should be meeting her as well at the event. She lived with her and her family, and I never forget it. I was a little girl, and my great grandmother told me that, and it stayed with me. Yeah, my great grandmother, she was awesome.
She's
and
fire,
my
huh?
grandfather, Prince Taylor, was amazing. So Selena and Prince Taylor are my great grandparents, and they were just amazing. I never met my great grandfather. He was deceased by the time I was born, but I did meet my great grandmother and got to spend time with her and listen to the stories. Her parents were slaves. She lived on a plantation, and she told us stories about what that was like.
Wow.
And a lot of people, they don't want to say, tell that story, but she told that story, and it helped me along my way to be very humble and grateful, because look at where we are today.
Thank
From
God for ancestors.
From the cotton fields of South Carolina.
And I picked cotton. So I personally picked cotton. My grandmother picked cotton, and I picked cotton. They made me pick it with them. I was like, what is this whole white field? What are we about to do? They were like, get your bag and let's go. And to see the amount of hard labor associated with just getting the cotton off the stems and stuff. I may not even be saying it right, but that was some serious.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. My mother picked cotton too. My mother picked cotton and told the stories about her experience with picking cotton and why she left the South. She promised she would never pick cotton again and never eat biscuits again, because her mother used to make biscuits. They used to have biscuits with them.
She's like, I don't want no biscuit, not no Bojang, and then she don't want none of them.
But my mother's mother, she could make some of the best biscuits I've ever tasted in my life. And I do great biscuits, but they're not my grandmama biscuits. And my mother never learned how to make biscuits because she just said
I'm not doing no biscuits. Like, huh?
But
it tastes good, Grandma.
I picked cotton. I was with a friend of mine, Lisa. We were going through the South, and I'd never seen a cotton field before. And we saw this cotton field. My friend is a Caucasian lady, and she was like, "That's a cotton field." I was like, "Oh, stop the car, let's get out." And so we stopped the car, and I got pictures. I have to send you those pictures. I got out, and I actually picked cotton for the first time, and this field was vast.
Right. So that's how this one was that I picked cotton, but this was literally in a neighborhood. It wasn't even. It was like a part of a neighborhood, and we had to go out and pick cotton.
Exactly. Yep. And so you can imagine the strains that our people had to undergo to pick this cotton. And so I'm really proud, and I really love to show up as my authentic self. And let me say this, if I may. Showing up as your authentic self doesn't mean you tell all your business to everybody, because that's not what being your authentic self is about. I believe that your authentic self is showing up from a full heart of love, understanding that you are a spiritual being having a human experience, because that levels the playing field of equality. If you're Caucasian, if you're Hispanic, if you're African, if you're African American, whoever you are, whatever you are, however you identify yourself, you are a spiritual being having a human experience, and that means that you deserve love just like everyone else. That means you are special to God, because God, in my opinion, has created you. And for those that may not identify the same way I do, it's okay, because you're great and we love you and we appreciate you. And your higher source, whatever you deem as your higher source, knows that you're important and you're incredible. And that's why it's so key for us to just show up as our authentic self, because when we show up as our authentic self, we can come up. Les Brown says that when you fall, if you can look up, you can get up. I say sometimes we fall flat on our face, and I say if you can fall flat on your face, just push up, get on your knees and crawl till you can get up. And that's being the authentic you, because we all go through challenges.
Yes.
But there's no challenge on this earth or off this earth that can separate you from the love of God, and from
none.
who you are meant to be in your purpose.
That's so good. Yeah, okay, y'all heard it from Dr. Lotus Richey. We went a little longer on purpose today. I see you, Ernetta Caldwell, the Reinvent Yourself. She has a Reinvented podcast. Make sure you check it out on Spotify. Go and listen to those episodes. They are game changers. So check out Ernetta Caldwell, Reinvented. Hey, Mom, I see you.
You know, she was on the show. She was on my show last week.
I remember. She did such an awesome job.
Amazing. And I met her because of you. And see, again, showing up as your authentic self, connecting. That's what the Kim Jacobs show. That's what you do. And so she came to the show, amazing. And we took a clip of her and Kim Coles. So hopefully her and Kim Coles will be coming to the show. Kim Coles, if you're listening to this, Dr. Lotus Richey, we're going to be connecting with you, get you on the Ignite show. And definitely we want to have you on the Kim Jacobs show.
Come on now. You know I love you, Kim.
Right?
Come right
Love
on to the
Kim
Kim Jacobs show. I can't wait to have you. Listen, Phyllis said that my mother picked cotton in Halifax County. That's where okay. Oh my gosh, Phyllis, guess what? That's the exact same field, I bet, because it's Halifax County in Garysburg, North Carolina, where I picked cotton with, and Miss Ola was the lady's name that my grandma used to send me to be babysat by her. So what if we know each other?
Hello.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I know
Phyllis.
Miss Phyllis personally. Miss Phyllis and I were on a tour where we were speaking on a tour, on the Progression Tour, about maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And I had the pleasure of meeting her in person, and she's become a near and dear friend of mine. She's an amazing person. And Kim, you got to have her on your show, because she helps people to overcome diabetes.
I want her on my show. I want anybody that you refer.
All that. Yeah. And we got, I'm going to let this cat out of the bag. We got a new book that's going to be coming up soon. So definitely when the book comes out, we definitely will be humbly honored to be back on your show to talk about the book, because
yes, and I know about the book anyway. I know about the book, and I cannot wait. And it is an incredible game changer for business entrepreneurs. That's all I'll say.
Oh, no, this is a different book. That's the Harnessing Your Thoughts book. But this is a different book that we're doing with Miss Phyllis, because this book is geared towards helping people take their power back so that they can be healthy. I can't let out the titles right now.
Okay, don't say the title, but definitely y'all come back to that.
Woo!
It's gonna be fire, huh?
It's amazing. Yes.
Now tell me about this. I know this is something bookish talk. Tell us about that.
Oh my goodness. I was on a show, Bookish, with an amazing friend of mine who also was at the event in St. Louis, Sabrina Protic. She invited me to the show, and lo and behold, she had some amazing folks on the show, just amazing. And I talked a bit about my story, and I've been invited back to their show. So I definitely would love to thank the Bookish Consortium for having me on their show. The show was amazing. They streamed to hundreds of thousands of people as well. And so it was just phenomenal. And that was only last week. I think that was last Friday the show aired. It was amazing. It was just amazing. I mean, people were crying and yeah, it was amazing.
Oh, there's so many different pieces to your story, Dr. Lotus Richey. And I do have a clip of you. I think you spoke at a conference recently. What was the conference?
That was the Becoming the Best You. That conference was hosted by Brenda Ringwood and Terrence Lethbridge, and it was in St. Louis. It was phenomenal.
Okay, let me play a quick clip.
They
said your message was just madness. They said that the drum was not beating for you. But you said, oh yes it is. You said, not only is it beating for me, but it's going to be for everyone I connect with. You know why? Because nothing can keep me down. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can deter me. Turn that up. You're coming through the barricades. We are warriors. Turn to the person next to you and give them a high five.
To the person next to you and high five. Turn. Give me a high five. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, right there.
Listen, that is awesome. I know they're gonna give me a copyright claim because of that song. So I'm like, but anyway, I am super excited. And this is the final episode sponsor. I do want to acknowledge our final episode sponsor for today. If you are looking, especially with Dr. Lotus Richey being involved globally, there is a $1.7 million housing deficit in Ghana, and they are looking for people that are interested in having homes in Ghana, maybe having dual citizenship, just even investing in homes and apartments for people to live in. And I know that the person that actually put this commercial together shared with us that they pay for their housing over in Ghana like 12 to 24 months in advance. So even if you can't just afford to get housing purchased by yourself, you can collaborate with other people and get housing to provide some quality housing for people in Ghana or for yourself and having dual citizenship. So let's take a look at this real quick and come back and have your closing comments, Dr. Lotus Richey. I think we covered plenty at this point. Hold on.
Ghana has an approximately 1.7 million housing deficit. The Ghana Housing Project is marketing the ability of investors to support the housing crisis. Investors can purchase homes to relocate, a second home, or rent. Nonprofit and profit organizations can acquire a home for a family. With the recent economic growth in Ghana and the African continent, with an approximately 1.7 million housing deficit, Ghana looks to create a luxury affordable housing community to support the growing middle class with the help of Investa Group under the leadership of Dr. Owusu Kizito. Ghana was recently featured as a top 10 location in the world to retire. Investa Group has started developing in Accra and surrounding areas with a goal of up to 1 million homes, featuring affordable luxury 2 bedrooms starting at $51,000 and 3 bedrooms starting at $71,000. INVG, Investa Group, and Africa Development Movement are separate companies and do not have prior affiliations with each other. Africa Development Movement does not represent the buyer or the seller and is simply marketing the Ghana Housing Project initiative. INVG will work directly with buyers with the purchase of apartments in Ghana and investing in InvestaFund LP.
Okay. So check out GhanaHousingProject.com. Let them know that you heard about them on the Kim Jacobs Show. Closing comments, Dr. Lotus Riche. What a joy. It's been a privilege to have you on today.
Always a joy to be in your presence. I want to thank you so much, Kim, and to all your amazing staff that work behind the scenes to help the Kim Jacobs Show come to the earth and sow a seed of abundance worldwide. I just want to thank you, Kim, for having me on the show, partnering with me, just seeding into my company, and always just doing your best to help the world just be a better place. And so, viewers, I want to thank you for watching the Kim Jacobs Show, for spending your time, wisdom, love, and energy with us today. And thank you for watching the Lotus Riche Ignite Show, books to boom your business, news you can use, and of course, 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Riche and Bring Who You Are. I just want to thank each and everyone around the world for your love and your support. And Kim, especially, I want to thank you and your mom for calling me and supporting me. Sunday was the anniversary of my mom's homegoing, and I just want to thank you for always being authentic, because you picked up the phone and you called me to see how I was doing. You prayed for me, you prayed with me, you and your mother, and I just love you and I appreciate that. And Kim, I got to tell you, I want to thank you for even praying on the vigils when mother was in the hospital. I want to thank you for that. And so, to all of you around the world, I ask that you continue to pray for Kim, pray for her family, pray for everything that she does. May it expand, may it be everything she touches. She has the Midas touch, and it turns to pure gold. And so, the final thing that I want to share with you, being your authentic self, just know that people may not resonate with however you are or whoever you are when you show up as your authentic self. But just know this, that you are important, you are loved, and you are appreciated. And you should be loved and appreciated by the first person that you wake up to every morning. And that's you and your higher source, the entity, the spirit, the God within that loves you, that pushes you forward, and that helps you get through this thing that we call life. And I hope that you ignite and take flight in every area of your life.
Thank you, Dr. Lotus Riche. And today's episode is in honor and in loving memory of Miss Mary Frances Riche. And I just wanted to put that up as our closing image for today, and knowing that it's been a year that she transitioned from this earth on Sunday, and that she's celebrating and cheering you on as your cloud of witnesses, one of your cloud of witnesses, along with your great grandmom and others. And she is saying, I am so proud of you, girl. You are making my heart glad. Even in heaven, she's celebrating with you right at this moment. So thank you for allowing your daughter to be a blessing to this entire world, Miss Mary Frances Riche. And thank you all for tuning in today to this episode, staying for a special edition. And tune in literally every day to any shows that Dr. Lotus Riche has. Lotus Riche Ignites You show. She also has the news you can use, books that boom your business. You name it, every day you can watch something over on Dr. Lotus Riche's platform. So stay connected with her. You can learn everything about what she offers at lotusricheignitesyou.com. Lotus Riche ignitesyou.com. Oh, that's today's episode, everyone. And my dog was like asleep the whole time. He's like, when I said, oh, he was like, wait, we still
What's going on?
Look, I'm like, hey, what's still happening around here? You're talking a lot.
I'm going back to sleep. I'm going
to take another nap. All right. God bless you all and have a great day. We will see you tomorrow right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. I have a gentleman that he moved out of the country and started a call center, and he's going to be talking about how just life can change so abruptly and drastically. And so he'll be on talking about his story tomorrow, and I cannot wait to see you right here at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for blessing us by being here on the Kim Jacobs Show today. You are amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Kim.
Thank you all in the virtual studio audience. And make sure you all go check out Dr. Lotus Rashay. Have a great one. Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference. And I look forward to you bringing your friends and family to join you in the virtual studio audience Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward to seeing you and make it a great day.
Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
That you took the time to tune in to today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. Listen, we have a great show lined up for you. I'm your host, Kim Jacobs, better known as the Balance Doctor. And all of our guests that come on, they're either people that have overcome some tremendous odds in their own lives as they balance this thing called life, or they're experts and they're here to share tips and strategies that will help you better balance and manage your life. Grab your virtual seats and let's get ready for some real, relevant, and relatable content on today's episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. And welcome to this episode of The Kim Jacobs Show. How are you over there, Dr. Deborah Moore Ignont?
I am wonderful. How are you?
I am doing great and so glad to have you here today. Where are you located, Dr. Deborah?
I'm in Oakland, California.
What? Okay,
yes.
So no one, you're bringing the sunshine with you, right?
Barely.
Barely.
We've been having a whole lot of flooding here, but it's nice today so far.
Okay. Well, I'm so glad that you took time to be with us today and cannot wait. I actually personally can't wait to hear your story. So everybody quickly grab your virtual seats and let's get ready to have a great episode. Just learning about some things that Dr. Deborah Moore Ignont is going to share with us. Tell them just in a nutshell what they can expect to hear from you today.
You can expect to hear from me that God is able and God is on the throne and that he is a promise keeper. And that if you are struggling with singleness like I did, because I always wanted to be married and I always had that hope that it would come to pass. And it finally did. And God is just so awesome. And I just want to share with you some of my struggles, some of the journey that I went through and how God kept me through that.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so y'all should be tagging your friends and sharing the broadcast because a lot of people that are out here that are single need to have some hope. They need some inspiration. They want to know, what can we do in the meantime, in the in-between time, when you're waiting for that person that God may have purpose for your life. So we're going to take a quick commercial break and we will get a chance to hear from our episode sponsor, which is Hunter Everidge Law Firm. Not sure if you all have utilized their services yet, but if you haven't, definitely give them a call. Let me pull some information up about them. It's Attorney Charles Everidge and Hunter Everidge Law Firm. Make sure you reach out to them if you're in the Alabama area, if you're in the Richmond, Virginia area, or if you're anywhere in the Carolinas. They deal with disability. They also deal with workers' compensation. If you've had someone pass away, a wrongful death of a loved one, give them a call, 704-251-2945. Let them know the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. We're going to hear from them and we'll be right back with Dr. Deborah Moore Ignont.
I'm Attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
Back, and we are talking with Dr. Deborah Moore Ignont. And Dr. Ignont is passionate Let me put my glasses on before I even botch up somebody's whole bio. This right here, a real live show, y'all. So I can't say go to commercial. Right, wait. Okay, Dr. Ignat. Am I saying your name right?
Yes.
Okay, she is passionate about ministry, and she has served in various capacities for many years, be it as a youth department administrator, singles ministry leader, choir member. That's interesting too, singles ministry leader, because when you're leading, but you're also dealing with some things yourself, I want to talk about that a little bit. Choir member and interceding for others on the altar. A Bay Area native, Dr. Ignat graduated from Bishop O'Dowd High School and studied at the University of Phoenix, earning her bachelor's degree in business with an emphasis on small business entrepreneurship. And additionally, she has recently bestowed with a honorary doctorate of divinity from the God School of Ministry. She's married, and she is married to Mr. Michael Ignat, who I can know is in the background because I talked to him backstage.
He's here.
And she's a stepmother to 4 adults and step grandma to 6 grandchildren, while also assisting in the care of her 85-year-old mother. All right, everybody, we're going to learn more about her Christian journey and some of the things that she does in the community in Livermore, California, and some other courses that she's taken as well. But we are so glad to have you, Dr. Deborah, here on the Kim Jacobs Show.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited and nervous.
I am too. So when we talk about faith, before we even go into your backstory or anything else, there's the book definition, faith, right? But I wanted to not just get a book definition. I wanted to get your personal definition of what it is to have faith in the midst of storms and trials that you experience.
Faith is always looking up at circumstances. It is so easy to get consumed with life and what's going on day to day, but you have to really trust that God has got you in his hands. And it wasn't until I went through some trials and errors and realized that God always brought me through. And in going through those situations, it increased my faith, even in my singleness. I always, even though I was going through the storms, going through various dating patterns, dating the wrong ones, I always, in the back of my mind, knew that God was not going to just leave me here.
That's a great definition. Just even through the trials and the tribulations, the trial and errors, you knew that God was still going to be there with you. And when you talk about even just going through some of the dating trials and errors, in today's society, I'm looking at it like, okay, dating is a whole thing. Some people date online, some people date in person, some people date multiple people because it's not the right one, and they don't want to lock themselves. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is a big deal, right?
It is.
So talk to us about your journey in singlehood, being single as a single woman.
Well, I'm old school.
Okay.
And my parents, before my father passed, had been married for 51 years. So that's all I knew. And so when I would go into dating, I always went into dating with the end in mind. And when I say end, I mean marriage.
Okay.
So I was always what you say courting. The other person probably wasn't with that same mindset. They're out here just dating in these streets.
Okay. Before she even finishes, I want to know, are you one of the people that believe in just dating in those streets out there, or are you a person that believes in courtship and which leads to marriage? Please put your thoughts in the comments.
That's what I believe in, and that's how I dated. And it's the funny thing, because my mom would say, why you only just date one person? And I was like, because I'm not out here trying to date multiple different people. That's too much work.
Right. I agree with you. I agree with you, Deborah. Dr.
I'm
Deborah.
focused on one person and one person only. What they're doing, I'm hoping that they're focused on me, but a lot of times they weren't. They weren't.
Okay, so you dated with the intention of marrying the person that you were dating.
Yes.
But I can tell you right now, we have this expert. I should tag him because I know he would chime in. Let me just tag I'm gonna say Ken Canyon he's our relationship expert, right?
Okay.
And he comes on and talks about things from his perspective that
Mhm.
are problems that women have pertaining to being, oh man, I tagged the wrong person. But anyway, he actually talks about, no, you should not date with just thinking that you're going to just date the one person only, and then he thinks you should keep your options open. So we have our own like disagreement about that.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I believe too that you should date with the intention of marrying the person, because
Mhm.
what in the world, if you're gonna date like 6, 7, 8 people?
Exactly. And then you know that stigma that comes with women when they're dating multiple people. The men can do it and it's all fine. But let us do it. Oh, we all kind of things. Okay.
But see, I say that, but then I really don't know, because I'm real green, real green with this situation. So where I may think that's the right way to do it, really that like it depends upon who you're dating. If they're not the right person, then you're gonna have to date somebody else again, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
You
But
can't
I'm
be
not
like, oh,
going to
that
that.
didn't work.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So how did it work for you? You dated somebody, it didn't work.
And the relationships that I was in, most of them lasted years. They lasted, and especially the ones that were really serious for me. They were like 5-year relationships.
Right.
And then for them to not end well, it was devastating for me.
That's what I would think.
It was devastating for me. And then you would go through that period of, oh no, did I waste time? What was I doing? Why did it take me so long to see the flags not move on?
So now that's wasted time. So because of your heart and your commitment that I'm true to this person, I'm exclusive to this person, how did it end in a couple of the instances? Because now you said relationships.
Well,
which
one of them,
it was plural.
The first guy that I dated long term, I found out that he was cheating on me. And this was before I got saved. Okay. So, I'm dating as the world was dating or is dating. And we dated for 5 years. But something in my spirit told me that he was not going to be my husband. But you know how you just keep on holding on.
Right. And feel free to get some water too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my father straight up told him, "You are not gonna marry my daughter." And me being rebellious, a rebellious child against my father,
that made you want to even more, right?
I want to prove him wrong. So when I finally found out that he was not the right one and that he was messing around with someone else that he eventually ended up marrying, I found out some years later.
Okay.
I had my suspicions about that individual, and it ended up being true. And so
was it somebody you knew?
I had seen her in passing.
Okay.
I didn't know her like that.
But she wasn't your bestie or nothing crazy.
Yeah. And then I ended that one. And then the other guy that I dated, that was like, he was a long distance relationship.
Okay.
And I knew he was going to be my husband. My dad liked him. My family liked him. My friends liked him. Everybody loved him. And one day I went to his city for a conference, and
you saying, wait a minute, you saying a lot. This was a long distance relationship.
It was a long distance relationship, and
so everybody loved him. Everybody loved him.
Everybody loved him.
You surprised him and went to his city?
No, he knew we were coming.
Okay,
it was myself and 2 of my other cousins.
Girl, this getting good. Like I'm watching a Lifetime. I'm like, wait, girl.
We go out there, and he told us that we could stay with him, and everything was fine. And for years, we flew back and forth to see each other. So it wasn't like anything new. So go out there, stay with him.
Right there, we're gonna take a commercial break. You know how you watching a movie? Stay tuned, because we're gonna hear more about what happened when she flew out there with her friends, and they went to go hang out with her boyfriend that everybody loved already. We'll be right back after this commercial break to hear what happened next.
Right.
You can go to commercial, Mackenzie.
I have peace of mind
Mackenzie,
with
like, is
Silver
that a real
Shield Security, which has been protecting my family and home, along with servicing the Carolinas for over a decade. Silver Shield Security knows the importance of convenience and safety. Whether you live in an apartment, a home, or run a business, they are here to protect you from unwanted intrusions and fires. Call now at 704-440-4688 or visit the website at www.silvershield-security.com. You can use my promo code #ToneX and get 1/2 off your installation price. Don't forget to ask about the new no money down options. Let Silver Shield Security help to give you peace of mind, just like me and my family, and keep your business safe.
All right. So now you get there. What happens, girl? Oh, I got you muted. Because I can hear you laughing during the commercial. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So we get there, and the first thing he tells one of my cousins is, if the phone rings, don't answer it. Excuse me? So, because he was working while we were there for the conference. So he's out to work, phone rings, and my cousin forgot what he said.
No, your cousin did not forget. Let's be very clear. Your cousin said, to heck with that.
She picks up the phone, and it's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, who is this? And cousin's like, I guess she told her who she was or whatever. And that just started the whole thing. And he came home, he was hot, and we get into it. And I was like, this ain't working for me.
No.
It's not working for me. I said, I'm in California. I'm being faithful to you. But I couldn't be too angry at him because he always said, we have to be realistic. I live in another state.
Oh, so he already painted the picture that...
He painted the picture and I ignored the sign. I wanted to ignore the sign because he had all the qualifications that I needed. And we as single women tend to do that. Oh, he has everything that I always wanted. And then you see these red signs over here blinking and you want to ignore them because you're so focused on that. And that's what I fell into. So 5 years later, after dealing with this man and finding out that he's out here living his best life, and I'm
on your time, on my
time, I was like, I don't like this arrangement. It's not working for me, so I ended it. And we flew back home that next day. And
so you were scheduled to stay out there longer, but then when it came to an abrupt halt.
Actually, it was toward the end of the conference, so it was time for us to go anyway. And so, but he was such a good friend.
Okay.
And when I met him, he was in college, and so I kind of helped him through college.
He had nothing. You were there for, brother, right?
I was there, and so that's what really hurt me the most. And he would stay in contact, like on birthdays. How you doing? Happy birthday! And we did that kind of thing for some years until he ended up getting married. And he got married, and I think like a year into his marriage, he found out his wife was dying of cancer.
Oh.
And so, but he always stayed in contact with me. It was like that soul tie he couldn't let go, I guess.
That's interesting because most of the times when people have relationships, they sever them and they go their separate ways.
And that's usually how I operate with it. But with him, it was different. And it was probably because I thought this was going to be my husband. Right. And so she died like 7 years later.
Oh.
And he called me to tell me that she died.
Oh my God.
And at that time, I didn't have anybody. I wasn't dating anybody at that time when he called me.
Girl, you wait. You get ready. You
in between there, yes. But
no, that's not what I'm talking about now. I'm praying he had my deepest condolences and sympathy. Now, you saying that when his wife passed, he reached back out to you.
Yes.
Oh, girl,
now he had been reaching out like on birthdays and stuff.
Right, just
so it wasn't like I hadn't talked to him. But yeah, he reached out to tell me his wife had passed. And of course, I'm feeling like, oh my God, now I'm saved.
Okay.
I'm saved now. So I'm not that same person that I was
when
we were dating before. And so, of course, the Christ in me, I'm feeling empathetic toward him. And I was like, oh my God. And I could tell that he had really gone through some things because, I mean, you dealing with someone with cancer and stuff. That's a whole nother animal. So I could tell he was kind of burdened. And I was like, why don't you just come to California just to get away? And that was just my intention. I wasn't thinking anything else.
On, Deborah.
I'm saying, I
okay.
doing nothing with you.
Y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all better put some comments in the comment section. Y'all hearing the story just like I am, and I'm not being judgmental one way or the other. Okay.
Yeah. So he came, and it was not the same for me. It was not the same. But I always, in the back of my mind, wondered if we would have ever gotten married. And his whole circumstance had changed. I mean, he had a whole lot of stuff going on in his personal life. And so it was not the same. But God ended up telling me clear as day one time, because he had come, like, I want to say for 3 years after that.
Okay. So he kept coming.
He kept coming, not
but you weren't dating
me for his personal thing that he was going through. So he
were you dating him at this point?
No.
So it was just a clear platonic friendship.
Yeah. But
no friends with benefits. No, man. Okay.
I'm saved, and this is how I'm living my life now. But when you're up here, you can stay because it's you're handling. But
I think you're it's glitching or something.
But God ended up telling me, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes. So, yes. So he came to visit you.
Yeah. So God ended up telling me. Yeah, that went on for like 2 years. And then God just spoke to me one day and he said, I'm trying to bless you. You need to cut this soul tie. This is a soul tie and you need to cut it. And I heard it clearly.
You all believe in soul ties, everybody in the studio audience? I want to know your thoughts. Do you believe that when something is over, it needs to be clipped because that's a soul tie that you need to get away from so that God can bless you at a different level? Put your comments in the comment section if you do believe in that theory, or if you don't, say no, I believe you just keep on keeping on and keep on showing love until the end of time or whatever. I don't know. Whatever your thought is. I can tell you my thought. My thought, and it's probably a warped one, I guess. I don't need to justify it. I want to show the love of God that I can to every single person that I can in life. And there are people that I know that have wronged me in my lifetime, and I still love them. I still have some level of love for them. Now, I won't be hanging with them. Okay.
Yes.
Don't worry. I'm not going to be going and being your buddy no more because I done been bumped across my head and I understand. But to just be like, I despise or hate or anything. No, I don't actually. So I don't.
And I don't either. If he were to call me today, it'd be fine. I don't have any problems like that. It's just that soul tie where we're connected in some way or another. It's totally different. So he told me to do that, and I did it immediately. Now, normally when God speaks to me, I'm like pondering and do, but I knew I needed to do something.
You had to do that.
Something was in the works and I didn't know what it was at the time. And so I told him when he came up the last time, I said, I gave him a long speech. I let him know how over the years I felt used, blah, 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 blah. Ended it, told him, don't call me anymore. Nothing. And he granted my request. He didn't contact me.
Okay.
And
so he never contacted you again.
He never contacted me again.
Wow.
And he's always been a gentleman that way. He's
Okay.
always been, he's never just really went rogue on me and did anything that was not pleasing to me. He granted my wishes. And so he understood where I was coming from.
Mhm.
And that was like the start of me getting ready to meet my husband, not knowing that this was going to be my husband.
Mm. Wow. Okay.
And so I said, okay, Lord, it's me and you. I'm tired of dating these guys. I want to be married. I'm getting older. I can't have kids right now. Well, I can't. I could have, but I'm not because I'm old. I'm older now. So I'm like, so I know you've heard my cry over the years that I desire to be married. I'm the only child. My brother passed away when I was 29. He was 28. So I'm like, I don't want my parents not to
have grandchildren,
or not even that, but worry about me being by myself.
Right.
I don't want to be by myself. And so I just really started just buckling down and focusing on God at the time. And at that time, I was in school to get my bachelor's. And I was about to graduate. I was going to school of ministry at my church. I was about to graduate there. So everything was moving along well. And then I want to say 4 months later, boom, here comes my husband.
Okay. All right, y'all. You know, this story going to take a even additional interesting turn. Okay. So we're going to get to hear about the Boaz in a few minutes here. But let me go to some of the studio audience comments and hold on about Mr. Ignat. Okay. And did you send me the picture to my Yahoo or to my Gmail?
To your Yahoo.
Okay. All right. So let me don't worry about it. We'll figure it out during the commercial. Send it one more time. But let me go to some of these studio audience comments and see what y'all are saying here. I see you, Vanita. You said good morning, Kim and Dr. Deborah. You're chiming in from Florida. Welcome to you, Vanita. Let's see. My mom is on today, and she said good morning, Kim and Dr. Deborah.
Good morning.
And in the comment section again, y'all, make sure you check out how you can stay connected with Hunter Everidge Law Firm as well. And their information is right there in your comment section. Go ahead, Mackenzie. You can scroll the Jesus loves you where you are, but won't leave you where you are.
Hey, Steph.
Stephanie said that. And she said that was when you were talking about being single. Yeah. Next comment. Let's see. Any more comments? Oh, Mackenzie backstage is helping me today. She said 2.5 years ago, I could date just to date and everything. I met my husband now and knew I was ready to commit and be in a serious relationship. Fast forward 1.5 years later, I'm married, live with my husband, and have a baby on the way.
All right. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mackenzie and Trenton. Yes. All right, let's see. Another comment. I see. I had one of those, ended up getting pregnant, and he was gone.
Oh no.
She had a previous relationship. She got pregnant and has a beautiful son. And she said, in her own words, poof, gone.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Next comment, some more comments that came in. I believe in dating only one person. Okay.
Yeah,
I believe
Anita.
That's my personal belief too. All right. And then I see you cracking up in the studio audience. Oh, somebody said some cougar vibes going on if you're getting it in the playing field. Okay. Sheree said, now this is interesting. This right here. This is an interesting topic. Not the red glasses. Yes, I had to put the red glasses on and turn them sideways for some of what she was saying.
Because this is fire.
This is fire. All right, y'all. Keep your comments coming. I see a lot of them. Stephanie said he was Ishmael.
Shut up, Steph.
Stephanie went all the way there. She's like, oh, you know what?
He was.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see that, Mackenzie. Keep going. Yes. Katrina said yes. And Benita said, yes, I do. And Sheree said, yes, ma'am. Soul ties, Stephanie said, are real, especially where intimacy has taken place. So cutting those soul ties of intimacy has taken place is important. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because some people, God has a funny sense of humor. Kevin Sharp said, oh, Kevin, just speaking of which, I want to let you know too, on Freestyle Friday, we do have an all-male panel coming up on
Oh,
this week's
awesome.
Freestyle Friday. He actually requested that we have an all-male Freestyle Friday expert panel. So that's happening on Friday, just so you know. Oh, Tanya Butler says, just tuning in. Can't wait to hear the rest of your testimony. 26
my
years
God.
in my God-ordained marriage is what she said. We met in college at the end of an era of realizing that we wanted only what God wanted. And boom, we met each other.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
And she has a beautiful family. Beautiful family.
Awesome.
All right, next comment. Any more comments? Y'all keep your comments coming. Great, great. Okay, you'll see that on Friday, Kevin, too. All right, so everybody, we're talking with Dr. Deborah Moore-Ignat. When we come back, let's make sure that we get to hear about this marriage made in heaven. So I am excited about it, and I'm trying to see. I still don't see that photo, so I got to figure out where it is. But anyway, when we come back, we can at least talk about Mr. Ignat, her husband, and we're going to learn more about him right after this commercial break. We'll be right back, everybody.
All right.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better.
All right, everyone, we are back and we're talking with Dr. Deborah Moore-Ignat. What to do when your faith is unsure. And when she went through her single years, she had some instability with that faith situation. But then God blessed her with her husband. And so I want to put this image up for a moment, because if you too are struggling with what to do, what do you do when your faith is unsure? And it's her journey of singleness to intimacy. How do people get a copy of your book, Dr. Deborah?
They can go to my website at DeborahMooreIgnat.com.
DeborahMooreIgnat.com. And for those that are podcast listeners, it's DeborahMooreIgnont.com. DeborahMooreIgnat.com. All right. And you can get a copy of her book, What Do You Do When Your Faith is Unsure? All right. So tell us about how God turned things around for you.
Okay. Well, this is a story in itself, just how we even got to the altar.
Yes.
But, so like I mentioned before, I cut the soul tie, and I was focused on the Lord. I was focused on graduating from school. And then one day I'm on Facebook and my husband and I used to go to junior high school together.
Get out of here.
Yes, we went to junior high school together. So that's where I first met him.
Okay.
And back
never
then,
dated or anything?
No. He was dating one skirt and I was looking at somebody else. So.
Okay.
But I remember him as always being a nice guy.
Okay. You know, I know your husband in the background now. He like, don't get choked up now when you talked about all them other dudes. I know he in the background because I talked to him backstage.
Well, he's gone now. So
okay.
Yeah. So I already knew who he was. Okay. And after high school, when I went to one high school, he went to another high school. So that's kind of where I lost contact with him.
Okay.
So after junior high, didn't see him anymore. I might have seen him 2 more times after that in passing. He used to work for UPS. So one day I saw him driving his truck and I was like, hey, so we never really had a conversation or anything. Didn't know anything about his life after junior high school.
But were you interested in him when you saw him on you just went on about your business?
Just went on about my business and stuff.
Okay.
Just, hey, and never thought about him twice. And so when I saw him on Facebook on a mutual friends page, because we knew some of the same people, I was like, oh, there goes Michael. I haven't seen him in years. Let me just reach out and say hi.
Okay.
So I inboxed him. I'm like, hey, stranger, how you doing? Okay. And he immediately responded and said, hey, Deborah. He said, you know what? I always thought you were cute, but I never told you. It's like, what?
Now, at this point, you single. How old are you?
Single. 52.
Wait, first of all,
wait a minute.
I'm around that age now. So what in the world?
I'm I'm about to be 60.
Get out of here. So I would never have known that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be 60 on May 4th. So
wow. Okay.
Yeah, I met him at 51. I was 51. Get out of here. Yes. And I had never been married before, never had any children. So when he said that, it kind of caught me off guard. I said, because he never showed any interest in me like that. And so we just started communicating then. And I was liking what I was hearing. I was like, okay, he sounds like me in a man. Okay. And so through, and so he's telling me his history and telling me that he had been married before, 2 times before, and he was telling me about his kids, like to me they've been for years, then Texas, but came.
It's glitching,
and so he's telling me all of this, and
go ahead. I can hear you
really?
now. It's
still doing it now?
No, not now. We can figure out what you're saying. Go ahead. I just can't control the other person's internet, but that's fine. Go right on, girl. I'm enjoying this story. Go.
Oh. Yeah, so we just did a lot of communicating. And then one day we decided to get together and meet for coffee. And so we did that. Okay. And I drove, because he was there first. And I drove up and he's standing in the doorway with this white sweatsuit on. Looking, so fine.
Oh,
and
Lord,
he's a tall
Lord, here we go.
He's a tall drinking water.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, Jesus. And I'm trying to be, now I'm saved now, and I'm trying to be good. And I see this man standing in the door, and I'm like, oh, God. And then I heard the Lord say, he's going to be trouble.
You done met your match now, huh?
And I'm like, and my hormones is raging, and I'm like, knees shaking. And then he was a gentleman. He came and got me out the car, and he opened the doors. And so, these men today, these kids today, they don't know how to be chivalrous, okay? He walk on the outside of the street. I'm noticing all these little things that I hadn't been getting with these other
guys.
Ishmaels, as Stephanie called them. And so we talking, and it's just flowing. Next thing you know, the place says, okay, we closing in 10 minutes. What? We just got here.
No, I need more. I
need more and stuff. And so I lived right around the corner, and I was like, well, why don't you come to the house? Because if he was just some Joe Blow I just met, that never would have happened. But because I already knew him, I said, why don't you just come to the house and we can finish talking and stuff.
Okay.
So go to my house. The dog, my little dog, goes ballistic. He's
in a good way or bad way?
he's like, who is this? And he's on him like white on rice. And I had never seen my dog act the way he was acting toward him. And I would try to get my dog away from him. My dog would just be like, ah. He was just like, no, I want him and stuff. And so, needless to say, that went on. And next thing you know, we start dating. And it was fine. I was like, wow, I could see myself really marrying this guy because my dad would love him. By this time, my father had already passed. Okay. So I was like, I could see my father really liking him. Because
Anita says, shoot, I should have made me some popcorn.
You got to get the book to get all the nitty gritty details about what's been going on with Deborah.
Anita's like, man, if I had time, I would have popped me a 3-minute bag of popcorn for this episode.
I'm like,
wow.
Okay, Sam, be quiet. Mommy's on camera.
Oh, that's funny. Sam, like, no, that's why I'm making noise. You over here talking about me. I'm
okay. And so, yeah, we were fine. Everything was going fine. And I want to say maybe 6 months in, that's when the first red flag popped up for me.
In a good way or bad way?
Bad. It was his past was coming to his current.
Okay.
So and I'll just leave it at that. His past was coming to the current, and it kind of stumped him. And I was like, well, what are we doing here? You need to figure this out. You got kids involved. I'm like, I'm not trying to, what's really going on?
Right.
Needless to say, we break up. Stephanie, who was on here earlier, Stephanie was kind of instrumental in us getting back together because it was toward like the new year was coming up. And we had already bought tickets to go to a concert. Her husband, and me and Michael. And she was like, "Well, we done spent money on these tickets. You gotta get
y'all gonna be together for this one day."
Me say we go to concert and got back together, and everything's moving along. And I'm not going to say it was smooth; it was rocky, because my husband still had to work out some of his past issues.
But the point is, he is your husband at this point.
He's my husband at this point.
Okay, so you all do. Let me pull. I did find one picture. I don't, for whatever reason, can't get that other. But here's a picture that I did find. Tell me if this is correct. Is that you and your husband?
I don't see a picture.
Oh, you don't see that picture? It's a picture of you in a wedding dress.
That's us.
Okay. I'm like, oh Lord, that's not you.
That's him.
Yes. And so you all look absolutely lovely together. And that's the picture I was able to find on social media for you guys. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Okay.
And so y'all have you've been married now.
We had a rocky 3 years of dating because we broke up, we got engaged, broke up, planned the wedding date, broke up again. I mean, you got to get the book to get all the details.
Don't worry, y'all. The book is right here, y'all. The book, What Do You Do When Your Faith is Unsure? My Journey of Singleness to Intimacy. Yeah. So ultimately, singleness ended and she became married, but it was even a rocky road going into the marriage itself.
Going into the marriage itself. And now we're going on 6 years in July.
Okay. So it's smoothed out some, clearly?
Everything's smoothed out.
I'm like, please let's not get off this show whether is it still rocking? What's happening? Because
everything's smoothed out. So when it came to the intimacy part, it was like when you're single, you're thinking about intimacy, sleeping with somebody, going to bed with somebody, and that's it. But I quickly learned after I said I do that intimacy involves a whole lot more than that.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, it's a whole lot of sacrifice. It's a whole lot of giving of yourself in a marriage. And people think that, it's going to be a pie in the sky once you get married. It's just going to be rainbows and butterflies. But God, if you don't have God at the center, I mean, it's going to be a really hard journey. But I just thank God that he kept me through everything and every circumstance that I went through in my singleness. It was a learning lesson
Right.
and it was a preparation period for when I got married.
Wow.
And so now we're married and now we're just loving on each other and taking care of my mom, and things have just turned around so dramatically. And God is just awesome. He is
All right. But so now when we come back after this next break, and Mackenzie, I'll play the next commercial, but when we come back after this break, I want to hear from you what advice you give those that are still single and they're dealing with different struggles, which you can relate to because you've been single for quite a long time, up into your 50s. That's the majority of your life.
Yes.
So what advice and tips would you give to them to be satisfied in their singleness?
Yes.
In our singleness, actually. So
exactly.
I put myself in that. All right. So let me play right now a quick commercial from my son, Ivan. Ivan Jacobs actually is one of our episode sponsors today. And he's lost over 100 pounds.
Oh, wow.
And he did it through diet and exercise and no surgery or anything. Not that anything's wrong with surgery. So we're not condemning anything to do with surgery if that's the route that you have to take. But I'm just telling you his story. And he battles and kicks cystic fibrosis in the head. And so that's a lung disease. So this is a big deal. He's taking 5 new clients that he can take on with his new personal training certification. So we'll hear from Ivan with majorpt.com now, and I'll pull it in. Okay.
Lower that scale number, and you just need help to make that transformation. My name is Ivan Jacobs from Major PT, and allow me to be of service to you as your private personal trainer. In my personal case, I've lost over 100 pounds and I've kept it off. I have made a total transformation, and now we help other people make transformations just like that. What we offer is mobile personal training, where we drive out to your location or we meet up at a location to exercise together, as well as nutrition coaching and habit coaching. We guarantee results or your money back. We understand how important it is and how difficult it can be trying to navigate nutrition and fitness alone. So work with us to make your transformation possible. Our slogan is train you once and train you forever. We don't hope to keep you as clients forever. We hope to inform you so that you know what to do in your own day-to-day life. The workout program is custom tailored to you based off of gym frequency, assessments, and personal preference. We focus on progressively overloading in a safe and proper manner. We can meet up at the gym or your own home. I understand the importance of convenience and will work with what you want. Through the use of applications, you will have access to see the entire program from your phone. You can contact me, track your weight, and add personal goals all within the app. We will help you develop and maintain healthy habits that support your fitness goals for the long term. Together, we can identify areas for positive change and develop strategies to help you stay on track. Nutrition is a crucial component of achieving any fitness goal. As a personal trainer, I understand its importance and how it can make or break your progress. That's why I offer personalized meal recommendations as part of my all-in-one monthly program. With the help of apps, you can access your meal plan and track your nutrition right from your phone, making it easy to stay on track and make progress towards your fitness goals. Let me take care of the nutrition aspect so you can focus on your workouts and achieving your goals. If you would like, I can even accompany you to the grocery store to help you shop for healthier choices or set up an Instacart delivery right to your front door. Click the link below so we can schedule a free consultation to discuss further. We're excited to work with you, and see you later.
So check out majorpt.com. I mute myself because they can hear us. But check out majorpt.com to learn more. And for Confidence Tones, the previous episode sponsor, I want to make sure that you know to reach out to Dr. Joe D. Bear to learn more. She's one of our actual episode sponsors and Freestyle Friday experts. But the confidence tones that she talks about, you can reach her at 800-820-0584 or visit drjod.com to learn more about the confidence tones and the different sounds that you can get calmness with. Okay. All right. So tell us some things that you would share as tips for those that struggle with being single.
Well, there are several things. One, keep busy. Keep busy because the enemy is busy. And anytime that he can get you alone and have you on that pity party, sitting in the house, eating, depressed, looking at everybody else's situations, he's got you. So you need to find something, an outlet, something that's going to keep you occupied, something that will fulfill you to help you pass that time until God blesses you with your mate.
That's good.
Yeah. So yeah, that's key. And I think that's one of the things that helped me get through. It helped me not just succumb to my circumstances and just waddle in pity all the time. I always had something that I had going on, be it active in ministry or hanging out with my friends. And I know sometimes it gets tiring hanging out with the same sex all the time because I'll be like, I'm tired of looking at y'all. I need some male stimulation.
You needed Michael.
So kids, staying busy. Also, keeping yourself in the Word.
Keeping yourself in the Word. Y'all make sure y'all type these in the comment section. Keep busy and keep yourself in the Word. If you're
in
single,
the Word, listen to gospel music, listen and watch, and be careful what you watch on TV and what you put in your ear and eye gates and stuff, because that'll affect you. You over here listening to Luther Vandross all the time. Being careful of what you listen to. Also, if you are dating someone as a single person, date in group.
Date in groups. Is that what you said? Did you say date in group settings? Is that what you just said? Okay.
Group date. Yes.
Oh,
don't date
date
alone.
So,
yeah. Don't just date with you and your partner and stuff. And keep it out of your houses. Don't go to each other's homes and stuff. Date in public. You got to date with groups and date in public. Because, I mean, we're human. God made us this way. And so, of course, our flesh is going to be wanting to do a lot more things that it shouldn't be doing before we get married. And I don't know if you've heard of that adage that kissing ends up in babies or something. How's it go? You get pregnant. And that's true. Because once you start petting and kissing and doing all these things and stuff, your hormones is going to be wanting to do the next thing.
That's good.
So you got to be careful. Now, if you want to hold hands and stuff in public, that's fine and everything. But all this petting and kissing and doing all this stuff, you got to be careful of that.
Okay, you said intimacy is not just sex. Tell me about that.
It's not. It's a surrender of yourself. I mean, there are a lot of things that you have to give up. You can't just be so self-motivated anymore with intimacy. Right. Just as Christ wants us to develop a relationship with him by getting in his word, knowing his character, his personality. That's what a relationship is like.
Okay.
You got to get to know your partner. And I'm going to give this little brief testimony. Just in these past 3 months, I've really had to give of myself because my husband hurt his heel. He shattered his heel. And so now he was off for 3 months. And man, I've had to do everything. But you do it because you love your partner. Wow. And so I had to surrender and give myself to him all the time. And I work from home. So he's home with me. And I'm like going stir crazy because I'm not getting any space anymore. But I always had to bring myself back and say, it's not about me, Deborah. Your husband's here. He can't get around. And you have to step up and do that. And so that's what intimacy is. I want to get to know my husband. I want to get to know his quirks. I want to get to know what makes him happy, what doesn't make him happy.
Right.
And when you're with somebody long enough, you know what triggers them.
That's right.
You want to be careful not to trigger them. So yeah, intimacy is more than just laying in the bed having sex. And the older you get, that ain't important no more.
That's good advice. I think this is such great advice that you're giving. And how do single people deal with the loneliness from your perspective? Because it's one thing when you're married, like you're married now. So people be like, oh yeah, girl, you married, so save it. How do you, but you've been married, single for 52 years,
Yes.
51 years.
Yeah, I was lonely. I always suffered with loneliness and stuff. But I always I always would get books, self-help books that would help me get through some of the loneliness, lonely times that I went through and stuff. And talk to somebody. You're not on an island by yourself and stuff.
That's
and
good.
when you read my book, you will see there were a lot of times that I didn't share what I was going through. And that just made the situation worse. You want to be able to talk to some godly counsel, somebody that you can trust that can help feed back into you in those lonely times.
That's
Talk to
good.
somebody that has overcome loneliness, not somebody that's lonely just like you.
So get advice from people that's overcome what you're trying to deal with versus having to be going through exactly what you're dealing with at the same time, is what Dr. Deborah is saying. So good advice, wise counsel from this woman. I love I love the tips that you are sharing here. Anybody you have questions in the studio audience or comments or anything, make sure you type them. But you want to be able to talk to someone and get some godly counsel. And I see that as a comment backstage here too. Thank you so much for putting that up, Mackenzie. We'll pop some of these up. You want to be able to talk to some godly counsel, get some godly counsel to someone. Let me make sure we retype that. Someone to get godly counsel. I love that.
And volunteer your time in different places, different organizations and stuff where you're able to give back. Because when you start helping other people that are struggling a whole lot more than you start feeling fulfilled because you are helping those individuals.
You're saying things that really truly can make a difference for not just single people, even married people. These are just great tips. So volunteer your time to help others, and that'll help take some of the focus off of what you're maybe dealing with, is what I would think. So
Exactly.
I love this.
Just be encouraged that God has not forgotten you.
That's good.
He has not forgotten you, and he will meet your needs in due season. You just have to have faith that he's going to do that.
Wow. Listen, y'all, we've been talking with Dr. Deborah Moore-Ignont, and her tips are incredible for those that are dealing with singleness. And in the book, What Do You Do When Your Faith is Unsure? You're going to hear Dr. Deborah's journey of singleness to intimacy. And intimacy is way more than sex. And so the way that you can get her book and stay connected with her is where? Let people know again.
At DeborahMooreIgnont.com.
DeborahMooreIgnont.com.
And you can order the book there, and I'll sign it and all that.
You will get your signed copy of the book. What do you do when your faith is unsure? Okay. You'll get a copy of that book there. And I also want to give you an opportunity, because many times people, in fact, thank you so much, Terry Brinston. I saw that you sent a donation to the Kim Jacobs Show, and lots of others. I've been naming them all throughout last week that have been pouring into the Kim Jacobs Show. But I wanted to let you know that as we continue to produce and broadcast our daily show, we rely heavily on the support and generosity of you all in the community to keep allowing us to bring this valuable content. And this is the only way, through your partnership, that we get the opportunity to bring balance to the world, one household at a time. So if you enjoy watching the Kim Jacobs Show and would like to contribute to our efforts, which are greatly appreciated, each and every one of you that do that, then please make sure that you contribute to being able to help fund the production and the distribution of these episodes that you all see on a weekly basis. Every single day, weekday, we're on at 11 o'clock a.m. So the ways that you can give is Cash App, Kim Jacobs Inc. You can give through paypal.me/Kim Jacobs Inc., Venmo at The Kim Jacobs Show, or you can become a Patreon member, patreon.com/The Kim Jacobs Show. And thank you so much for your ongoing support of The Kim Jacobs Show. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. And thank you, Terry, for your donation that I just saw as well. All right, I'll give shout outs all the time. So please feel free to do that. And I'll make sure I put that up so you'll be able to screenshot it if you like as well. All right, tell us a closing comment, Dr. Deborah.
Well, I just want to close with this and encourage you that God is there. God hears your plea, He hears your cry, and He has not forgotten you. Stay the course, because you will be blessed in due season if you faint not.
And I do know that I see you not just your cutesy girly girl over there all the time. You wearing some hard hats and some steel toe shoes.
Yes, I
What
do.
is that about?
Yes, I do. Well, I'm in the construction industry. I have my own consulting business called dmoreconsulting.com. And I do labor and contract compliance management with public projects. So right now I'm doing some work with the Port of Oakland, Alameda County. So yeah, it's a very rewarding job. Profession. And not enough women. So we're looking for more women to get into construction. But yeah, so that's what I do.
That is so wonderful. So you're a woman of many hats as you're balancing motherhood, because you have your 4 adult children that you are the stepmom of, you have your 6 grandchildren, and you're a wife, and you are a construction owner, consultant, and you are an author. So lots of hats that you wear. Kudos to you and everything that you're doing to bring balance to this world.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. And thank you all in the virtual studio audience. I see you, Vanita. Bye-bye. And I thank you for tuning in to today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow as we learn how to kind of blossom into your brilliance. We're going to have Ruth Kent here on the Kim Jacobs Show, and she's going to be talking to us about how to just really tap into being able to be all that God created us to be. We'll see you at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Thank you, Dr. Deborah.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
Have a great one, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for tuning in to today's episode of the Kim Jacobs Show and for being in the virtual studio audience. Your presence truly does make a difference, and I look forward to you bringing your friends and family to join you in the virtual studio audience Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward to seeing you and make it a great day.
Workout classes in your community through the Let's Workout app. With the app, you can easily find classes in your area and sign up for them. The app sends alerts about new classes within a 10-mile radius of your location, so you never miss out on an opportunity to get fit. Let's Workout is also a great platform for trying out new types of classes or finding a new favorite instructor. You can filter classes by type to find the perfect fit for you. Plus, the app handles all the payment details, so you can focus on getting the most out of your instructor in class. Download Let's Workout today and take the first step towards a more active and healthier lifestyle.
Aluva Immune was actually something that was requested by our affiliates. Right now, people are more aware of their health than ever before, and you have to have the best immune system to help support all that's going on.
Hi, I'm Malaysia. I am a realtor and I'm also a mother of 4. After speaking with my friend, and I mentioned to her how I'm always having to take a bunch of different types of vitamins for myself and for my children, she mentioned Aluva Immune. This covered everything from immune support to energy. I get my vitamin D, my vitamin C, my zinc, all in one. Not only that, the confidence that it gave me, knowing that my kids were safe and protected against all the germs that they were going to be coming in contact with at school. Vitamins aren't as easy to take for children as they are for adults. Luckily, with Aluva Immune, it's as simple as a dropper. My children love it. It tastes great, and it's so easy to administer. It has my back, and I know I can trust it to support myself and my children.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
Thank you to our corporate sponsor, Sheree Moore of SheTrucking.com. SheTrucking.com is a community committed to helping women and minorities establish and maintain successful careers in the transportation industry. To learn more, go to SheTrucking.com. Thank you to our platinum sponsors, Eleanor and Leroy Mason from HappyAndHealthy.Global. HappyAndHealthy.Global is a business that educates and provides essential natural wellness products to build your health and your wealth. Go to HappyAndHealthy.Global today to learn more. Thank you to our silver sponsors, Business Course Academy. Business Course Academy is dedicated to helping to educate entrepreneurs and startup companies with the tools and the knowledge needed to successfully grow and generate wealth for their business. Check them out at businesscourseacademy.com. Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. I am so excited to be with you today because yet again, we have an amazing person in the back room. And this is actually very special because she is not only an amazing entrepreneur, but she is also one of our fellow podcasters on the CTR Media Network. And what is her name? Her name is Brittany Petty. She is a Dallas, Texas native for all of our Texas listeners out there. I see you. And she has 4 beautiful children. She has been married for 11 years. And what I love especially about her is that she is a licensed professional counselor who focuses on helping teens with physical and mental abuse, as well as helping women like ourselves to find balance in the midst of chaos. Without further ado, let's just bring her on because Lord knows we need some help to stay balanced. Let's welcome to the show, Brittany Petty. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me, Tina.
Oh, I am so happy to have you here, and you are one of our fellow podcasters, and you are the host of Ingenuously Made Whole. I love that. So, Brittany, I'm so happy that you took the time to hop on over to the Tina Ramsey Show and share with us a little about what you do. And with that being said, you are also an author because you're a woman that wears multiple hats. But as an author, we're going to put on that author hat for a minute. What inspired you to write your book?
Wow. Well, this is my book right here. Stop the drama, stop comparing, and focus on you. I was so inspired to write this book because I realized after working in the field of education that just let's be honest, our teens, they need some help. And I mean, and it was just like day one for me, stepping inside of the classroom, teaching math. I thought I was just going to be teaching math, but I realized that no, like these students, they needed me. You know, they needed me to, you know, be the mom, be the aunt, to be the counselor, to also give them advice and different things of that nature. So I realized, okay, you know what? I need to be able to step in and actually help our students outside of the classroom. You know, knowing math, knowing how to read, that's important, but also having life skills is so important, and social skills to be able to communicate with their peers. So I was like, well, what better way to do it than to put it in a book?
Yes, and that is smart for the simple fact is it's something that outlived you, so you can, as building that educational legacy to be able to help and extend your ingeniously made intellectual property onto so many different people. And you're right. One, with all the advancements that we have made as a society in regards to education, the way that we receive education and receive information so quickly, so fast, especially with all this tech and AI going on now, you're so right that we're, even though in the midst of all of these intellectual advances and technological advances, we are losing our communication and social skills. So what you and I, when we went to high school, we didn't live with our cell phone attached to our hip, you know, so we actually communicated.
And so one thing that I noticed with the younger generation, the way that they communicate is much different from the way that we did it. And sometimes they don't know how to tap into their emotions and explain it themselves in a productive way. So thank you for taking the time, seeing the problem, and also providing a solution. With all that being said, I hear about you helping everybody and why you want to do it. But I always like to think about when you see people who are selfless helping others, what is Brittany passionate about other than this?
For me, really, it's just being passionate about just being able to just do what's best for me. Having really taken care of myself, whether I am, able to go spend time in the hot tub, work out. That's what I realized that is what I'm most passionate about, because I can be free. I can be myself, outside of working in the mental health realm, because you're right. We're always giving. And when you're a mother, like you said, we wear so many hats. When you're a mother, you're an educator, you're counseling. It's like, you're the go-to person. And when people call you, sometimes that's stressful because the person in the hey girl, tell you what happened, da, da, da. And then I realized that, really just having that alone time for me is so important. So honestly, I'm so passionate about telling people, get your self-care on, because as I'm telling other people to do that helps me to make sure that I am taking care of me, because I can't do any of this if I don't take care of myself. So I'm passionate about working out, taking care of me. So
listen, that's something that I had to learn the hard way, because let me tell you, if you don't give your body the relaxation that it needs, it's either you're going to take a break by choice or you're going to be made to take a break. Okay. Right. Because your body just can't take but so much being on high adrenaline without, winding down. I really love the fact that you emphasize self-care. And, we hear that a lot now and it's trending now, but the fact that as a whole, which is ingenuously, and we can really see how that's important in order to make everything else work. If you don't take care of yourself, because when you think about on an airplane, what the first thing they tell you in case of emergency, you're supposed to put the oxygen on yourself first, right? But as a mother, as a wife, as a friend, what do we want to do? Put it on the other person first, right? But if you pass out, how can you help them? So I love the fact that you said that you're passionate about your self-care. And ladies and young girls, we need to be passionate about our mental health and passionate about making sure that we are balanced. So thank you for what you're doing in regards to that. But I also heard a point where you thought that you was going to be teaching math. So were you a math teacher?
Yes, I taught math for 5 years. I taught 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And I mean, honestly, I ran from it. I ran from that calling. But I realized when God has something that's for you, he's going to always take you back. So even once I got out the classroom, I started counseling. And then I even took a step further to do licensed professional counseling, because I was like, I'm still getting away from the kids. But God brought me right back working with teens and kids. And, and I understand. I'm like, okay, Lord, I understand. I understand my mission. So let me stay focused, which is back to the title, stay focused, focusing on you. But I'm also focusing on myself as well. So I'm teaching others how to do it.
Oh, wow. So when you think about that, I don't know about you, but for me growing up, math was always that anxiety class for me. I don't know why. Okay. And so anytime I meet fellow educators that teach math, I look at y'all at a different perspective, because for the most part, a lot of people have different stresses attached to math. So the fact that you were able to teach which requires you to work through all the layers of the emotional part in order to get the child to the point to feel confident that they can do the math. So it only makes sense that you was a math teacher, helping people work through the things, helping them focus. And then you was actually talking about you running away with God brought you right on back and helping people work through the counseling and everything like that. So everything that you did basically went full circle.
It went full circle. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break from my sponsor, and then we're going to jump right on into more conversation with our amazing featured guest, Brittany. She is helping us balance our lifestyle. So if you don't have you a little beverage or a little snack, go ahead and get it while we're having this commercial break. And come on back and bring a friend to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. We'll see you after this commercial break.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
Do you have any closing remarks before we head out?
Y'all, please support the movement of CTR Media Network. I'm telling you, being a part of this amazing media family, I can't go wrong, right? They have the support. They support us in all that we do. When we have questions, they take the time out to advise and mentor. So definitely check out the different plethora of shows that are on the network. I promise you, and I'm not saying this because I'm part of the family, but I promise you, you will be uplifted, inspired, educated, motivated, all the good stuff that we all need to carry ourselves out through the day. So definitely go check it out, y'all.
Awesome. I definitely appreciate you.
And just like that, we are back. And I come along with a friend whom you might ask, you know who, Brittany Petty. Welcome back to the show. So before I went to the commercial break, we were talking about different challenges that is surrounding around math, different anxiety, and how you ran away from that math assignment, but how God called you to come on back. Come on back in a different way. And now you finally understand your purpose. You're walking in it, and you found that what you're here to do is help us to help with our balance, along with helping us with mental health, self-care, and everything that's in between to help us to be a whole person. So with that being said, because I know as a leader, as a thought leader, as a pioneer of something like this that deals with emotion, it's not always easy. So what keeps Brittany, you going in the midst of adversity or challenges that may come your way as you're working to help others?
I definitely say, that's funny. I was just meeting with some therapists today, and we were talking about like our personality types and things of that nature. And honestly, I say it has to go with being a type A personality, just not being able to be okay with mediocre. Being like, you know what, no matter what, it's like I have to get there. So when I'm at nighttime, when I finally lay down, I'm like, that's my time to think. So I have a notepad, next to the table or on the nightstand. And that's what I use to like write down anything that comes to my mind. Or it's like constantly figuring out, okay, how can I make things better? Or how can I get to that next level? And I know, sleeping all day is not going to get there, I know I have to make those connections with people that I really need to make connections with. Sometimes it's hard because when you go to work every day, other people that are around you, they might not have that mindset. Mm-hmm. And so for me, it's about surrounding myself around those, whether it's listening to a podcast, doing something that's going to push me and elevate me in the morning time, having a routine, doing a quick little workout or something to get my mind flowing, opening my word, listening to something motivational. That's what keeps me going and helps inspire me. So in the midst of, regardless of how the day turns out, to just focus on the positive aspect. And that's my thing. Regardless of what's going on, just stay positive.
I love it. And you said something that you probably didn't even realize what a gem it was. So you said this, you have a notebook on your nightstand by your bed, and that is where you write out things. I think that is such a great point, and it's something that as women as young girls, or even men as well, to be able to sit down, and I like to call it a download, where you're sitting there downloading the information. And I don't know about you, but sometimes I'm laying down and all of a sudden, if I'm asleep or I'm just laying there just meditating or just, being quiet, I get an idea and it's good, right?
Yeah.
And it wakes me up, and it's like you can't turn it off. So I have noticed by having a notebook, pen, and paper by my bed, I'm able to write it down, and I'm able to go back to sleep, and my mind is not racing. So that alone, that tip will help with a lot of anxiety and panic and sleep deprivation, because you're thinking, oh, I don't want to forget. So only thing you need to do is sleep with your notebook, pen, and paper by your bed. And when those ideas come, write it down, and
That's
you
right.
look at the next day. So what made you decide to do that? Because that's not something everybody naturally do. I figured that out years ago, but what made you do that?
Well, for me, it was more once I got into the mental health realm, a lot of women were coming to me and they're like, this is going on, or, I'm feeling like a lot of anxiety, or, I just keep constantly thinking about this or that. And like I tell people, I say, write it down. Once you write it down, then you have to challenge your mind to think about something else. Okay. You cannot sit there all day thinking about, this person did you wrong, or this happened and that happened, or even like, because as moms, we already know we're constantly going. We go to the store. How many times do we make a list? Go to the store, forget something.
Too many.
Exactly. So just write it down and be done with it. Just be done with it and move on to the next thing.
That is some great advice. And it's like, it's inexpensive or free in most cases, because all of us have a notebook, pen, and paper, or something available. I mean, you can go to Dollar Tree and get you a notebook if you don't have one. So it's not like it's expensive. So you just gave us a great tip, and that is some sound advice. So do you have any other advice that you would give anyone who is struggling or trying to determine what their purpose is? Because I feel that a lot of us, we're walking around. The reason why we're so disconnected and not happy is because we have not yet found our purpose. And so how do you help people that's struggling with that, and how to help them to determine what their purpose is?
Well, a lot of times we go back to the drawing board, write it all down. What is it that you have done and that you're great at? And that what is that people come to you and ask you for help at? What is it that really just lights a fire under you, gives you that bright eye, like, okay, like, it doesn't matter if you were getting paid for it or not, that you're like, okay, I'm all in. Because that is where you're passionate, that is where you get to figure out, okay, what is it that I'm here for? And I realized, it can change, depending on the stage of life that you're in. And so I think a lot of times, when you're talking to people, they might tell you, oh, that sounds crazy, or you ain't never did that a day in your life. Well, the sky is the limit, and if you're that type of person that has to just go for it, try it out and see if you like it, and you're like, okay, wow, I realize I'm passionate about this, then go for it. You never know if you never take that step, and just go for it and try. So.
Exactly. I completely understand that. And you said some great points for us to just remain focused. And another point that you actually said that really resonated with me is that when determining your purpose, you have to go back to the drawing board maybe several times and understand that purpose may change. I know many times we feel like our purpose, what we're here to do, it can evolve into something else. Like you started as a math teacher. You probably thought you would be a retired math teacher because that is what you went to school to do. That's what you want to do. And then all of a sudden, everything, your purpose started growing and evolving and changing, and your path started widening. And now you're doing something on a whole different level, but yet your foundation is still the same, which is helping children and parents.
That's right.
Helping women. So it's the same foundation. It's just a different approach of achieving whatever it is. And so I think that is some great advice, because when one is on that journey of what we call life and trying to figure things out, we can get discouraged. especially with the club like it's supposed to. And so just knowing that if you're listening in or you're watching, understand that your purpose can evolve, it can change. Don't get discouraged, just walk in it, because you never know what's going to happen. So with that being said, you are very unique. It's very few people, even though all of us like to think we're unique. Ooh, I'm probably gonna make somebody mad. Don't y'all be coming in the comments on me. Let me stop. But all of us are special and extraordinary. But there's some people that's really unique at the way that they approach certain things. And when I look at what you're actually doing and your business name, it is so unique and it makes you think. So what made you come up with your business name?
Honestly, it came in the Bible. I was studying Psalm number 139, verse 14. And I was like, okay, fearfully and wonderfully made whole. And for me, I was like, that's it. It was like me thinking, how do I want everyone to feel when they leave my presence? Whether they're coming for, therapy, whether they're talking to me, whatever it is. And so that's something I was like, okay, that's what it is. I want everyone to know they are fearfully and wonderfully made whole. And that's where I came up with ingeniously made whole, because everyone needs to know that you are unique in yourself. And just, I'm always focused on positivity, uplifting people, empowering people. And so I feel like that was the best name for you to know, okay, when you walk away from my presence, you are somebody. You're going to be somebody. You're going to do the action. You're going to do whatever you need to do, take the steps to go to the next level once you leave my presence.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Because it's the uniqueness that got it for me. When I saw your name, it automatically made my mindset shift. And it's very few things in life that can make a whole mindset shift and think in a different direction and also get intrigued, if you know what I mean. And so I saw your title, ingeniously, that word alone, I was like, how many people use that? Okay. And you're teaching us something by your business name, because how many people even use the word ingeniously in regular conversation? So you're widening vocabulary for number one. That's the educational side of me. Made whole. Who don't want to be made whole? So really love what you're doing. So what made you decide to yet expand your thriving business and add on another element of podcasting and call it Ingeniously Made Whole Podcast? What made you decide, say, okay, I'm doing all these things, but I'm getting ready to add me another element?
Well, for me, it was more of just getting exposure. And it's like, I don't want to just do this in my community. I want this to be worldwide, And also, it was another step for me because in my side hustle, I used to do lashes. And women that would lay on my table, they would tell me, they'd be like, I need help with this team. I don't know what to do. I'm at my wit's end. So I was like, okay, well, why not start a podcast? So it was just a thought. But then once I met, Dr. Ramsey, I was like, okay, like this is reality. This is reality. Like, don't wait. A lot of times you feel like you have to get all your ducks in a row and get everything together. And I was like, no, let me just do it now. Because I know most teens or, adults were busy. So we're doing audio lit reading, And so I'm like, if you can read a book audio, you can definitely listen to a podcast and expand your knowledge.
Yes, and that's true. And I love the fact that you're looking for ways to expand your visibility and your reach in order to take your mission, your purpose, and your message to more people. Podcasting has just been a real blessing to me, not only enabling me to be able to help so many people from the comfort of my home, but most importantly, being able to have that everlasting, evergreen effect that a podcast never have to take a break, never have to sleep or eat or any of that, right? So even while we have to do some of those things and take a break, it's constantly out there floating, finding your next opportunity, helping that next person who may want to give up on life. And you just never know. Sometimes I receive messages from people that say, I was about to give up and I heard your episode with your featured guest, or I reached out. You just never know what you're doing today and how it's going to affect someone the next hour, the next year, the next moment, the next month behind what you did. So I like to call it the power of podcasting, because it's really something that can really help change lives, and it's cost effective. So small business owners, medium and large, can all take part in it and be able to make that positive impact if they choose to do so. So with all your, okay, so the book that you just showed us, is that the only book that you have published, or do you have any more books and planners that is focused on helping teens or women?
So, okay, as of right now, this is my only book that I have, but I have a planner and a journal that is for women to help them build consistency, and I actually have it right here.
Oh.
So I have a journal that's for women to really just dig deep. It has different questions in it to help women so they can say, you know what is that I need to focus on? Because we know that in the midst of everything, we're taking care of the husband, taking care of your kids. You're going to work, you're doing this, you're doing that. When you get off work, a lot of women don't even get a chance to sit down. They're immediately cleaning up, cooking dinner, doing this and doing that. And so this helps you to really just, stop, think, write it out. What is it that you need to truly focus on? So I have that. And then I also have a planner for girls, for teen girls. And this has like scriptures in it and different words of advice for young girls. So like if you have a problem with your friend, like let's say today you like, I'm at school, I had a rough time with my friends, I don't know what to do. You just go find and some key words of advice.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, people, listen, she has you covered because we do need things to help map out. So I want to show you her website, which is called Ingeniously Made Whole. And what I love is that you're keeping that consistency, that name consistency, so we can easily find you. And she also made reference earlier to the scripture that actually ignited her business title, which is Psalms 139 and verse 14. So I encourage you to put that in your Bible toolbox. And now you can scroll down and you'll be able to see her books and her pricing, and understand that during this time, it's very crucial for us to write these things out. Okay. We have gotten into the place where this digital era is working everything just in our head. It's something about the power of pen and paper, or pencil and paper, that actually help things to come to fruition. And so do not ever take or don't think that pen and paper is obsolete. It's not obsolete, baby. I don't care how much digital stuff we do. We need to go back and have this traditional pen and paper. And as you see, it's very inviting. So I encourage you to go to ingeniouslymadewhole.company.site and go in and purchase your book, your journal on today. This will make a great gift for your teen girls, to teach them at an early age to have this self-awareness, and also learn how to work through their emotions productively and positively. And as women, honey, get your self-care plan and stop playing.
And that's a 90-day action plan too, and it's digital. Better get your life together, honey. Yes.
No excuse, because at the end of the day, with everything that we have to deal with, and as you say, we have to undertake as a woman. Well, if you work a traditional 9-to-5 job, you have at least two. You work with outside of the home, then you come back and have to work in the home. And that ain't no work that you get paid for. But it's more than likely harder sometimes than the work that you have to go out to do the 9-to-5. So we need some help. Be out here struggling. So I want to tell you, thank you so much for doing what you're doing, and taking the time to really niche down helping women and teens, because teen girls are going to eventually become a woman. And so if we help the teens now, the girls now, they're going to be well-rounded and whole grown women, which is going to help to help our society move forward in a good way.
Yes.
So we need that help right now. And so right now, I want you guys to make sure that you go follow Brittany on social media platforms such as Facebook. And guess what? She keep it consistent, baby. Ingeniously Made Whole on Facebook. You can go get her on there on that little TikTok for all of you who love that TikTok. You go on over there and you have the IMW Counselor Petty. And on IG, we have Ingeniously Made Whole as well. You can also check her out at CTR Media Network, where she does podcast episodes that is touching and focusing on some of the topics or all of the topics over time that we have discussed today in more detail. I encourage you to stop on by CTR Media Network and click her Ingeniously Made Whole logo and see everything that she has to offer in regards. And we're going to make sure that we have her store that you just saw connected to her website so that you can go ahead and purchase your stuff ASAP. No excuses. You won't even have to look for it. Just click and buy. Click. All right. So, Brittany, anything else you want to tell our audience, or you have any events, speaking engagements, or anything that you want our audience to do for you?
Well, yes, I do want you guys to know I do have some one-day events that are coming up for our teen girls that is going to be lit, okay? And so I do have it to where they'll be in person, and then 1 month I also offer it virtually as well. So that way, like I said, we're going worldwide with IMW and Ingeniously Made Whole. But they are $97, and I do, because Dr. Ramsey is so amazing, the first 10 people who message me, I will offer half off for your first course. So, these girls, they can come, and we're going to have everything. They're going to create crowns. We're going to dig deep about their self-worth and just healing activities. And then we're going to also have some TikTok dancing for them. And just so much. Food will be provided. So they'll get to spend the day with me and some amazing collaborators that'll be speaking. And just trust me, your teen is going to come back a changed young lady. Okay.
And this is going to be in Dallas, Texas.
This is going to actually be in Crowley/Fort Worth, Texas. So it's on the borderline. So Crowley, Fort Worth, Texas.
Well, keep the Tina Ramsey Show and our team in the midst of what's going on, because who knows, you might have me hop on over there to talk to these teenage girls, honey, because I'm all about making them stay healthy with their body, with their menstrual cycles and health and wellness, okay? And stop feeling embarrassed about what makes us women, okay? Right. There don't need to be shame. Okay, thanks to a woman, all this earth is populated. So we have a superpower.
My son just asked me that the other day. Do moms have superpowers? Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. And you proof of it. You standing here talking to me. Listen, life. So I appreciate you stopping on by the Tina Ramsey Show and sharing with our audience all about you, what you do, and how you are really helping our teen girls and our moms, women, helping all of us really stay balanced in a time in which the world is so unbalanced, and also allowing us to give us the skills that we'll be able to navigate to find our purpose, which is so much needed in the now. So thank you for everything that you're doing. You guys, make sure to check her out ASAP. Go over to ctrmedianetwork.com and check her out. Of course, she already have her website as well, which is ingeniouslymadewhole.company.site. And check her out on all social media platforms. And when you purchase her book, I'll do something a little bit amazing for you, honey. Take a screenshot and send it on into the Tina Ramsey Show, and we will put you on our social media with your opportunity. Yes, okay? So make sure that you do that ASAP, because we love to spotlight you, and we love when you support our featured guests, all right? So if no one told you this today, that they care about you, that they love you, and if you don't know that you are extraordinary and amazing, well, then I want to let you know that you are just that. I want to thank you for hopping on over to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast. And remember, we got your back. So until next time, keep smiling. Talk to you later. Bye.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to your questions.
This is Alethea Tucker. I should say Dr. Alethea Tucker, and she is the president of the podcast of CTR Media Network. That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
To 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. I am so excited today. I have with me Jackie Showers, and we're going to be talking about igniting the power to be. Let me pull her up, and then I'm going to share. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing?
I am just awesome. How are you?
I am doing fantastic.
That is so good. And you look absolutely beautiful.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yes. And what I'm getting ready to do, I'm going to take a few minutes and read a little bit about you. And then I'm going to give you the floor to kind of share some things. And then we're going to just talk. So let me pull up your bio. Jackie Showers, bold encourager, power igniter. She's bold. She's driven. She ignites the best. Jackie can be so bold In her face, it can be unnerving. Some have said, known as the bold encourager, her pushing, prodding, and praying ignites creativity, propelling you to succeed. There is an intensity of caring that causes her to not give up. It doesn't matter if it's developing and positioning your brand, praying for and with you, or coaching and mentoring you to be an effective leader or person. She provides the same intensity, propelling you to succeed. Her seamless energy and optimism is contagious. Jackie understands that your possibilities are endless. Let me say that again. Your possibilities are endless. And her in your face approach causes you to embrace those endless possibilities. Her passion is moving you from thinking about getting out there to pushing you out there. She is a coach, a mentor. She ignites the best in you. It's her passion and her purpose to ignite the best in you. When working with you, she's excited to take your ideas and move from mere words to something great. Isn't that what creativity is all about? I guess a big rush to seeing how something evolved from a void of nothingness into a seamless creative flow of endless possibilities that moves you to experience that aha moment similar to creation. It started when she was just a kid, and we're going to talk about that. When she was enchanted with organizing and creating something from nothing, as much as bringing out the best in others, to allow the kid in her to burst forth as she worked closely to release the kid inside of you, resulting in a synergistic explosion of creative possibilities. Okay, I'm going to stop because there is so much more. Well, let me back up. Let me say more. She has authored and published several books: Prayers for Success, Igniting the World to Achieve Success, I Decided, Moving from Resolution to Execution, and Affirmations for Success, Daily Affirmations for Marketplace Influencers. And let me also say she has an awesome show that comes on. It's called At 11:59. And it is an awesome show, awesome show. And we have some comments here already. Okay, Verdine, she says, that's Jackie Showers. Yes,
Hey,
it is.
good to see you, Verdine.
And then Therese Jones, she gives us a thumbs up. Thank you very much for being here as well.
So glad you have come to be with me.
Yes, and they're coming. And listen, what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you the floor. And I want you to talk about your journey and what has gotten you to this point. So I'm going to give you the floor and give you some time to just share who is Jackie Showers and how did Jackie Showers become the wonderful, God-fearing, God-driven woman that she is.
Well, just to give people, some people who follow me, they sort of know my story. They've sort of heard my story, and I'm glad that all of you have come to be with us on tonight here with Vera. And I want to thank you, Vera, for giving me this opportunity in order for me to be able to come and to speak here at the Vera Thomas Show. I'm just excited about it, and I'm excited about what God is doing in you as well. And just before I even tell my story, I want to tell people how I met Vera. I met Vera, we were on a Clubhouse.
Yes.
And there was another friend in the Clubhouse with Vera. And I had been in another Clubhouse, and she pinged me and said, come to this Clubhouse. And so I came in there, and it was late at night, and we just began to talk, and we began to talk about the Lord. And And we just, and a connection was formed as
Yes.
a result of that. And we've been connected ever since. And I think now that's been almost, it may have been over a year since we made
Yes.
the connection. And so we've been connected and communicating to each other ever since then. But just to give you some insight about who I am and sort of what made me to be me and why I feel God has given me what he has given me in order for me to help other people ignite the power within themselves in order for them to be what God really saw in them. When I was a very young girl, I always liked Jackie. Always had this great like for me. If nobody else liked me, didn't like me, I liked me. I liked that person who looked at me from the mirror. I always thought she was a cute person, always thought she was a great person. And when I was I won a contest in elementary school, a writing contest, and then I won another contest in junior high school. And in junior high school, I remember that topic because a young man, he was going to commit suicide. And they had given us a writing assignment in school. And the writing assignment was that you were to encourage this young man not to kill himself. And that's what the writing assignment was. I think there were 3 different ones, but that's the topic I chose. And unbeknownst to us that it was a contest, or they submitted mine for like a statewide contest. But I won our school contest in encouraging that young man why it was important to live. At the time, I wrote that, and all through my junior high and high school years, I always felt that writing was a passion that God had given me. And and I always felt like it was a talent that God had given me. Now, remember, I said that I was very confident in who I was. I was confident in who Jackie is. I loved me some Jackie, but I didn't love anybody else except my mama. And at that time, I loved God in a different type of way, but I loved my mama more than anything, and I loved me. And but when I went to when I took my first journalism class at Wayne State University, and I remember this so vividly. It's like I still remember it like it was yesterday. And I remember after being in the journalism class for about 4 weeks, the instructor called me into the back room, because there was sort of a back room where I guess the teacher's little office was off the room. Well, naturally, because I was very confident and I liked me some Jackie, and I knew that I could write well. And when he called me in the back room, I knew he was just going to give me accolades. Unfortunately, that was not what happened. What happened was he did not put me down, but that's all I heard was a put down. And he was a Caucasian instructor. And he just told me, he said he didn't understand how I could have such a grasp of theme and such a grasp of taking a story from start to finish, but I didn't get the grammatical foundation that I needed. In syntax, verb agreement. I didn't get that. And he said that's the part that baffled him. He did not tell me to give up. What he did tell me was, he said, I want you to go back and I want you to take a class that's going to help you in strengthening your writing. Well, needless to say, on that day, all I heard was, you can't write. That was all I heard was, you can't write. And I heard it from a white man. So naturally, my thought was, this white man just doesn't like me because I'm Black. He doesn't want me to succeed. And I remember I live here in Detroit, and those of you that's in Detroit, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I left Wayne State, hit 94, going east, tears streaming down my face because I was so hurt. I was so hurt that this man had told me I could not write. Although, should I say, I was so hurt that I thought he told me I could not write. And when I got home, I remember going into the house and going into my bedroom and calling a friend of mine. And that night I made a decision. I could either give up or I could do what he said and go back to prove him wrong, that I could write. And so I made the decision. I was going back. So I went back and I took the first class. And when I took the first class, that was sort of a rudimentary class. It was a little higher than like being in special ed, so to speak. And so I took the first class. So when I took the first class, what happened is that teacher said, you need to go back and you got to go. And I had to take a pass, no pass course. This didn't even give me credits. but I did it. I went back because I was determined that I knew how to write well, and I was determined to prove to him that I knew how to write well. So I went back. But unbeknownst to me is that night, fear entered my life. And fear began to take authority over every aspect of my life. And especially when it came to writing, I was petrified of writing. So I would not write. Now, it's amazing because my degree was in electronic journalism, and I minored in public relations and advertising and communications. So that was my degree. And but I had I was petrified of writing, and I wouldn't tell anybody because I was too afraid to let people know I really can't write. You all think I can write, but I really can't write. And so it would take me like 3 days to write a 3-page letter because I would sit there and I would just be so nervous, and I wanted to make sure it was right. So I still would, I would do my writing, and I would sort of do writing my journals and things like that, writing myself. And then we fast forward to 1998. So in 1998, Jesus became the head of my life. And when he became the head of my life, he showed me something. And what he showed me was that what I thought was a put down was really, he was lifting me up. If he had never told me that I could not write, I never would have known it. He could have done like all the other teachers had done. Keep pushing her through. But he did me such a huge favor. He caused me to learn grammar. I used to buy grammar books, study grammar books. And when I moved to Washington, D.C., riding on the train, riding on the bus, I would have these grammar books, studying them, taking the test, reading them, taking the test. And when God showed me that, at that time, I didn't know if the teacher was still living or what, but, I just said, thank you. Thank you for releasing me and for releasing me to really learn how to write, but more than that, to embrace a confidence. And so once God told me that, I began to write in my journal. And my journal was, I'm not afraid. I am not afraid. I'm not afraid. And along the way, there was a transformation that took place. And the transformation that took place is that I began to say, I am free. I am fearless and I am free. And I began to embrace my writing. I began to write a journal. In 2008, God told me, he said, I need you to write a weekly blog post, a weekly e-blast. And he said, you're going to send this out to everybody. So I always, you hold stuff. It's like, I'm not going to release this. I'm not going to tell anybody. And I think I told one person, there was a young woman at the church I attended, and I told her. And we were sitting in a Wednesday night Bible class. He told me the exact date that this email was to go out. He gave me everything. And our pastor stood up in front of it was a Bible study on a Wednesday night. And he said, I want everybody to give Jackie their email address. And she's going to send out a weekly inspirational writing every Wednesday. The exact words that God had told me. And I had told the person, she was sitting next to me, and she was like, wow. And so that's really how I began to really just write and release it to the public. And I began to write, and I would write a blog. And then I started a blog. I was thinking, oh, I want a blog. So I started the blog. But after every writing, there was a prayer, and it was called, I don't know if I called it, I probably did call it Prayer for Success. And so after every blog, there was the prayer. And so in about 2011, he said, I want you to write a prayer every day. And I'm thinking, how am I going to write a prayer every day? I said, I don't know how I'm going to write this prayer every day. And so what began to happen was I began to write a prayer every day. And what God said, he said, you already got the prayers you can start with because you have all the prayers associated with your blog. Just start pulling those prayers out. Well, I did that. But then when all those prayers were used up, it was like, what do I do now? So now it was like, you have to write a prayer every day. So I began to write a prayer every day. So over the course of time, since about 2011, and now we're like in 2013, I've written close to 3,000 prayers.
Oh my God.
I was writing every day and gaining confidence. God knew how to get me the confidence that I need, that if I would write, I would gain more confidence in my writing. And that's how Prayers for Success evolved.
And you know,
go ahead.
There's a couple of things that you said. First, you had a teacher that kind of discouraged you, so you thought. So you thought, you know, and then you talk. The thing that I love so much about you is the fact that you truly listen to what you are instructed to do, and you do that. Because he said in his word, my word is a light unto your feet and a lamp unto your path. And he said, in all thy ways acknowledge you, and he would direct your path. And you have to allow him to direct your path. So many times we don't do that. I'm guilty, you know.
I think we all are guilty in some respect, in some form or fashion. We all are guilty.
You know,
so I can raise my hand and say guilty. I'm guilty.
and then there was something else that you said about, now your love for yourself. A lot of times people will misconstrue that. There is a difference between being confident and knowing who you are and whose you are, and being cocky or overconfident.
Let me say this, Vera, because you got to get this. I was conceited. Because I was conceited. I liked me some Jackie, and I felt like she was the best thing. Can I say this? I was conceited.
Okay, well, you know what? I was trying.
But you know what? I was conceited, but I wasn't condescending to other people.
Okay.
And so, but I was definitely conceited. And so what God did, he took the conceit in me and transformed it into a confidence in him.
I love it. And see, I was trying to veer away from.
Let's call it like it is. Let's just call it out.
Okay. All right. I love it. And Verdine, she says yes. And then Darlene, she's one of my faithful listeners. Hi, Darlene. She
And
says,
I just want to give a shout out to Verdine. Verdine is one of my walking, winning women. On every Wednesday we walk at 10 o'clock, and I'm telling you, Verdine has been such an inspiration in keeping me on task, and I just thank God for Verdine. Thank you so much, Verdine, for coming and being with me on tonight.
That's awesome. And that's the one thing, even in reading, you call it like it is, you know, and to be able to do that even with yourself, that says so much. So because so often we get so concerned about how other people are going to perceive what we say and how we react and how we respond. And, you know, you have to call it. And I know that you speak because you hear that voice that tells you what to say, because I've listened to your show and how you've called things out, you know. And it's all good because you know that you're coming from a place of spirit.
Right.
And, you know, Birdie, she says, love Jackie showers. And then Kimberly, she says, that's awesome. Keep up the good work. Awesome. And she's talking about, hopefully she's talking about both of us. Keep up the good work. Yes.
Talking about both of us.
Yes.
I'm so glad Kim has come and joined us tonight as well.
Awesome. And she says, keep simply amazing, and I love Birdie. Okay.
That's me.
Okay. This is amazing. And so in looking at this, knowing how confident you are in yourself, you can't teach what you don't know, and you can't give what you don't have. And so you having that innately within you makes you an expert in what you do, because you've had to walk the talk.
You really do.
You do. You know, you can't pretend, you know. And
well,
you
I can't fake this,
no.
And I want to say this because I know I have a unique look. And people said, I tell them, I said, I am a bald-headed, cross-eyed woman. And because a lot of
I
people,
wouldn't have noticed the cross-eyed had you not.
I know, and that's what people say. I never known that. And I said, yeah. My little grandboy likes, they'll come and say, okay, come pull your eyes together. And so, but so when you think about that, and all my life I've been cross-eyed. The doctors wouldn't fix them. I tried, and they were like saying, no, you got good control, good control. So finally I figured, God must be telling me, leave these eyes alone. So I left them alone. And I said, okay, if he wants them fixed, he'll fix them. But what I really, I do believe that most people, we get so caught up in what other people are saying about us that we lose sight of going and finding out, but what is God saying about me? What does God want me to be? What is it what did God see? And so that's where Saw came from. Saw is spiritual abundance, wholeness, and wealth, because that's what God saw. So when we ignite the power to be what God saw, then we can experience the fullness of who God created us to be.
Yeah, and spirit, abundance.
Ignite that power to be what God saw.
Yeah.
You just sort of languish around trying to figure out, what should I be doing? What should I be doing? I don't know what I should be doing. But once you get that, once you're able to embrace it, once you're able to tap into that power that's inside of us, and let me tell you, it is explosive. It is so explosive that it causes any type of fear in you. It got to go, just like the fear of writing. It had to go.
Yes. And look at it, all these books and all the things that you've done.
You know what I'm saying? I never thought that I was going to write books. But as he kept telling me, write this book, I decided it's seven principles that came out of the weekly blog, and I pulled them out.
And what are those 7 principles?
The 7 principles is, and let me just give the history of I decided.
Okay.
I was cleaning out drawers, and I kept stumbling on resolutions that I would write every year. And every year I write these resolutions, and I'd have them in my hand, and I'd go to church. Even when I wasn't saved, I'd still go to church on New Year's Eve to bring the new year in with the Lord, with these resolutions in my hand, on my knees, praying, Lord, make them happen, make them happen. The next year, then I was saying, these are all the same resolutions, and nothing's happened. I'm still on my knees. I'm still begging and saying, make them happen, make them happen. So I made a decision. I said, I'm not going to do anything else until I do what's in these resolutions. So decided is an acronym that has propelled me forward. And decided stands for diligence, excellence, discipline, integrity, confidence. Let me see if I'm spelling this right. Diligence, excellence, confidence, integrity, discipline, enthusiasm, and dedication.
Okay, and you're going to have to repeat them because I'm putting them in the chat as you talk about them. So you said
it's
diligence,
excellence, confidence, integrity, discipline, enthusiasm, and dedication. And so I wrote, I looked at them and said, this is it. This is what I need.
All right, wait a minute, back up. Because I want to get these in the chat. Okay. Diligence, excellence, confidence, integrity,
discipline, enthusiasm, and dedication.
And people don't, okay, and I would like to okay.
Yeah, and they're on there, they're on the book. So,
right.
So what I began to do was live by these 7 principles. And these 7 principles is what propelled me: diligence, decided, It's diligence, excellence, confidence, integrity, discipline, enthusiasm, and dedication. And so these 7 principles is what propelled me forward, because I knew you got to have diligence. The word of God says, when you go into Proverbs, the 10th chapter in the 4th verse, it says our diligent hands makes us rich. So what does that mean? That means that diligence is whatever you're doing every single day, it's going to cause you to be successful. But if you don't do it every day, you are not going to experience success. So in order for me to overcome the fear of writing, I had to begin to write. And he knew I started writing once a week, and then I began to write every day because I was writing a prayer every single day. And so what it did was it bolstered my confidence in order for me to write my way out of fear. And that's when I was writing in my journal saying, deliver me of fear, deliver me of fear. And it changed to I am fearless and I am free. So then you have to have excellence in everything that you do. You have to stop doing things and being mediocre. You have to stop saying, well, you know what, I'm just going to do it halfway. You have to set your bar high. Because when you set your bar high, what happens is that everything that you do, that's what you're going to have in mind.
Yes. And
the more you do it, the more other people are going to honor you for your excellence.
Yes.
It's like Daniel. He had a most excellent spirit when you go in Daniel, the 6th chapter. And that's why the other sages were jealous of him. Because go ahead.
I know. Okay. I just want to interject. Just for a minute. I'm thinking about the scripture that says, whatever you do it as if you're doing it unto God.
Unto God.
And if you do that, then you're going to move in excellence because you know that you're doing it as if you are doing it unto God. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
And you're right, because when you go into Ephesians, the 6th chapter, just before we get to, like, we always talk about the warfare, but what God talks about just before then are relationships. And he talks about our relationships with our mother and our father, our husband and a wife, but he also talks about the relationships of how we interact with those we work for.
Yes.
And he says, you know, they say slave, and some people say, oh, it's saying slave, but then go get the translation that's not saying slave, and then you deal with that translation. But he's basically saying that we are to be subjected to those that have rules over us, but he tells them, but you are to treat them right too. Because I'm going to judge you just like I'm going to judge them.
Absolutely.
And the power that's inside of us enables us to do that.
Yes. We need to continue this conversation, but I got to do a couple of commercials.
Go ahead.
And I think what I'm going to do, so that we are interrupted so much, I think I'm going to do a couple of them at one time and then come back and finish this conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
Because it's moving pretty fast.
Waiting for you. I'm enjoying it so much.
Okay, all right. SoundMoneyBenefits.com. When we look at what's going on with our banks, what's going on with our dollar, do you realize the dollar is only worth 3 cents? We need to look at other options for securing the money that we earn and maintaining it. And we have auto insurance, house insurance, all kinds of insurance, but we do not have financial insurance. You want to check out www.soundmoneybenefits.com. There's actually a Zoom tonight at 8:30 that talks about this. I think I'm going to put the Zoom information in in the chat so that any of you that are interested in finding out more about what this means, soundmoneybenefits.com, and also understand what we can do as options from going into banks and things of that nature, you might want to come to this 30-minute presentation tonight at 8:30, right after the show. All right, next commercial.
Diamonds and emeralds and pearls, oh my. Diamonds and emeralds and pearls, oh my. Sapphire Emerald Magazine truly knows the gifted and talented people.
Sapphire Emerald is a magazine that represents the diversities of the world's news. We believe in presenting people in a positive light and helping the public see them in a different perspective. We report on entertainment, nonprofit organizations, film producers, actors, actresses, culinary arts, fashions, and the positive principles of understanding art. Our mission is to bring people's spectacular talents into focus and allow them to sparkle like the precious emeralds, diamonds, pearls, and sapphire stones.
Hi, this is Estelle, California, and I just want to say how grateful and honored I am to be on the cover of Sapphire Emerald magazine for the March issue. Their story says Estelle.
All right, diamonds, emeralds, and pearls. If you are interested in being in this magazine, let me put the email back again, sapphireemeraldmagazine@gmail.com. Check them out, send them an email, find out what it is that you need to do in order to be featured in this magazine. Yes. All right. And let me also plug my show. So I'm asking you to please support the Vera Thomas Show so that I can make it better. You can donate whatever God places on your heart. Donate by going to Cash App, $Instillgreat, or PayPal or Zelle, Vera Thomas Show 1117@gmail.com. I need your support. I'm encouraging you to please support the show and the things that we're trying to do here. All right, I'm going to leave that up for a few minutes. All right, back to you, Jackie.
Okay. Okay, so
did we didn't finish all of those. We talked about
I think we got to excellence. We
finished with excellence. So all right. So I'm going to give you the floor and let you continue with those.
Okay, and so after excellence came confidence. And I knew that in order for me to really succeed, I had to have the confidence in who God created me to be, and confidence in every talent and every gift that he had given me. And that was critical. It was critical for me to have that confidence. If I didn't have the confidence, I was not going to succeed. So when you go into Hebrews, the 10th chapter, and it tells us, do not cast away your confidence, because it's great recompense of reward. So if we understand that if we keep our confidence and we'll be rewarded, all the way to the promise, the more we will begin to become more confident in what God has placed inside of us. The majority of us, we never tap into the wellspring of talents and gifts that God has given us for whatever reason. We get entrapped and we get enthralled in so many different things that has nothing to do with who we really are and who he really created us to be and the power that's inside of us. And so that's why I knew I had to have confidence. And with the confidence had to come integrity. When I was a young girl, there was a young boy who lived up the street from us, and he liked me. So my mother, there were kids in our neighborhood that she would take to church, that they would come to church with us. We'd sort of get them to come to church and they'd go to church with us. Well, he was one of them. So I grew up in Church of God in Christ, and you always know they had testimony service. So one particular day or night, it might've been night service. You know how they stand up there and they say, I give honor. I give honor to the pastor, I give honor to the pastor's wife, and I give honor to, and they would go on. Well, I decided, because I was a little conceited. So I decided that I wanted this little boy to give me honor, and I knew he liked me. So I said, when you get up to testify, give honor to me too. So, needless to say, he got up there, and it was it was funny. He got up there and he was saying, "I give honor to the pastor and the pastor's wife and to the mother." And then he said, "And I give honor to Jackie Showers." And everybody was like, "Jackie, how you gonna give honor to Jackie?"
Oh my goodness.
So the pastor said, "From now on, you only give honor to the pastor, the first lady, and the mother." But really and truly, the only way that people can honor you is because you walk in integrity, as it says in Proverbs. You must walk in your integrity, as it says in Job. I'm walking in my integrity.
Yeah.
And so people just don't give you honor because you say, "Give me honor." Honor is earned.
Absolutely.
And honor is earned through you walking a life of integrity. That's how honor is earned. And so then we go and we begin to look at, we talked about integrity, and then we come to the hardest one. And one of the hardest things for all of us to do is to be disciplined, to take ourselves and to bring ourselves under subjection of self-control. And she decided I couldn't use self-control because there wasn't an S. So I used discipline. But discipline and self-control. Self-control is one of the fruits of the Spirit. And what is the Spirit? The Spirit is nothing that gives us the power to do whatever God's telling us to do. So we already have the power of self-control. And through his Holy Spirit, he's given us the ability to exercise self-control in everything that we do. We make the decision not to be in control of self. We make the decision that we are going to just haphazardly do whatever we want to do. But when we begin to tap into the power that's within each and every one of us, and we begin to ignite that power, what happens is that you also gain self-control. And just like you're out of control, you may be out of control in one area, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're out of control in all areas. When you begin to ignite the power of self-control, they call it Kratos Ischus. It's the Kratos Ischus power inherent in God's Holy Spirit that gives you the ability to exercise self-control. And so after that, I knew that, okay, I got the discipline, but I got to be excited about what I'm doing.
Yes.
And see, the Bible tells us count all joy. I had to be excited if things were going great, and I had to be excited if they weren't. I had to be excited if I did an event and everybody came out, and I had to be excited if nobody came out. And I have to be excited if the book sells, if the book doesn't sell. But you have to be excited about whatever God has given you to do. Every assignment, you got to be excited about it.
Yes.
If you're not excited about life, if you're not excited about God, if you're not excited about yourself, get excited about you.
Absolutely. And the thing is, no matter what you're going through, no matter what difficulties, people don't have to know all the stuff.
They don't have to know. You don't have to walk around.
You don't have to walk around with your head
with your
down
face
and a
hanging
frown
down,
on
like,
your
and so
face
people can say,
and
"Oh,
all
what's
that
wrong
stuff."
with you, Jackie?"
Absolutely.
But isn't that what we do? And
But
so
you
most people know when they come on my show and on 11:59, a minute to midnight, Marketplace Prayer Boot Camp, every Friday night, I always say, "I'm excited."
Yes.
I'm excited.
Yes.
And
I
so
do the same.
our excitement comes from the joy of the Lord.
You took the words right out my mouth. I was just thinking.
You
that
know what I'm saying?
scripture,
That's
the
what it comes
joy of
from.
the Lord is our strength.
And so the
And
more
people
you
don't
get, the more
understand.
excited you get about God, the more excited you get about who he created you to be. You can't help but walk around with excitement. You can't help when you look in the mirror and say, "Whoa,
Exactly.
I'm
No matter
excited
what.
about her."
Exactly. No matter, and people, I want you to understand, no matter what you're going through, no matter what disappointments may come, no matter how people may treat you, no matter what people may say about you, be excited. Be excited about who you are.
Aluva Life Greens actually started for me when I was 23. Aluva Life Greens actually started for me when I was 23 years old.
Yes, I just loaded up my paint and sip class on Community, and 5 people have already signed up for it.
What class are you talking about? Yes, which app are you using?
It's called Community. It's an all-in-one app for promoting and organizing local classes. I just loaded up my paint and sip class, and I'm already getting traction.
That's pretty awesome. Can I join your class? Me too. I've been wanting to try paint and sip, but nobody was offering it as a class.
It's called Community. It's an all-in-one app for promoting and organizing local classes. I just loaded up my paint and sip class, and I'm already getting traction.
Hi, my name is Muffy, and I want to encourage more kids to read. I am the star of King's very first book, King the Dream. King taught me how to read, and he can teach you too. Let's read together with King the Dream Storybook. The future looks bright for young learners everywhere. Our goal is to inspire 1 million kids to read. Will you help us reach our goal by purchasing the King the Dream Storybook? It's located on King Can Read website, www.kingcanread.com.
Hello there, my name is Tiffany Bell, and I am with Nonprofit CEO. I specialize in helping nonprofits to grow. I had the honor and pleasure of connecting with Tina Ramsey last year through the Success Women's Conference. Since then, I've appeared on her show several times, and as a result of that, I have really been able to connect to some really great entrepreneurs and nonprofit professionals that are part of her network. So for those of you who are not aware, Tina is a certified VCM coach. Now, when I first heard that, I was like, VCM? What does that stand for? But once she explained it to me, I was like, oh, it makes perfect sense. So for anybody that knows Tina, she's all about visibility. She's all about connection, and she's all about helping people create a source of income through monetization. And so again, Tina is just really good at what she does. If you've not connected with Tina, if you've seen her show or heard her podcast and you're thinking about connecting with her, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. As a result of my connections with Tina, she has helped me with recruitment of speakers for my upcoming event. She's also helped me to recruit several authors for a few of the book projects that I have had the opportunity to produce in this past year. And in all, Tina's just a really great person, that she's genuine in helping entrepreneurs in reaching their goals. So again, if you have not connected with Tina, be sure that you do. The Tina Ramsey Show is definitely a great venue for you to connect with other entrepreneurs, to connect with other individuals that are going to be interested in your service or your project. This is Tiffany Bell. Again, you are watching and
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself. Your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
brand, market, and grow your podcast, how can you connect with the right people in the media and the podcasting industry in order to elevate your visibility? And what type of mindset do you really need to have in order to be a successful podcaster? And the big question, how can you monetize your podcast? Well, hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, host of the Tina Ramsey Show, podcast coach and podcast network owner. And the good thing is that I have you covered. You can ask all of these burning questions and so much more to our experienced media and podcasting professionals on our live Q&A at the Power of Podcasting event that I am personally inviting you to on May the 6th from 2 to 7 p.m. in Atlanta, Georgia at the Pop-Up and Create. I want you to experience for yourself a live taping of the Tina Ramsey Show, and your ticket, get this, includes our #1 podcast course, an autographed copy of the Power of Podcasting book, a swag bag with exclusive goodies, delicious food, and networking. So whether you are looking to just simply expand your knowledge, connect with like-minded individuals, or simply have a good time, our event has something for everyone. So I don't want you to miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I want you to buy your ticket and secure your spot for our event, because it is the event of the year, because these tickets will sell out fast. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and purchase your ticket today. I can't wait to see you there at the Power of Podcasting. Get your ticket today at ctrmedianetwork.com.
And let me say, if you are considering being a podcaster, if you are a podcaster and you want to amplify and grow what it is that you do, Tina is also a woman of God, and she is also led and guided and directed by the Holy Spirit. And I know that because I'm a part of the CTR Media Network. And I'm telling you, you want to be a part of this because it is an awesome thing. And she is there for you. She is there for you. And I just love her to death. And I'm so honored to be a part of this network. All right. I can't believe we've only got 5 minutes left.
I can't believe that time has gone by so fast. And but you know what? I want people to understand, you know, God wants you to tap into this power. And I've been praying and asking God and saying, okay, what do you want me to give your people in this season? And he said, I want you to ignite the power to be what I saw. Ignite the power in them to be what I saw. Spiritual abundance, wholeness, and wealth. And so later this year, I will be coming out with my book. I'm coming out with a whole platform that talks about the power that's within us, that talks about how do I make these decisions? How do I tap into the power of God's love? How do I operate in going to you to the third power? That you nurture those 3 relationships that's so important. Number 1, your relationship with God. Number 2, your relationship with others. And number 3, your relationship with yourself.
Amen.
And that is you to the third power. And so I will be presenting all of this. In addition to that, I just want to say this, for those of you in the metropolitan Detroit area, we do every third Thursday, we do Kingdom Marketplace Connection, because when I ignite the power in you, it is for you to take that power out into the marketplace and become a kingdom influencer in the marketplace. And every third Thursday, we come together at the Gospel Music Cafe on Livernois in Detroit, and we bring kingdom-minded people together in order for them to network, to interact, and also to help feed them to go to that next level. That's important. And you know what we're getting ready to do, Vera? We're getting ready to have a Kingdom Business Expo that's going to come up in the next few months. So you want to make sure that you're following us, because that's what I'm all about. I'm about igniting the power in you to be what God saw, so you can become that kingdom influencer that he's sending out of the 4 walls of church and sending you into the walllessness of the marketplace every day.
Now, how to get in touch with her is scrolling at the bottom. You can go to www.tsgm.org or themarketplace.org, or I can't see it. I don't have my glasses.
You can go to tsgm.org. You can go to the meplace.org, or you can go to jazzapublishing.org. The meplace.org is where you can go and you can actually schedule a 30-minute complimentary confidence builder with me. And so you can go there and you can schedule. It's 30 minutes free, and I give you a lot of confidence, and I'm telling you. So you can take advantage of that. You can go directly to the meplace.org, and you will be able to have a confidence builder section with me that helps to ignite the power in you to be everything that God saw in you.
And I think I need one of those 30-minute presentations, one of those 30-minute sessions with you. Listen, I have one more commercial that I need to talk about. And okay, she's put it in there for you. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Verdine. All right. Well, listen, I need to right quick. I just want to make a comment about this young man. His name is Jamil Mahai. I met him on LinkedIn, and he is a sponsor right now, working with me to help me build my YouTube viewership. And I do want you to know that you can reach him on LinkedIn. And I'm getting ready to pull up his information right quick for you to check him out. You can, and that's his WhatsApp, but this is you can check him out on LinkedIn, and the name is Jamil Maha. All right, just wanted to throw that out there. And we have really run out of time. And you know what, Jackie, I'm just going to have you come back.
Well, I'm excited about coming back, but I do want to say this to everyone. Make sure you get to our website, jazzapublishing.com, so you can get, which one is this? I'm trying to get over here. I decided, which is, and I'm going to get it. I decided, and then also you'll be able to get our prayers for success as well. And you can also purchase them on Amazon. Amazon right now only have the ebooks of I Decided and Prayers for Success, and Affirmations for Success is only an ebook. But if you want to get our books, you can go directly to our website. I always ask people for prayers for success. Let me know when your birthday is, because I do like to write a personal message to you on your birthday.
Awesome. And again, I want to invite you, if you want to know more about Sound Money Benefits, I want to invite you to the link, the Zoom tonight. And I just put the Zoom information here. It's at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. It's also in the chat. And if you tell them you're there because of the Vera Thomas Show and you do get a membership, they're going to give you a free silver coin. Okay? So tell them you heard it on the Vera Thomas Show and you want a membership, and get one of those coins. All right. Well, Jackie, we have really ran out of time. I am so honored that you have been with me tonight, and I'm looking forward to you coming back in the near future. Maybe when you do the business thing, that business expo, come back so that we can help promote that for you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to it. And I just want to say thank you so much, Vera, for reaching out to me and inviting me to the show. I have enjoyed myself, enjoyed just hanging out with you tonight on the Vera Show. It has been a great time, and hanging out with all of those who came to be with us tonight as well.
Yes, and thank you guys for listening. Please tune in on Thursday, because I now have a show on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 o'clock. So tune in on Thursday. All right. God bless you all. Thank you. And Jackie, if you just hold on for a few minutes while we end the show. So have a great
hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
Award-winning author, public speaker, and nationally syndicated radio show and podcast host, CEO of Executive Medicine of Texas, BS in Health Sciences and Clinical Research from George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences, MS in Professional Studies from George Washington University, and a graduate certificate in strategic management from Harvard Extension School. It is our absolute privilege today to welcome Judy Gaiman. Judy, thank you for being here today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to visit with you.
You know, on our show, we talk a lot about lifestyle tips, and it struck me how focused you are, and you've got really good tips. And I thought today we could talk about ways we can get our health back after COVID. You know, as well as I, COVID decimated the globe in every area of our lives. So how do we pick up the pieces? What are some tips you can give us to get our health back after COVID?
Yeah. Well, thanks for that question, because it is something that at Executive Medicine of Texas, we get asked quite a bit. Our patients come in and they say, I just don't feel quite right. I don't have my energy back, or they're having trouble getting in the groove. Maybe their relationships took a hit, whether that's with their spouse or their kids, or just some professional relationships because they weren't going to their usual association meetings and places where they really had this social outlet. And I think that's the first place we tell them to work on, because there's so much research that shows us that having relationships and actually socializing with others, speaking to people, not on Zoom, not on the phone, but really being in someone else's space and them being in your space actually changes our body chemistry. It changes the brain. The brain fires completely differently when we're visiting with someone and we're having a real conversation in person than when we're just doing it over a computer or a phone. So that's the first thing we say. Even if you don't feel like going, get yourself out there, because you've just got to get back in the habit of being social. And I would say 99% of the time, people come back and say, wow, I had no idea how much I missed my friends at Kiwanis or at Rotary or, at this executive group or the chamber or wherever they decided to go. They suddenly are like, wow, I didn't even know what I didn't know that I was missing. Wow. And the same thing goes for family. Get back into those date nights, find things to do with your family, get outside. We've kind of become a little bit of homebodies, a little too comfortable with television. And even when it comes to television, we tell people to take a news diet because there's so much stress with watching the news. Back in the day, and I know I'm giving away my age, and forgive me if I give away yours when I say we remember when news came on at 5 and 6 o'clock. That's right. When the news came on. And now it's just 24/7 and everything's breaking news. And even the sounds that you hear and the music that they play for the news, it's like high alert. So we really get ourselves worked up into this high alert state. And if we can move away from some of those things, I mean, those are, just an aspect of it. And that's covering kind of the mental aspect. There's several other things that people can do from a physical standpoint as well.
Wow, those are so important. We talk a lot about the kids, helping the parents get them away from that social media too, because we see them, they're up all night. And none of it's positive, and it's just anxiety producing, and it's just not healthy.
Yeah,
It's not
absolutely.
healthy.
Absolutely. And the blue light that come off the phones, and then their body doesn't produce melatonin, so they don't sleep. But there's a lot of like adrenaline rush that happens on social media. And a lot of that is also on purpose. It's so that those social media platforms can keep you engaged and keep you there. And again, it's the sights and the sounds and the scrolling. And as you're looking through things, there's pop-ups. And I call this the pop-up generation, because their whole life has been a giant interruption, whether it is the spam calls on the phone or the pop-ups on the computer, or, whatever it is, they have lived with this their whole lives, this younger generation. So it's a little wonder that they have trouble focusing, or that they have this desire or need to go. They just haven't learned the beauty of being still, because it's not something that they've really experienced.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing. That's really critical coming after COVID. And like you said, not isolating anymore. The isolation was brutal. It was absolutely
It certainly
brutal.
was. There's something that kind of went on, and we don't really hear about this too much, but it's a known factor in that space, and that is the independent living center. So this is where people go that they don't really need a nursing home. They don't really need assisted living, but in their own home, maybe they're not eating right because they eat alone or what have you. So it's kind of like a step down from living on your own, but you don't quite need that help. What they found is that isolation that took place during the lockdowns and the shutdowns and all the different regulations that came out, there were a lot of people that were behind doors and they weren't going out and going to the dining room, and the meals were being brought to their rooms, and people with masks on, so they weren't even seeing a smiling face, which we know that a smiling face actually has a chemical reaction in the brain when we see it. It's why we smile back. It's kind of a reflex. So this is going on during the whole pandemic, where people were just kind of behind closed doors. They became even more shut in than you would imagine. And there's so much research even before the pandemic about what happens with shut-ins. So there was almost a mass exodus from the independent living centers into assisted living, because they had lost the ability to function on that higher level as seniors. So they saw people moving out very quickly. We saw a lot of deaths in that population, which was usually not quite as high as, say, assisted living, or even sure, there were things that were happening in nursing homes too, but there still was that one-on-one, because there had to be one-on-one. People were touching them and turning them and those kinds of things. But that wasn't happening in the independent living centers, and even for people who were shut-ins at home.
And I've talked about this. It's like a collective sense of grief. We've lost so much during those 2 years. And we need to acknowledge it, like in our own families, our neighbors, our communities. But then we've got to pick ourselves up. We have to pick ourselves up and say, no, we're not going to live like this.
Yeah, and that is really, I think, the key for all of us. And is to not live in fear, and to recognize when fear is being thrust upon us for monetary gain. And we see a lot of that. The news companies made tremendous amount of money on the ads that they sold when people were held captive by their television. And we have to just recognize that that is their business, is to make money. And how do they make money is to get your attention and keep your attention so that they can sell the ads and such while they have your attention. Just to recognize that. It doesn't mean that they're all evil. There's definitely a place for news outlets, but to recognize that and to set yourself up with, okay, I will watch the news from this time to this time, but not be, so beholden to everything. And now we've got the apps, and I found myself, just as guilty of checking the app in the middle of the day to say, oh, did anything happen? Because we're almost in this state of high alert. What happened? What's the next thing? We're kind of afraid the next ball is going to drop. A lot of us saw many people pass away in the last couple of years. And that brings on a whole other grief. And it's very complicated grief, because it wasn't like this person was sick for a long time and, they're in a better place and all of that we tell ourselves when somebody passes. A lot of times we saw these people on Friday, and the next Friday they weren't there, and we're trying to reconcile that. Or maybe they were really young and they passed away. And then just people that passed away for other reasons. We didn't have those connections because we were separated for a while. So then we felt this loss of time that we didn't get with them. And all this, like you said, we just have to recognize it and then say, okay, this happened. This is real. I can feel the feels, cry the cries, and not just push it down, pretend it didn't happen. I mean, it happened. And, one thing that I think the entire medical community would like to see out of what happened with the pandemic is a real, true discussion. What did we do right? What did we do wrong? What could we do better?
Yes.
And if we could have that discussion, we'd be so much further ahead. And I also think it would help in the finger pointing on both sides, because if it was a real discussion, we'd be saying things like, well, maybe we shouldn't have jumped the gun on vents. Maybe we should have looked at the research on vitamin D in the ICU. I mean, there was so much coming out, and depending on which hospital you went, you were treated one way, and what part of the country you were in, you were treated another way. What can we learn from that? And then what can we learn from some of the mandates? Was the end all be all thing to do is get behind closed doors and mask up, and what are the other things that happen because of that? And maybe it should have been a shorter period of time. Maybe we should have made it age specific. Just going back and really having an honest conversation about what did we do right? What did we do wrong? If we ever get in this position again, how do we get, first of all, everyone on the same page? Because we all know that didn't happen. And then what did we learn that we can apply? And the only way we're going to grow as a society is to have an honest conversation about what can we learn from this.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing. That's so important. And because what we see is conversations that are, they're backed by profits, but there's no willingness to discuss in a critical thinking manner. And it gets intimidating.
It does.
So people said, wait a minute. I have thoughts and feelings about it, but I don't want to be attacked. I don't want my social media shut down. I mean, it's honest. So then where do you go with those thoughts and feelings? Where do you go? Now, I'm hoping like you got, I'm a huge proponent. I don't know if you know, I've been a psychiatrist for 35 years, and I have an MBA in health administration. So I'm big on public health. And I totally believe in the sanctity of the doctor-patient relationship.
100%.
And those walls are sacred. That is confidential information. And my hope and prayer is, and I know in your clinic it's that way, that people can quietly express, wow, I don't know what happened, but what about this? And what about this? And that your doctors, your providers provide a sounding board, a safe space for them to share some of their innermost feelings.
Yeah. It is so true. And in primary care, which is our space, a lot of times in a lot of practices, I call it the HMO treadmill. We're not HMO, we're concierge, and we're preventative based. And yay, and really that allows that relationship to happen and to prosper, because we're not, put on time constraints. We're not beholden to the HMO. We're not beholden to, particular regulations that are out there for profit purposes. It's really about that relationship. And I think because our physicians come from such a place that they know the importance of that. One of our physicians practiced in Canada under socialized medicine, and years ago was the head of family medicine for all of Manitoba, and was going through the contracts for what the government was going to pay for and not pay for, and we got to fix the potholes, and so they have like this really unique background. Another one of our physicians also has a master's in public health, which is a really neat combination, as because then you see the bigger picture as well. And then another one has 4 different board certifications. So it's really interesting to see how their relationships with their patients evolved during the pandemic and during this time. Because when other doctors were closing the doors, or you got an answering machine or whatever, we were calling our patients. Hey, how are you feeling? Are you scared? What are you doing with your family? How are your parents? They may not even be our patients, but a lot of people, the stress was, I have aging parents. What am I going to do if my parents die? There was a lot of stress that was on the particular age that we see, which is mostly like 40s, 50s, 60s, but really 40s, 50s is a sweet spot for us. So they're running businesses or owning businesses. They've got aging parents. They've got kids at home, or maybe off at college, which was a whole nother stress. And it was like this giant, like pressure cooker of, my whole life is imploding. And I know from what you do, that you completely understand the toll that takes, not just mentally, but physically on their bodies. We saw their immune system have issues because they were so stressed. We saw those relationships struggle because they were so stressed, and nobody had the answers. It wasn't like you could just Google the answer, or, call up your friend and your friend can counsel you out of this, or call your psychiatrist. And I mean, it was really a whole world struggle, and we hadn't ever seen that.
Exactly. Can you talk a little bit more about stress and the impact on our health?
Yeah, stress is so important. And when we look at, why do we have stress? Why do we have the fight or flight? Because in some instances, we need that. We need to be able to react quickly. And especially, when we were back in the hunters and gatherers, but even today, we're driving a car, somebody pulls out, you have to be able to have quick reflexes. And stress in some levels, in short stints, is good. It's part of our system. We're built for it. But it's this chronic stress that we get into. And it's not, I don't want to just put all this on the pandemic. You could have chronic stress because you're in a job that is just killing you, or you're traveling too much, or someone in your family is dying, or maybe you have a chronic disease. So there's a lot of things that can go into why we have stress. And then if you take that, now I have stress and I don't have a relief from the stress, we get chronic inflammation. And we now know through many, many trials, clinical trials, that chronic inflammation is actually the root cause of so many chronic diseases, diabetes and heart disease and cancer. And it comes from this constant state of inflammation. And figuring out, how do we turn this down, tone this down? Counseling is huge. We're a big proponent of seeing your counselor. Talk to your family physician. You have family counseling. The art of talking to one another is something that we've somehow gotten away from. And it's so good to talk things out. And maybe it's because of society right now where we're in you can agree with me or you can be wrong. And that doesn't really work. It doesn't help the stress levels whatsoever. But if we can talk this out, journaling, we have so many of our patients, we tell them, keep a journal by your bed. If you're religious, read your scriptures. This, or if you're not religious, fine, read a book. Just the art of having a bedtime routine is a great way to be able to go to sleep and to actually take that dial of stress and just dial it down a little bit. Journaling is great. Prayer journals are great. We've just seen tremendous success with these kind of tools. And then walking and being present. It seems so simple to just go for a walk, but don't put your headphones on. Don't take your phone with you and actually go for a walk. Breathe in, breathe out, watch the birds, whatever, observe things around you. And it's amazing how the body has the ability to kind of self-meditate with a simple thing like going for a walk.
Oh, it's so true, Judy. You just unpack so much, so many invaluable tips for us. And I hope our listeners will go back and listen to this again. And because to have it soak in, to listen, go for a walk and listen. And you hear the birds and look at the beauty around you. Take it in and breathe with all your senses. And we don't do that. I think it's in our, like you say, our fast pace, our media world, our devices. And believe me, I'm on them as much as anybody, so I'm not criticizing, but it's not enough. It's not enough. And we need to nourish our being, our senses, with all the modalities that are really, they're indispensable.
For sure. Now, have you noticed that, and you brought up all the senses, have you noticed that people are so in tune with their eyes? They're scrolling through their phone.
Yes.
They're attached to the television. Their eyes are predominantly the sense they're using. Have you noticed that because of that, they've lost abilities to listen really well? Some of their communication, they fail to just reach out and touch, family members. Hugs go a long way. It reminds me back, and I know you know this story, but maybe for your listeners or viewers, about the Romanian orphanage and the failure to thrive. And just to recap for your audience, they had an orphanage in Romania, and these babies were not growing. They weren't thriving, and they were feeding them, and they prop them up and they give them a bottle. They were feeding them, they were changing them, and then they realized the power of touch and the power of touch as it relates to growth. And they went in and they started holding the babies, rocking them in rocking chairs, human touch. And suddenly these babies just started blossoming. They gained weight, they got taller, they grew hair. And that's such a good example for all of us as we, think about raising our children or having a nurturing relationship with our spouse, or even in this time in society where we're all like, don't touch, it's such and it's not just pandemic stuff. It's all this weird stuff. I will walk up to an employee and just give him a pat on the back, give him a hug. And, I think we've gotten so far the other side that, we can't touch our employees. We can't compliment them for fear of complimenting them the wrong way, or, I don't know. I've never found that, giving them a pat on the back or giving them a hug has ever hurt anything. If anything, it's just made them smile. And what does that do? We know it's a reflex, made me smile. So, this positive reinforcement in the workforce, at home, with your spouse. When's the last time you held hands? Hold hands. Don't sit on opposite sides of the couch if you're watching a movie. Snuggle up together. This seems so weird because we all did it when we're dating, but what happens when we get married? We tend to well, I'll lean on this armrest and you lean on that armrest and we'll eat our ice cream and watch The Biggest Loser. That's kind of the rut we tend to get into. Yes. And we have to kind of unpack that a little bit and be mindful. And then one tip for your listeners on the phone is self-regulate. There actually is on every phone a way you can track your daily and weekly screen time. And if you actually look, you're going to be shocked. But it's so important. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I first did that. I was like, there is no way I was on my phone for 13 hours this week. Impossible. Wow. And it was true. And so the next week I tried to be a little more mindful. So I got the little notification, your phone use or your screen time is down. I'm like, great. And it's like, you are now 12 hours and 10 minutes. I'm like, what? How is this happening? So, just even like for myself, I thought there's no way. But then when I started thinking about, okay, we'll divide that by 7. Yeah, I probably am on my phone that long. And then if you multiply it the other direction and say, wow, if that was that much time in a week times 52, how much of my life am I wasting on this device?
Yes. It's amazing. And like you say, I mean, you're very knowledgeable, but you're like, I was on the phone that much?
I was shocked.
You just can't even believe it.
Yeah. And it goes to that distracted mindset. We're all in a distracted mindset. Exactly. We run to the next shiny object.
It's just the way we're programmed. It is. It's the way our environment is right now. But as you say, the awareness, it's like, wait a minute, it doesn't have to be that way.
Right.
I can shut the phone off. I can, they can leave me a message and just have certain times of the day when you're answering messages.
Yep. I actually left someone a message and their voicemail said, I return calls at 8, 12, and 4. And I was like, okay.
Wow.
We tend to think that might offend somebody. Mm-hmm. But I appreciated that. I'm like, okay, I left this at 1. I'll talk to them after 4 o'clock.
Isn't it
and I
true?
could mentally put it away. And I wasn't upset that they weren't there 24/7. It's setting those boundaries.
Exactly. That's such a critical word, boundaries. And, I was going to ask you talk a lot about longevity. You talked about people that live over 100. What are some lessons that they teach us about leadership, about longevity? I have a feeling there's real secrets there that we can learn from.
There certainly are. And Dr. Zen, the craziest thing is I was working on a book with to the physicians at our practice. It's called Age to Perfection, How to Thrive to 100, Happy, Healthy, and Wise. When I first started working on this book, I actually was just, doing the research, what's happening in these blue zones, and really kind of absorbing other people's data. And then I had this, I guess, epiphany. Why don't I just ask people over 100, how did they do it? So I had this writing assistant and a fabulous young lady. And I asked Emily to find me people over 100. I said, here's the criteria, they got to be able to have a conversation. They can't be drooling all over themselves. They have to have enough memory that they, that this is going to be a viable interview. And I was shocked, actually. And everything I thought about people over 100 was much different than what I found out.
Wow.
There were a few things that are across the board the same that we got in the interviews. And it was, have friends, be social, exercise. All these people exercise, and what that looked for them was a little bit different for each of them. One of them still went to the gym every day, but she just doesn't do the weights. She does the machines without the weights. She was so cute. She said, I've got to keep my machine oiled. The only way I can keep my own machine oiled is to keep it moving. And she just, she was so cute. And they all had things, and they all believed in a higher power. They were not the same religion. They were not the same faith, but they all had believed in a higher power. I thought all of these things were really fascinating, that they really, had done these things without somebody writing a book to tell them to do them. Excuse me. They just
really
knew
are.
that this was the right way to live.
They knew in their knowing exactly.
And
Wow.
you know
and
what?
again, it can seem so simple and basic.
Oh,
but
it is
doing
simple
it.
and basic. Well, after I interviewed them, I had this really crazy, wild-haired idea to go into the school and ask these elementary students, what does it take to live to be 100? And you know what? They said the same thing that those people told me. You got to have a lot of friends. You got, I mean, everything I was hearing from these people over 100, these young children they knew innately what it was going to take to live a long and happy life. And somewhere between, like, I don't know, 15 and 90, like, the world takes hold of us and we forget. We forget what it takes. Maybe it's all the marketing messages, or we get busy, that 4-letter word, busy, but we somehow forget what we knew as children. And we do know, we're born with knowing how to live long and live happy and live healthy.
Beautiful. And out of the mouths of babes. I mean, it really is.
It was
and
so
to honor that.
It was so cute. It was just so cute. So I included them in the book because I thought, this is valuable information.
It is valuable information. And before we close, I want to ask you a little bit about brain health, because I'm hearing data. Okay, it's really scary. It is. I mean, I'm not here to catastrophize. That's not going to be helpful. But younger and younger people having issues with brain health. So what can we do? What can we empower people with some pearls to really get their brains back on track and keep in tip-top shape?
Well, the number one thing that is such an easy fix, and all of your listeners can do right now, is stop consuming artificial sweeteners. We now know that there is a huge connection between the brain and the gut. We know that the gut microbiome is highly disrupted by artificial sweeteners, and they can be in your toothpaste, they can be in your sodas, they can be all over the place. Even some medications, believe it or not, some children's medications have them in them. And this is so critical. Just this one change has changed so many people's lives. They get off of these diet sodas, they get off of, these, all the different things they're doing. Gum, a lot of gum has artificial sweeteners. Their headaches go away. Their brain works better. They're less moody. We see this giant connection between the gut microbiome and bipolar disorder. So saying just stop them. Don't add them to your coffee. Don't do it. Make that number one. And then exercise. The brain really responds so positively to physical exercise. So do it. And if you don't think you can do it, you're just wrong. Just baby steps. Don't go say, I'm going to exercise. I'm going to sign up for the 5K. No, it doesn't work like that. So, do something. Go for that walk around the block. Say, I'm going to do one push-up today. Just start somewhere. I remember when I set a goal and I was like, I'm going to take 10,000 steps a day. And I just felt like that was so hard. And now I take 10,000 steps before 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'm like, golly, because I knew my day would get away from me. And people were like, how do you do that 10,000 steps before 10 o'clock? I walk for an hour. Exactly. Do this. Like, oh, I don't know. I got a full-time job. So do I. I just get up earlier. And it really was, it isn't like I'm bragging, because trust me, it took me 50 years to be able to say, I'm going to get up an hour early and go walk 10,000 steps in the morning. Exactly. I get it. It's not going to be something that is going to come natural. But if you just take these steps, like to do something, do something physical.
Yes.
Get on the ground and play with your kids.
Yes.
We were doing, this is kind of funny, kind of embarrassing too, but I'll tell you this quick little story. We were doing this new physical functional medicine test that we're going to start using on our patients at Executive Medicine. So I took the the test, and I didn't know that I was like really like kind of lopsided. I'm like, oh man, when I tried this one thing, I just fall over to one side. So this is the point of the test, right? But I'm like, I always want to achieve and overachieve. And I'm like, I got to do it again. They're like, no matter how many times you do it, you're probably not you're just gonna fall over. So I stand up and I'm like, I can still do a cartwheel. Oh my gosh, don't understand it. I have not done a cartwheel in, I don't know, 2 decades, but I was so doggone like, I can still do a cartwheel. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, well, do one. I did. And thank God I didn't break my neck. And the next day I woke up and I was like, oh, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that cartwheel. So I get it when people are listening. I'm not, when I say I walk, 10,000 steps toward 10 a.m., I'm no hero. I'm not out there running marathons or anything like that. I just decided that my mom had Alzheimer's. My mom passed away this year. And I said, I'm going to do the things I can do. I can't control the things I can't control. And I do know I have the genetic factors because I had my 23andMe done. And that was one of the things on there I had done years ago. And so I know that, and I could either bury my head in the sand and say, oh, this is the way life's going to be. And this is what happened to mom. And, and I start getting paranoid. I could go down that road so easily, but instead I say, what can I do to not flip that switch on?
Exactly.
And really focus on that. So take whatever energy your listeners have, whatever that is, whatever that fear is, whatever that negative thing that's just nagging at you, really got you down, and turn it around and find a way to make it positive. Because if you can turn it into positive energy, wow, and make a life change because that's what drives you, it's life changing. I mean, I could live in fear. I could say, oh my gosh, I'm terrified, but I just choose not to.
Exactly. Turn it around. That's very inspiring, Judy. Well, Judy, it's been an absolute privilege to have you here today. And I mean, you are a well of really important knowledge and lifestyle tips and information. How can our listeners reach out to you and learn more about you?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that. They can go to Judy Gammon, so JudyGaman.com. And if they want to learn about the practice, Executive Medicine of Texas, they can go to EM and then Texas spelled out.com.
Beautiful. And we will include those links in the show notes. Any final words for our listeners before we close?
Just love your neighbors, your friends, your family, and you can wake up every day. I love this old quote. I wish I knew who said it first, but it's such a good quote. You can wake up and say, good Lord, it's morning, or you can wake up and say, good morning, Lord. And I just always have remembered that and thought, when we wake up, we choose the beat of that day. And so when you wake up tomorrow, wake up and choose the beat of your day. And I think it'll just make your day so much better.
That is so awesome. Judy Gammon, again, it's a privilege. And I know our listeners are going to be listening to this over and over to soak up all the pearls that you've given us in this time. And thank you for all the work you do. You do so much.
Thank you. I mean, it's a pleasure. It's interesting when somebody like of your stature gives a compliment, because I just feel so humbled that you have an appreciation for the interview, and we had this wonderful conversation, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity. So thank you, and keep doing what you're doing. I think it's terrific.
It's like we said, together, right? As in reaching to our family, friends, neighbors. I say this all the time. We can create a healthy world. And it's one person at a time, one heart at a time, one brain at a time, one prayer at a time, and rinse and repeat over and over and over.
Such a great comment and such a great visual. So terrific. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you again, Judy.
CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our platinum sponsors, Eleanor and Leroy Mason from happyandhealthy.global. Happyandhealthy.global is a health and nutrition business that educates and provides essential natural wellness products to build your health and wealth. To find out more of what they have to offer to you, go to happyandhealthy.global.
Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to the Speakeasy Podcast. And yes, this is still March, and we are still honoring phenomenal women all over the world. So wherever you are, know that you are somebody, that you are fantastic, and that you are amazing, and you are phenomenal. Today, I have here with me a very special guest, Dr. Jonas Gatson. And he is here to share with us and to tell his story of how he got to where he is today. And so I'm going to bring Dr. Jonas up into the stream. Good evening, Dr. Jonas. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Speakeasy Podcast today. And so, Dr. Jonas, just tell the listening audience who you are and what you do.
There are three kinds of people: those that make things happen, those that watch things happen, and those who wondered what happened. I am a person that make positive things happen, and I know you are too. I'm Dr. Jonas Gatson, DTM, known as Mr. Enthusiasm. I bring over 30 years of knowledge, skills, and expertise from two Fortune 500 companies, Xerox and Eastman Kodak, 8,000 employees from 69 different countries, and got the Trainer of the Year award. I'm an author of 6 books, all of them made the author the Amazon best-selling list. I did one personally on my own a while back, How to Fly Like an Eagle with Wings Like a Wimp. It teaches you how to take a chance, take charge, and take control of your life. My expertise is in speaking. I help people to speak more effectively so they can live their dreams, their goals, and their aspiration. I started my own company as an entrepreneur, Partners for Purposeful Living. It teaches you how to take charge and take control of your life. I have 4 pillars, and I'll talk about it a little bit. Number 1, later on, a little bit, is education. Number 2 is inspiration. Number 3 is transformation. And number 4 is motivation, in that order. And my motto for my company and my life is, since greatness is possible, excellence is not enough. And it's a privilege and a pleasure to be a guest of your program, Constant. I've been following you and hear a lot of great things about you. And we acknowledge women from all over the world, including the host of the great job she does in so many things, being a nurse and numerous things, an author, numerous things. We've been shaking up the world in a positive way. And I'm so pleased and I'm so happy to be here. I'm fired up and ready to go, ready to glow, and ready to grow.
Okay. All right. I like that. Fired up and ready to go. And, sometimes we have to get fired up and we need something to fire us up. So what do you say to someone out there right now who needs to be fired up? They have not recognized what their true purpose in life is. What would you tell that person today?
First, I'll tell them the bonus from Jonas: don't focus on what you have lost, but focus on what you have left, because what you have left is enough to get the job done. And we want to hope to show you as women, as entrepreneurs, as leader, to turn your stumbling blocks into stepping stone, turn your obstacle into opportunity, and then turn your scars into stars. This is your time and this is your term to take a chance, take a charge, and take control of your life. This is the year for doers. One of the things that I wrote about a lot is to dare to dream and then do it. There's a dream in you. I love what Dr. Martin Luther said, the time is always right to do what's right, and that everybody can be great because everybody can be served. So this is not the accident. And since this is March to all women all over, locally, nationally, and international, I want to challenge you. Since this is March, I want to challenge you to march forth with your dreams, with your goals, and with your aspiration. There's a book in you. There's a restaurant in you. There's a dream that's in you. There's an entrepreneur that's in you. Maybe there's a poem. I don't know what it is, but listen, bonus from Jonas, when you're running out of time, it's time for you to start running. And bonus from Jonas, when your value is clear, your decision is easy. Congratulations to all you great women from all over the world. We appreciate you. And that's why I'm doing a special broadcast on April the 8th. And the title of, because communication is what I specialize, it's time now for you to pick up your mic, because we need to hear your voice. And we're going to do a special gift on April the 8th, and it's free, a bonus from Jonas I'm going to give to for 2 hours, a master class and on communication, because it's your time and this is your turn. And the title of it is Master Your Message.
All right, Dr. Jonas. And so, I like what you said about when you're running out of time. And sometimes we do not realize, or we do not recognize, or we do not want to accept that, hey, we are running out of time. Every day that we live, we are running out of time. And so I like that you said that. Now, how can the listening audience access your free masterclass?
Well, again, one of the things that they can do, number one, they can call me personally at 585-703-9547 to register, or they can Google my name or email me at jg@jonasbonus.com. Or you can go on Instagram, or you can go on to Facebook, or you can Google my name, Jonas Gatson, and then we'll be happy, because you have to register. It's free, but you have to register on the 8th of April. That's a Saturday. And it's going to be from 10 to 12, 2 hours, and it's on Zoom, so you can listen to it in the privacy of your home, on your laptop, on your desktop, and even as you're on your smartphone. You want to mark your calendar. You don't want to miss it. It's a value of over $1,000, and I'm going to give it to you as a gift, so you can start and learn how to articulate, to get that raise. Not only going to help you professionally, but it's going to help you in your personal life. It's going to help you. I came out of corporate America, and one of the things that a lot of times we will overlook is because the lack of effective communication. I just endorsed a book entitled Yes You, Yes Now. In the last of December. It was written for women. I endorsed it because I've been in corporate America. I have a chapter in them. And one of the things I said in the chapter, that some women and some men, that especially men and women of color, number one, if you're not in the room, number two, and if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So in the book, what I talk about on my chapter, say yes to your success. Number one, it teaches women, number one, how to get in the room. Number two, how to get a seat at the table. And number three, how to determine what's going to be on the menu. And it was one gentleman just said, a multi-millionaire, Mr. Buffett, communication. And he said, if you know how to communicate effectively, that will increase your value, to increase your income 50%. And if you don't know how to communicate successfully, you're going to decrease. And so you got to communicate. And one of the things else I tell a lot of people, some of our women, they're great. I mean, great. They are the queen. We stop by the night, make sure you got your crown on and straighten up your crown. But one of the things I found out in corporate America, a lot of women entrepreneurs, they got a lot of education, they got a lot of degrees, and congratulations, they made all kinds of sacrifice, but they never did what was important. They never did the work on themselves. So consequently, when they get into position, they feel lost because they didn't develop. There's an African proverb said, the enemy within, the enemy without can do you harm. You work with, never do without. My favorite book said, if you came here pregnant with a gift, he said, you develop that gift will take you in front of kings. That gift will take you in front of important people. But you're going to be able to have to articulate your thoughts clearly, concisely, with confidence, and with connection. And we'll talk a little bit about that if the host want me to. But yes, you want to mark that calendar. It's a gift. It's free. But let me tell you what I've learned. I know none of you would do this, but what I have discovered, and even billionaires have discovered the same thing, that a lot of people, they will register for a free MasterClass, but the majority don't show up. Because you know what I found out? People show up and pay attention for what they pay for. But I know that I know you're gonna not only register, you're gonna show up. And you know something, to tell you something I learned in life. Half of the battle in life is show up. And what I emphasize a lot, availability is way important than abilities. See, a lot of times I wasn't had the ability, but I made myself available. And let me tell you something. It's a bonus from Jonas here. Don't let your credential, don't let your ability take you to a place that your character can't sustain you. Ooh, I think that's a bonus from Jonas.
All right, that definitely is a bonus, and I like that. Availability is better than ability, and that is so true. You have to be available. We have to be available, and so I like that. Yes. I like that bonus. I love it. I love it. So, Dr. Jonas, I detect that little South Carolina twang there. Okay, so
yes,
I consider you, I have deemed you today a phenomenal dream chaser. Okay, so just kind of walk us through your journey of where you started and how you got to where you are today.
Yes, thank you very much. Because a lot of times, a lot of people look at the glory, but they don't never want to know the story.
Amen.
She mentioned, I was born, I don't know, I was born inside, so deep in this, it's almost the end of the world. That you almost can see the end of the world from where I was born. But it doesn't matter where you were born. It doesn't matter where you are right now. What it does matter is where you're going. And being growing to a plantation, and my father died when I was young, and my mother brought up 11 of us because we were a part of what they call an African proverb. It took a village to raise a child. So when I graduated from high school in 1971, I came up to Rochester, New York, because I had a sister that was living up here, Ethel Gatson, and she was in job. The thing was, if I found a job, I would stay in Rochester. If I didn't, I'd go back to South Carolina and go to trade school so I could learn a trade. So when I got to South Carolina, being a country boy, I ain't never seen so many people in my life. And then I did get a job at Xerox in a training program, but then you stuff at me because of my Southern accent. And I tell people all the time, I speak 3 languages. One is Southern, the other one is Gullah. And for the last few minutes, I've been trying to do everything I can to speak English. I'm trying to swing the bucket down low that everybody would get a drink. So when I got up there, they were laughing at me because my participles always dangling. My subject never agreed. And so then I got a speech in a therapist that worked with me privately because all of my and STs were dropping off. And then after I worked with them for a long time, they were still laughing at me. And so then I went back to school and got a degree in communication. They were still laughing at me. So I grabbed the Toastmaster. I'm a DTM, the largest organization of 300,000 members. And then I went to Dale Carnegie. But then I turned my car versus of wheels. And I used to listen to, I'm sort of aging myself. I used to listen to all of these things like hook on phonic and how and verbal advantage and all these things to better my best. And then I got a job at Xerox, Kodak, Xerox first. I got laid off after 2.5 years at Xerox, and then I hired me at Kodak. And the same thing were laughing at me. And then after that, I would go to work early in the morning because they had a learning laboratory. I would go there and listen to the tapes, but I was pre-programmed because they had a library in the learning lab at Eastman Kodak. So all these libraries, the book says president, that's not for me. Manager, that's supervisor, that's not for me. HR, that's not for me. And I said that because I've been programmed to be a good employee, to get a good education and get a good job and work forever for a company. But anyway, they needed somebody because the whole time I was working on myself. And so they needed someone to do the training for their division. So they knew that I was a DTM in Toastmaster. So they asked me to lead 1,100 people in my division. And then it happened a time that the United Way was having a big scandal at the corporate office. They were misusing the money. So in Kodak, we no longer have to give. We can give if we want to. So they asked me to dress 1,100 people to convince them to give. And so I went and got in small groups and I spoke to many to them. And I said, the money is not going to headquarters. The money is going to help people in our community that lost their job, that are homeless. But to make a long story short, 1,100 people, we raised $1 million for the home because I was able to communicate effectively. That created a job for me. And I was the person over my whole division for training. And so now, after training 8,000 people from around the world and got the Trainer Year Award, speak to people now on Zoom from all over the world, best-selling author, got numerous speaking engagement that I'm going to be involved in this year. I got planned already, including April the 13th and the 15th, another conference that I'm in, dealing with purpose, dealing with passion, and dealing with some peace that passes all understanding. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So that's why I'm going to encourage you. Don't get carried away. Here's the bonus from John. All masters was once a disaster. I think I said something. I think that's a bonus from Jonas. I said, all master was once a disaster. Let me just say this, and I'm going to turn it back over to this great host. Some people say, I don't have time. Let me tell you something. We all have the same amount of time. There's 168 hours in the week. 168 hours. Okay, you work 40 hours. You sleep 40 hours. What do you what I learned the concept? The only thing I remember about me after I'm died is the dash. What are you doing? Your goals. What are you doing to leave a legacy? What are you doing to change your destiny? And it starts right now. So and as I said earlier, don't focus on what you have lost. Focus on what you have left. Because what you have left is enough to get the job done. Because if it's going to be, it's up to me. And if you're going to get through, it's up to you. You are the magic.
All right, Dr. Jonas. And I like that you brought the dash, because I talk about the dash all the time. And so when I think about our dash, I think about Morse code. You know, there's some little dots and there's some little segments and there's some longer dashes and all that. And so each one of those things represent things in our life occurrences or things that we did. We went to school, we got a degree, or maybe we were ill for a while, or we started a project, we didn't finish it. So that dash is a little bit shorter, but we have to think about the end, look toward the end. What legacy, what blueprint are we leaving in civilization? Because every day that we live, we are doing just that. And so it is so important. I'm glad you brought that up. Now, you and I collaborated with Les Brown on a book. Yes. Now, unleash what's within inside of you. So I know for me, it was a revelation, a self-revelation to myself. Okay, you still got some things in here you got to work with and you got to put out there because someone needs to know about it. They need to hear about it and learn that they can themselves unleash and become their best self. So what inspired you to join that project?
What inspired me? I love people. I never met a group of people that didn't bring me joy. Now, I will admit that some people bring me joy when they enter the room. Others bring me joy when they leave the room, but nevertheless, they bring me joy. And I wanted to touch more people. I've touched tens of thousands of people, but I want to touch millions of people. So what I did in the midst of the pandemic, what I did was, because I had learned previously, if you're the smartest person in your group, you need to find a new group. And so I decided during the pandemic that I was going to find a new group. So what happened was I was speaking at a conference, Virtue, because I'm a member of the Black Speakers Network. So I was on the program, I was speaking, say yes to your success, and there was other people. So I stayed on it all day because it was Virtue. And I went to the lady, Dr. Wood, and she was talking about communication, and then she talked about a master class. I said, whoa, she's pretty good. So I intended to just do the master class 2 sessions and I would be done. But I met her and then and met a whole lot, about 300 more women that I didn't even know. And we collaborated right on our laptop to do 6 best bestseller, and the book launched and everything. And here's what the bonus from Jones, what I developed. Just because you use tech, you don't have to lose the human touch. Oh, I think I've said something. I said, just because you use technology, you don't have to lose the human touch. So I got with all of them, and now including the horsehair, and now we're in 6 different books. So what I'm saying is that get around people who can help you, who are positive, powerful, and purposeful in your dreams and your goals and your aspiration, because the proximity is critical. And now I have, because of those ladies, all the other books we have read, all of the things that we have done together collectively, because bonus from John, because teamwork make the dream work. Yes. And so many times we're trying to do too much stuff alone, but we need help. Yes, we need help, that people that's going to out of this. We talk about 3 things, and there's going to be a lot of C's. But number 1, master yourself. Number 2, master your subject. Number 3, master your specific audience. And one of the key C's that hurt people a lot is clarity. Because so many people are talking about they're jack of many trades and master of none. First of all, that quote is not properly coded. The actual quote, I'm a jack of many trades, but master of one. And my favorite book said just one thing I do. Find out one thing. Be like a good old stamp. When you put it to an envelope, stick to the envelope until you finish. We got a lot of starters, but we don't have a lot of finishers. So that's what motivates me. Get with the best, and so I can touch more people collaboratively. And by the way, I always, and let me tell you something I learned if you want to get with the best, you're going to have to invest in you.
Yes.
You got to have to invest in you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true.
You know, free If you're not careful, free can cripple you. So I tell people sometimes you have to drop the aura. If you want to really be successful, you have to drop the aura out of free and start paying fee. Start paying fee. Invest in yourself because you are worth it. And then people say, I don't want to do the work. See, you ain't going to do the work at first. But don't focus on the work. Focus on the worth. If you know that you're worth it, or you'll do the work.
All right. Now, you know, you said something earlier when you were talking about who's at the table and who's going to determine who's on the menu. I can't quote it just like you said it. But what if you are in a situation where now the time has come for you to make your own table? What guidance do you have to provide for that? Because sometimes that happens. You know, you're not welcome to the table. There is no seat for you at that table. So you have to come and make your own table.
Yes, and I deal with that too in that chapter, Yes You and Yes Now. Yeah, it's time for some of us as entrepreneurs at our own table. Instead of continue to fight for someone else's table, because when they build that table, they didn't build it for me and they didn't build it for you. I like what David said from my favorite book. He said he sat him down at a table and he was prepared. He had a table that was prepared in the presence of his enemy. And all the enemy that was feeding and passing the meat and passing the bread and passing the drink, they couldn't touch him. Because it wasn't that was his table that God had prepared for you. And let me tell you something. And when you at somebody else's table, they're always going to have the cheapest napkin, always going to have paper plate and paper cup. But if you at your own table, you have china. Come on, somebody. You're drinking out of crystal. Come on. You got the best of the best because you deserve it and it's your table. But you're going to have to work hard on yourself. But let me tell you the key to entrepreneurship. Well, you are the product. People buy you before they buy what you're selling. And if you don't know how to articulate, you don't know how to negotiate, you don't know things, you don't know how the people are in and convince people. And by the way, everybody you meet has a neon sign on their forehead. And the neon says, what's in it for me? We have too many entrepreneurs, too many salespeople. The reason why they're going to fail miserably unless they learn these skills that they don't care nothing about you. They don't care about your degree, don't care about your car, don't care about none of that stuff. They want to know what's in it for me. What's in it for me? And I tell people this, it's not about you, boo. It's not about you. It's about your audience. I tell people that I figure out they got a headache, so I provide them with aspirin. They're scratched because of all of the stuff. I get them Benadryl. See, you got to find out where the pain is, and you learn what is. Two gap.
Okay, your internet.
Let me tell you what it is. In the professional speaking arena, it's 60%. It's 60% listening and only 20% talking. So that's critical. Work on yourself. They buy you. Let me tell you something else while I'm on this point. You know, people do business with people they like, trust, and there's a third one. Like, trust, there's a third one. But they listen to people. Here's what you want to get from this. They listen to people they like, but they buy from people they trust.
Okay.
If they don't trust you, and you don't have no integrity, if your word is not your bond, if you're just trying to get people to buy something so you can have a better life, those days are gone for those kinds of salespeople. You got to find out what the people need, what they need assessment. That's why before I set up a speaking engagement, I send out a needs assessment. I want to know everything about that person, their organization, the educational background, the demographics, everything, what their hurts are, What are the things you want me to include? What are the things you want me not to include? You got to do your homework. Then I do a search on that company to find out everything I need. In fact, I just mailed a contract today for April the 19th for entrepreneur. They're doing a pitch thing for entrepreneur. 10 of them, and I'm going to be the keynote speaker.
Okay.
Are you listening? And people are going to be on it from all over the country. Entrepreneur. And I'm going to tell them some of these things that I'm sharing with you because I am an entrepreneur now. And it's different as an entrepreneur than when you work for somebody else.
Oh, yes. Very different.
Some people say, well, I need a raise. Well, if you're an entrepreneur, your raise will become effective as soon as you do.
Mm-hmm.
People buy you before they buy your product. So work harder on yourself than you do on your job. And do it regularly.
Right. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Jones. You are really giving us some bonus tips today. And so, we connected with our collaboration with Les Brown and Dr. Cheryl Wood. And I really began to follow you closely at that point for different reasons, because I liked your message. I like what you're saying and what you're doing. And you're right. Communication and clarity is so important. I preach that in my workplace all the time with my nurse leaders. You have to communicate effectively and you have to have clarity. Your staff have to understand what you're saying. They have to understand it and be able to interpret it correctly. And so, but another reason why I really use one of my favorites, you're from South Carolina. I have deep roots in South Carolina. My dad, the best man in my life, was from South Carolina, South Carolina State grad. And also the minister that married he and my mother, his last name was Gatson. So so Abraham Gatson.
Wow.
I thank
what a
him.
Small world.
Yeah. So and when I met you, I'm like, oh wow, he's from South Carolina and his last name is Gatson. Wow.
Yes.
So So that attracted me to you even more. And I follow you heavily on social media. I think we are both virtual speakers for Passion and Peace with Dr. Teresa Mosley. Yes. And so I've learned so much from you in the short time that I've known you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've learned so much from you. I like your platform. I like what you're promoting. And that's why I reached out to you so that you can come and share to my audience and let them know that, hey, it doesn't matter where you started from.
That's right.
The fact is that you started and where you're going.
That's right. That's
and
right.
where you're going. So I thank you so much for joining us today. You are a phenomenal dream chaser. I thank you so much for joining us here at the Speakeasy today. And to my listening audience, I thank you for tuning in. Those of you that joined us, you can listen to the replays on Spotify and Amazon and Audible and YouTube on my YouTube channel, the Speakeasy Podcast. So until the next time, Dr. Gatson, thank you so much again. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing for our people and to empower and uplift, especially women. It's because, a lot of men, they don't want to promote and do things to empower women. They cling to other men and want to empower men. And that's okay because men need to be empowered too. But it's nothing like having a good male mentor when you're a female. It's nothing like it. So I thank you for what you're doing. You just don't know how much I thank you and I appreciate you. And so until next week, to my listening audience, may God continue to bless you richly today, tomorrow, and always. And have a good evening.
The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Father to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
Hey guys,
it's your girl Rama Montakabi, aka Peaches, on the hit show BMF on Stars, and you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, we have from the BET series, The First Wives Club. Dani Guevara is with us as she talks about her character and how she's firing up the screen. And she also talks about her work with actors, with her business, Acting for Beginners. And we're excited to premiere our latest music video featuring the song Biggest Dream Come True. Next Finkley.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go, doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me. Come celebrate with me. Let's tune into Michael Finkley.
Everybody, welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, y'all, remember last year I was telling you about my journey with Hallmark and how I was able to go into my first movie as background. It was the most important, funnest thing that I've ever done when I was in front of the camera, right? Even though I didn't have a speaking part, but y'all, I dominated that walking. Okay, can you tell me I walked it out. It was so much fun just being on set. I was on set from like 5:15 in the morning to like 2:45 p.m. where they said, okay, cut. We don't need you anymore, Finkley. You can go home. And that was amazing to me. I really enjoyed myself. Just to have the opportunities to live out my dream and continuously go forth with saying, I'm going to conquer it no matter what anyone says. I'm going to do it. And you can't stop me. You can't stop me. And I love listening to person's stories in that right. And we have none other than that relates to this story. Dani Guevara is with us, and she talks about her time in the awesome world of acting. And you probably have seen her on the BET Plus series, The First Wives Club. Y'all, she talks about this and so much more. Fun conversation here at Fink Fam. So don't go away. Back in a moment. Next, Dani's with us. Don't you go away, Fink Fam.
I'm Joey Marie Urbina, and I play Xiomara in Snowfall. And you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, the founder of the nonprofit A Girl Like Me Incorporated, Ira Moore is in the building. She tells us how she impacts women's lives every day. Next Finkley. Hey, did you get your merch yet? Your Michael Finkley merch. Visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com, and click Finkley Store. You won't be disappointed. I'm telling you. That's good.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father, Charleston, South Carolina, is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, she can be seen on the BET Plus series, The First Wives Club. Of course, she is none other than Dani Guevara. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Whoop, whoop. How you doing?
See, it pays off. It pays off. It pays off. I love it. I love it. It is so amazing to chat with you for these few moments. I'm super excited to be chatting with you. So I must ask, because I love to do this with my guests, temperature check, mental check, because so much is going on in the world today. How are you today mentally? 1 through 10, with 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest.
Now my dog is barking, is making me all anxious. She done brought it all down. I would say maybe like an 8. My mom asked me this question yesterday too, and I think I'm still at that 8.
Okay. All right. So we will accept that, right? So, like I said, it changes throughout the day. We just want to check in to see how things are going, right? Because again, so much is happening in the world that we are in today. So, again, thank you for chatting with us. We're so glad that you're doing well. So, I must ask, when you look at yourself in the mirror, you're getting dressed, you're applying your makeup, right? You're brushing your teeth. What 3 terms would describe Danny?
3 terms that would describe Danny. I would say growth. Whew, that's one. Especially when you say looking in the mirror. Oh man, I done came, from I've grown. So I'm like growth. It's gonna be probably a lot of words with that self-love, so beautiful. Because it wasn't always there. You don't always think you know what I'm saying? And it's inside as well. So I'm seeing it more, on the inside. So growth, beautiful, and well, you said 3 words, but I'm gonna say child of God.
Okay, great. That works well for me. That works well for me. Exactly. I love that. And in these 3 words, why these 3 terms?
Well, I mean, the growth, because even within this month, I've seen so much growth in myself of how I'm handling situations. I know you asked, with doing my temperature check, how I see, myself, where am I within everything that's going around in the world. I don't even let that stuff affect me anymore, as much as it has, before. It's like now I got my focused goggles on, and I'm focused. I'm focused, on me. So it's like if there's something over there that's at a 1 or a 3 and y'all trying to bring me down, right now I'm feeling good. I'm at my 8, and I say 8 because I'm still growing. So, that's that growth. What was that other word I said? Beautiful. That comes with
just look at you, duh.
Oh,
duh. Come on, Fink fam, look at her.
Well, like I said, it wasn't always there. And it's like it was something I had to work on internally to accept what I saw, on the outside. So, beautiful within the inside to radiate on the outside. And then just being a child of God, that's something that I had to learn too, and what that really meant. So it's just a lot of growth in all of those areas.
Of that. And we're always growing. We're always improving, always trying to get ourselves to the next level. And I love the way I've been doing some research on you and different things that you've said throughout the years. How did this journey start for you in the pursuit of your dream? Where did it begin?
Well, when you say where did it begin, I've always had this passion or this go-getter type of spirit in me ever since I was a little girl. My mom put me in dance classes, and when I was in there, the coach or instructor, the dance instructor, she was teaching us how to do splits, and it was a jazz class, and I was in there, trying to do this split, and I was so determined to get this right split. So and I got it. And I would say that it was this determination that anything that I put my mind to. So when it came to acting, of course, I've been doing that since 2008. I put my mind to it. I'm like, I'm going to go ahead and do it. So, 15 years of doing it. It's like, wow, finally, I got that speaking role on TV. I've done commercials where it's like a glimpse, is that Danny? But it's like I went hard and like, you know what? No, I'm going to get this speaking role on TV where people, see me. So I would say it just started from that split, as a little girl learning how to do that split, being determined to get it. And I just used that in everything that I put my mind to.
Oh, we're so glad that you're so determined to do that for you. When you were talking about, having glimpses of you in this, that, and the other, it took me back because I was just in my first movie on Hallmark, and it wasn't a speaking role. It was in the background, and I had to freeze. I'm like, Mama, that's me. Look, 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 look. I'm walking by. Look, 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 Mama, that's me.
Yep.
So that's just determination and faith saying, if I can do this, then I can go to the next level. So thank you for pointing that out. Definitely. At what point in your career did you say, you know what, Danny, you got this, right? I got this. This is me. This is what I need to be doing.
Ooh, you know, I've had quite a few of those moments, but then that doubt comes in. So I'm trying to figure out that real, like, nah, this is it. I would actually say that this is it. I would say is, ooh, another one came in my head. All right, so I was going to say First Wives. I was going to say that because I was on set with these actors that I've watched on TV, and I'm a fan of the show. And just being there, I was like, okay, I got this. I'm confident in this. I was going to say that. That's one. But then I went back to a film I had assistant directed, which was At Mamu's Feet. And I was assistant directing I was gonna say Carl. I didn't assistant direct Carl Payne, but he's in the movie. But I was assistant directing Dorian Wilson, Professor Ogilvy from the Parkers. You know, him and Tommy Ford, may he rest in peace. Him and it was Michael Key from 112. I was directing him. So, you know, I stepped into that. I don't know if that was by accident. I don't know how that happened. I was hired on as something else, but I stepped into that position, and with them listening to me as I was directing, I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, but I got this.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna fake it till we make it.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened.
You mentioned that you've been doing this now for 15 years. What would you tell Danny 15 years ago that you learned present day?
Hey, I'm Angel Taylor, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
Say to me, I'll listen close when you speak to me. I need your love all.
Hey, Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. It's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thethinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. So you mentioned the BET Plus series that you're on now, First Wives Club, and many people look at you as they watch this amazing series. Where did this come from? How did this get on your plate? Because you're good at it. That's number one.
Thank you. How did the role come to me?
Mm-hmm.
My agent, acting, I gotta give a shout out to Actors LA Agency, Sharon Morris. That's my agent. We've been working together for 4 years now. She sent that audition. I know she sent that audition to me. I auditioned 3 times. So she sent it to me. I auditioned for one role. I didn't hear anything. They sent me another one, maybe a month or so later. I auditioned, didn't hear anything from that one. But then I got the role of Nina, and I auditioned thinking nothing of it. I'm like, this is their 3rd time. I'm just let me go ahead and just audition, send it in. If I hear something, I do. If I don't, whatever. But then a week later, she called me and said I booked the role straight off of tape. I didn't have to go in, do no callbacks or anything, just straight off of tape. And I was in there. I was Nina.
It's amazing. And you know, truly, if you didn't believe in the scripture that your gift will make room for you, by you saying that, it's like my gift really made room for me, because I literally sent in a tape and it said, come on in.
Exactly.
Come on in. So that was made for you. When you're on this set with these amazing cast in this awesome series, do you still get starstruck?
A little bit. It's like a flash of it. It's
Okay.
a real, quick flash of it. I don't know who would really do that to me. I don't know. I haven't crossed their paths yet. But when I was on set, I did see Jill Scott.
Mhm.
And I'm like, oh, that's Jill Scott. You know, but I was in such a rush. I couldn't even, like, I had to go do my hair and makeup. So I was in such a rush that when I saw her, I was like, oh, that's Jill Scott. I got to keep going. But you know, when I was working with them, I was so focused on not messing up and fitting in. You know, I didn't want to be that person, that fan of everyone while on set. I wanted to come on set and be that equal. Like, I'm just like y'all. Y'all just don't know me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And someone said this to me before too, that was up in caliber. They said that the only difference between you and me is that more people know my name. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. But you're almost there. I'm like, okay, you better speak into my life. So
Right.
listen, Daddy, we're almost there. Listen, we're
Yes.
almost there. We're getting there. And I talk with a lot of actors and actresses. You know, they're doing some incredible things in their career. They're living out their dream. And I must ask, you wear so many different hats. You know, you're an actress, you're an author, you're a coach. What have you learned about yourself, Danny, as an actress?
Ooh. Ooh. Let's see. The different emotions that I have to tap into, like when you're acting, you're expected to tap into those emotions that Danny wouldn't, you know? So when I'm in that, in that role, in that scene, I'm like, okay, wow, this is a feeling that I was trying to hide, but now I have to be vulnerable in front of cameras or on stage, you know, and I can't shut this off. And I have to feel it. And sometimes when you feel that, even when you're rehearsing, things that I haven't dealt with will come up.
Yeah.
So when it comes to acting, you have to use all of your emotions and you can't cut it off, because if you cut it off, you're now shutting that audience off of the story. So I would say when it comes to acting, it's helped me to tap into myself as well and to handle some things that I haven't handled.
That's a good way to put that, Danny. It really is, because you're using one side to help another side of yourself, to improve upon yourself, and vice versa, right? So again, you can be effective for yourself, but also you're being effective for others. Not only do you act yourself, but you teach it within your business, Acting for Beginners. Please tell us about it.
Yeah, so Acting for Beginners, I'm coaching students that are in South Africa, all over, but the majority of the students that reach out to me are in South Africa. And their number one question is always, how do I get started in acting? So and it's a very important question. Everyone has an interest in acting, wants to know how to get started. So I'm kind of like that beginning coach to help them, you know, show them how to get started in acting. And that's what I do for those all over. But the majority of the students that reach out to me are in South Africa, based from my Facebook, my Acting for Beginners Facebook group. That's where the majority of them are. So I'm just really giving back my 15 years of experience. I'm just giving back to them, showing them the ins and outs, what to do, what not to do, and then teaching them how to have the right mindset with doing it, because everyone wants it overnight. And I'm like, hey, it took me 15 years for that maybe two and a half minute clip that you saw. but you know, 15 years just to do that. So everyone's journey is different, and that's what I teach to my students.
I love that. Paying it forward.
Yeah.
Paying it forward. And as they're watching, this is free. This is free cost for them, correct?
Yeah, well, yes, the Facebook group information I put on Facebook, Instagram, I even created a WhatsApp group. That's free, but I do the online coaching sessions that they're gonna have to pay for.
Okay, give my money. I still got bills to pay. Yes, I love that. Paying it forward. I always look at that because, you know, someone did it for us. And now we have to do it for someone else, paying that forward. As I said, you have many titles. You're an actress, you're an author, you are a host, you are a writer, you're a director, a business owner. What is next for Danny?
Ooh, I definitely expanding the acting for beginners, coaching, and my vision for that. You know, you can't say too much about your vision till you step into it, but I'm definitely want to build up on that, the coaching side. And of course, you know, if anyone want to hit me up about some movies, I'll do a movie. You know, I'll jump on a TV series. So I'm doing a lot of auditioning. So, you know, praying that one of those, you know, pop off, and that will be what's next.
I love that. Any projects in the work right now, currently?
Working on something. Can't say too much about that.
Damn
I
it.
know.
Damn.
It is in front of the camera. So, but I am working on something.
Gotcha. I love this. I love your story. I love your passion, because you can tell when someone's heart's in it. And you, my friend, your heart is in it. You mentioned that you've been doing this now for 15 years. What would you tell Danny 15 years ago that you learned present day?
Ooh, that is going to happen. So all these obstacles that are coming in the way is just to make you stronger. Yeah. And build your confidence. But you got this. Girl, you gonna be on First Wives Club.
Listen, didn't even know it, but look at God.
Didn't even know it.
Look at God. Dan, can you please tell the Fing Fam how we can watch you on the First Wives Club? And also, please, if we're interested in acting, becoming an actor, how can we become a part of your course?
Well, right now, First Wives Club is currently on BET Plus, season 3, episode 10. You can find me there. And if you want any coaching, you can go to my website, www.dannyguevara.com. You'll see the coaching. You'll see everything that I'm doing actively in entertainment. And yeah, all social media platforms, the link tree, everything is all there.
Okay, you heard it here. Danny, thank you for being with us. We appreciate you so much. And you have to come back and tell us more stuff.
Oh yeah, because it's definitely going to be some more I need to talk to you.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Danny, for being with us. Fing Fam, don't go away. Back in a moment.
Author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family?